All right. This is King Bucho. Welcome to BDA Boxing, the Boxing Debate Arena. This is Open Lines Friday, Open Lines Summer. Anybody can join. Everybody should join. This is a deluxe edition. So we're going to be here for a long, long time. So get ready. Let the party begin. Everybody in the chat, shout out to you guys. Culture, I think it's 77, J Will, SSC, to Matador. Shout out to the Super Chat Skull Kid. Shout out to you for your Super Chat. Really appreciate it. He says saludos BDA and Bucho. Saludos back. Manos with a Super Chat as well. He says, thank you for the show. No problem. Thank you to you guys for being part of the show. Without you guys, well, there is no fucking show, right? So let's get this started. Let me shut down this fucking music. Somebody complained last time the music was too loud, and I think he was right. But yeah, you got it all set up here. We're at the beach. Oh, yeah, link in the description if you want to join the Open Lines show. Anybody can join. Again, don't forget the link in the description, and the link will be posted in the chat. All right. I'm on the Open Lines Discord. So yeah, somebody said, who said that? Somebody said that JJ says, Turkey al-Sheikh said Teo insulted his religion and country. So apparently he's been banned from any Turkey shows, any Riyadh season cards, events. I didn't see anything in the news, but you're saying that I should YouTube search this? I'm going to have to do it. BD, did you hear anything about this? I really haven't.
First of all, can you hear me?
Yep.
All right. Yeah, something apparently the Sheikh said that, excuse me, Teofimo Lopez insulted them or him or the whole organization. I have no really hold on the specifics. I got no hold on the specifics, but it wouldn't surprise me. I mean, look, the whole Teofimo Lopez thing, him rejecting the Haney fight was bizarre because you remember I talked about this in one of the morning shows. He said it was on a Friday or Thursday, his representative, his manager, one of his managers, I don't know how many he has, said, oh, well, you know, that Teofimo Lopez has more important things going on in his life, certain issues that he has to take care of. And that combined with the fact that he would have had a short turnaround for training camp between the what's his name again? The Bozo, what's his name? Bozo fight. I can't believe I'm blanking out. We always start out this way. Not Camboso, the other dude, Barboza fight. The short turnaround between the Barboza fight and the potential Haney fight would have been too short, which doesn't really make sense because he fought Barboza in May. This fight was being shopped around for, I think, the fall. Plenty of time to. I mean, how much you need a month off? 2 weeks, 3 weeks. Unless he would have been injured or something, maybe then we would have given him some consideration or some leeway. But okay, so then there was that, and then Teofimo Lopez said, no, it's because what happened was Turkey al-Sheikh reneged on the deal. We had a financial deal with a certain number, financial reward number, and they decided to renege on it. I'm thinking, well, why didn't your manager say that in the first place?
BD,
and why didn't Teofimo Lopez?
Too hot, a little bit too hot. Oh wait, I got you at 100 and something, but still, I think it's on your end.
Okay, okay. How about now? Now?
It's better. When you're yelling.
Yeah. So
when you need to calm down. You need to calm down.
Yeah, maybe that's what I need to do. But I mean, I'm trying to make a short story long here because trying to provide some context about how Teofimo Lopez, you can't really trust what the guy says, and you can't also take what he says seriously because you know he's been provoking certain people too, and now who knows how if he disrespected the Sheikh. So the Sheikh's now saying, listen, we don't need this. We don't really. Why are you laughing? What the fuck?
No, because somebody's named Castizo Excellence.
Anyway, listen, I'm unsurprised that the Sheikh has said that. But then again, the Sheikh also was getting into it with Shakur Stevenson. And I look at him. They're his buddies with Shakur Stevenson when he wants to hold those delicate hands in his. So the Sheikh gets into a fight with one guy today. Then the next day they're best buddies. So I wouldn't put too much stock into this.
Yeah. What about? We have people here. We have Sobers. We have Dr. Walk Him Down, Nightmurph. Did you guys hear anything about Teofimo Lopez and Turkey? Apparently, Teo has been banned.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what Teofimo said specifically about Islam or whatever, because I didn't hear any specific interview where he was saying anything like Ryan Garcia said, right? So
Yeah.
I'm not really sure what. Maybe he didn't want to hold Turkey's hand. Maybe he was trying to, and he's like, "Nah, man." He's like, "Why don't you come?" He's like, "Teofimo, my friend, come sit next to me, hold my hand." And he was like, "Nah, Turk, I only hold my dad's hand. You know,
He would be the
strictly
first.
only my father. I only hold my father's hand." So, and
Yeah.
he got bothered by that, maybe.
No, that's true. That could be it. I mean, he likes Turkey likes to touch all these fighters. Although I haven't seen him hold hands with Canelo though. So
Yet.
we must not forget about that. Hey, did you guys hear about Ennis? Apparently, he wanted two tune-up fights, and Turkey told him, "I'm not a charity," or something. We're not a charity here.
Two tuna fights.
Yeah, two tune-up fights. Now I remember Eddie Hearns.
Before fighting who though?
Virgil, I think it was.
I don't know. I guess one of the big names. Yeah, probably Virgil, because that's the
He
fight that
didn't
Turkey
say a
wants.
name. He just said, "I need two tune-ups first."
Yeah. No, and a month ago, Turkey about a month ago, Eddie Hearns said that they were planning on having a tune-up fight in August, but now it's already in August, almost there in 2 weeks, 3 weeks.
This is open lines, right?
What's that?
This is open lines, right?
Yeah, we're in the air, yeah.
Works country ass. Tell him to come up here and explain that.
Yeah. No, seriously, two tune-up fights. Like, holy, not even Eddie Hearn tried to pull that shit off. Like, and he wants to get paid for that. Like, this is the thing, man. These fighters, they're used to this bullshit, the red carpet, doing whatever they want. Turkey's not he's not about that shit. He's like,
it's interesting. I haven't seen such a clear-cut case of a guy going against the grain of what the fans want. Last year, he avoided, and usually when people say he avoided this guy or he avoided that guy or he ducked, he's a duck. It's always you look into it and it turns out it's nebulous. One guy said one thing, one side said the other, and it's difficult to ascertain who really ducked. With Ennis, yeah, it was clear that he rejected a bunch of fights last year, and now this asking for two tune-ups. I mean, what is it? Why does he need two tune-ups for? I mean, I suppose you could say Virgil Ortiz. He fought twice at 154, but that's because he was coming off a long layoff, and he wiped the floor with those two guys, and then he stepped in there against Boychuk. I don't understand why Boots needs those tune-ups, especially when he's after the Karen fight last year. He said, "Yeah, 154, here I come." He was blaming making weight on the bad performance. Now all of a sudden he needs two tune-ups. I mean, you're already a junior middleweight. You're a goddamn middleweight for as far as we're concerned. So why the requirement for two tune-ups? Makes no sense.
He's scared. No, he knows it's a real challenge. 154 is a real deal. He knows that he's had an advantage at welterweight because he was fighting smaller guys. He knows all of this, and he knows it's going to be hell at 154, and he wants to be ready for that. He wants to prepare. But that just proves our point. We've been saying all along that this guy has been fighting smaller guys. Now, I'm not saying he's a bum or anything, but I mean, we don't forget. We understand how this works. This guy's too big for 147. That's why he's moving up in weight before even unifying the division. No, well, his goal was to become undisputed. He didn't even had time to accomplish that. He's so fucking big.
Hey, did you read that super chats, by the way, earlier?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
By the way, yeah. Chicken chow mein. Yeah. Jin Ryu in the chat says Virgil got sick after eating out that hamburger helper BDA. Well, I think he means, I think by hamburger helper, he means something else. I don't know if that's what they call it nowadays. But yeah, look, the guy was sick. I still don't know, man. I mean, he's going after reporters too. So the whole 154-pound, the Sheik, if he really wanted to, and he's got all the money in the world, he should make a tournament at 154. That tournament, not only would it be epic, not only would it be entertaining, but of course it would settle the score about who the best guy in the division is. Make it happen. Make it happen.
Jay in the chat says Ortiz nearly died trying to make 147. Yeah. That's why you need to move up.
Even a snack can only take you so far, huh?
Yeah. No, but Virgil did move up and he fought and now he defeated what's his name again? Madrimov. He fought
Same year, he
Bohachuk.
moves up to 154, right? Or thereabouts. He fights
Maybe
Bohachuk
not.
and then
Not sure.
Madrimov.
But he did, yeah.
Yeah,
He fought
maybe a couple of
Bohachuk.
months.
Say what you want about that fight. Say what you want about the Madrimov fight. Those are top 154-pound contenders. I think he had one tune-up fight. No, didn't he? He had the guy that he knocked out in one round.
He had two tune-up. He had one guy that was a horrible stoppage by the ref, and then he fought Dulorme, stopped him in one round. Yeah. So he had less than a round total of preparation after a year layoff and a career-threatening disease, and he steps right in there with Bohachuk. I mean, you got to give the guy credit for having balls.
But yeah, Turkey wouldn't allow two tune-up fights now these days. I mean,
hey, by the way, bad news. Since we're just throwing out news out there, the Isaac Cruz was going to take on Fierro. Was going to rematch Fierro for tomorrow's undercard of the Pacquiao Barrios festivity, and well, Fierro apparently was talking about weight. He was overweight. He's not going to be able to make it or something like that. So they scrapped that fight. So you got Gary Russell Jr. making a comeback. He's still there. You got Figueroa versus Joed Gonzalez. You got Zhu versus Fundora. And what's the other one? Well, yeah, I guess that's what you got now. Because no more Isaac Cruz. So just letting people know what happened there.
So what do you think? How much does that change the card in your opinion?
I mean, the first fight was entertaining, but it's a good fight. Don't get me wrong, but at the end of the day, there's not much at stake. Right. So it doesn't really change much for me. Just that now probably they're going to move up. Hopefully they don't move up Gary Russell Jr. Who knows how he's going to look after 2 years off, and he's not exactly the most exciting fighter, so it doesn't really change much. But by the way, that's speaking of pay-per-view. By the time of the last episode, we didn't talk about this, but it also came out that Sheikh, Turkey Al Sheikh, is now interested in making these mega cards on the zone non-pay-per-view. So they're going to be free pay-per-view. Now, that's going to be the Riyadh season cards. Who knows if other promoters are still going to be holding pay-per-views. But that is quite significant, man, because now what it means is this Benavides versus Yardy mega card is going to be free on the zone. So if you got the zone, you don't got to pay extra for that.
That's good.
I mean, I posted a picture yesterday of the Turkey, and it said, like, no more pay-per-views. And some people were laughing, like, ha, 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 the Usyk fights pay-per-view. I think I should have been more specific, but said that was going to be the last pay-per-view card. And I don't know, some people were talking shit about Turkey. I'm like, why are they so against Turkey in a way? Like, why are they making fun of Turkey?
Oh, wait, people were actually complaining of this? Or making, why did they say that?
I'll go check the comments. Yeah, they were like...
that makes no sense.
Well, I mean, remember, Al Heyman also had promised boxing on network television, free TV, free, basically. And we know how that ended up. I think there's a competition between Turkey and Heyman in a way.
I don't think there's much competition.
Well, no, in their minds. In their minds.
Oh, okay,
So now, like, if somebody, like, they don't want Turkey to succeed just because they don't want him to do better than Al Heyman.
Well, I was reading an article.
It's because of Brown Excellency. They're hating on Brown Excellency, bro.
Exactly.
Yeah, Brown Hole Excellency. I was reading an article about from a boxing scene, and they were talking about, well, what does this mean? What does this mean? No pay-per-views from the Sheik. And they're taking a hard stance on it, and saying that this is not going to work out. They're spending way too much money, blah, blah, blah. And then they go, but the PBC, meanwhile, apparently they did strong ratings with Caleb Plant and Lesendis, which, again, they don't tell you what those numbers were. They just say they were strong numbers. And that if this Pacquiao Barrios fight performs well, beautiful Amazon numbers. Is going to... Yeah, beautiful. Just, beautiful numbers. The numbers are great. We look at the numbers. Fantastic numbers. Why do people still want to talk about the numbers? I mean, but
let's move on. Let's move on. Free pay-per-view. No, free boxing on network television. Are we still talking about that?
We got so many other things going on. But this, they were saying Barrios. Yeah, so they're saying also that if Barrios Pacquiao performs well, then maybe Amazon now is going to be interested in picking boxing up. Hey, you never know. With Netflix picking up Crawford versus Canelo, maybe other platforms want to get in on that and start picking boxing up. But boxing is a fine balancing act, man, because that the purses demanded. I was just rethinking about Crawford versus Spence, and one of the main reasons Jimmy always talked about is that one of the main reasons it was Steve Kim who actually mentioned it, but one of the reasons why the fight wasn't getting made was because remember at the time 2022, which is when they really started negotiating for that Spence Crawford fight, Showtime was already on the way out. The dates were shrinking. If you compare the TV days from 2019 to 2021 and then to 2022, they were shrinking for Showtime. They were running out of money. The budget was shrinking. And so along comes Crawford and Spence, and these guys were demanding multi-millions. Meanwhile, neither of them was a big draw. So what the hell was Showtime supposed to do? Like, the investors, how are they supposed to handle it? So that's the main problem still with boxing is these guys want mega money to fight dangerous fights. And the Sheik, he's not that's one thing though. I don't know how much he's paying these guys. The rumor was that, I remember we talked about in the last show, the Usyk is getting close to 100 mil for the Dubois fight. And I just saw a tweet, I think it was yesterday, the Sheik posted similar numbers. And he said, this is not true. This is false. This is blatantly false. This is a categorical lie. He didn't say categorical, but I'm just throwing it out there. And he said, this type of stuff, this type of false rumors hurt boxing or something akin to that. But he was denying the number. So I said, okay, there you go. Even when I threw that number out and I said that was the number being reported, people on the chat couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe it either. I was like, this can't be real. That he's getting paid close to 100 mil. How big of a draw is he? So hopefully the Sheik is curtailing those numbers, not going all the way overboard with them. Because then otherwise it's going to be a problem. Then these guys, like, how much are Ennis and Boots, how much are Ennis and Ortiz going to ask if they want to fight each other? Like $10 million? Meanwhile, neither of them are big draws. So something needs to be done about the boxing. And maybe that's what the other thing is. People were saying that maybe Dana White, if he starts taking over a piece of boxing, he'll start recalibrating some of these purses, outlandish purses that these boxers demand.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, the boxers have to understand that they can't be getting paid that amount of whatever they're asking. You know what I mean? Like, especially if they're not fighting each other. But even if they are fighting each other, actually, these different times now. Listen.
Yeah, it's yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, you're right. It's different times, and the economy is not doing all that great. I mean, even the Sheik said that's one of the reasons why he said, "Look, we got a pay-per-view with Usyk. Beforehand, we had that pay-per-view with Shiraz and the Berlanga." He said, "I think that was one of the reasons why he said this is unsustainable. It's not good for the fans, and that's why he decided to curtail the pay-per-view thing." But then again, how much is he going to keep paying? And by the way, other people are saying, "Okay, well, are we going to get charged more for the zone subscription?" Because every year it keeps going up. It keeps increasing the price.
Yeah, we'll have to see about that. We don't know if they're going to increase the subscription for the zone again. But if they don't, it's a pretty good fucking deal. We're going to get all these fights just with the normal subscription for the zone. And yeah, think about it. Today there's two pay-per-views. There's the PBC pay-per-view and then there's the zone pay-per-view. Sorry, tomorrow. So
we just started drinking early. No, I'm kidding.
No, actually, I am. It's gonna start
really
tonight.
Okay.
No. Actually, I should.
By the way, Vessel is people can't see it. They don't know. But if you're on the Discord open lines, by the way, join the open lines, fellas. It's open lines. Anybody can jump in. Vessel keeps creeping me out with that photograph. He claims it's his girlfriend. I'm not sure. I think it's like he captured or something. I don't know.
That's John Leguizamo.
What's the difference? What's the difference? Tell me the difference.
The Pest? Is that what the movie you were going to reference?
No, the one where Tu Wong Fu or some shit where they're all dressed up like weird.
That one where the transvestite.
Yeah.
Man.
That was that a humiliation ritual? That whole movie for those guys?
No, definitely, bro.
The hell was the point of that movie? And then on top of that, I don't know if people have heard of that movie too with Agent Smith, the Agent Smith from The Matrix, Priscilla, Queen of the Desert. Another fight where it's a guy like these transvestites traveling across the desert or something. I don't know.
That's weird.
Humiliation ritual. So maybe these guys are into that. I don't know.
I'm into that.
Sick.
That explains the thumbnail.
Wait, if somebody... Can I make a point here? I've been thinking about this lately.
Oh.
This is more philosophical, I guess.
Oh boy.
But I've been thinking about how Turkey has gotten boxing at a very good spot for him. Because if there's ever a spot to monopolize boxing, it's right now. Because Canelo's leaving, meaning there's no superstar. There's really no one to set the bar for wages. So he can say, actually, this is how much you guys are getting paid now, or not.
Colin,
I mean,
repeat that. I didn't quite get the argument.
So since boxing's at a very weird spot because a lot of the promoters are leaving, right? They're shutting down or they're very weak right now.
Uh-huh.
So they're probably not gonna make a Canelo anytime soon because you need the promotional side to make one.
Yeah, that's a good point, though. That's a good point. Well, hold on, Butch, you were gonna say something?
No, but I think Vess, I think you're too close to your mic again. Because some people were complaining.
Oh wait, does this sound better like here? It's because it's like a crappy mic.
Oh, I don't know.
Well, I mean, that's a good point, though. Yeah, if these promoters are weakened, if that is true, and they can no longer create an A-side star, then you would assume that the prices would go down, because a lot of these guys, for example, almost everybody between 154 and 175, they want that Canelo payday. Even Benavidez he's still talking about Canelo, even though now he's, months ago he said forget Canelo, and now but every 2 weeks he keeps bringing Canelo up. So it's clear that everybody wants that payday. But if that payday no longer exists, what are these guys going to demand? I suspect there's going to be a period of recalibration where these guys are going to keep demanding
the market
big money.
decides. I don't understand how this is why boxing is the market deciding how the demand, right? Like how much demand. There should be a way to measure this for them or something, because like if you're a boring ass fucking fighter, like they should show them the numbers. Like, listen, this is how much you're attracting, how much viewers we got. Like you can't be getting paid this amount. We don't care if you're undefeated or whatever. You cannot be getting paid this amount. But also, if Turkey's gonna be able to decide how much he's gonna pay the fighters, because there's not gonna be any more options. I think in the future, he's gonna be controlling most of the major fights, and if you don't like it, you don't like how much you're getting paid, well, good luck to you. It's gonna be a little bit like the UFC.
You know what? I think that's a more sensible possibility there.
And Turkey's not fucking around, man. This guy's like, he just said no more Tom and Jerry. And you saw how Matias fought. He even told, Matias after the fight, Matias, he told Turkey, hey, what did he say? Something along that, I fight exciting, right? Or something like that. Like he was acknowledging the Sheik, his comments, like that he actually fought in an exciting way. Because
did you like that, my lord? Did you like? Were you pleased, my lord?
Something like that. He was bowing and shit, and what I mean, like, no, yeah.
Kissing his toes and shit.
Wait, before we move on, I have
Can
a part two to the point I'm trying to make
your ass,
here.
my king? Yes, go ahead.
My part two is that since there is no superstar after Canelo, Turkey's trying to make one with Shiraz. Isn't it kind of interesting how he's going to pivot Shiraz into Canelo's spot? That's his goal. That's his ultimate goal.
Yes. So that's what Turkey wants to do at the end of this deal with Canelo. That's why I even see him possibly trying to make the fight with Benavidez.
Yeah, no matter the amount of money, he's gonna make that happen, bro.
So look, he's gonna keep Canelo fat. He's gonna keep feeding him. Crawford's not the guy that Turkey wants to beat Canelo, right? Say he beats Crawford, it's easy. Then he feeds him Eubanks. He fights in the UK. It's a big fight. Sells out. And then say he finds a way to get Benavidez to come back to 168 to fight Canelo at 168, right, for enough money. Canelo goes through hell, but he somehow beats him because the weight cut is just too much, right? He gives Canelo that he does him that favor, right? He does him that solid. You're gonna fight him, but you're gonna fight him at 168. All right, cool. He gets through him. Now Canelo's in the last fight of the deal. He's more war torn. He's like 36 now, right? And then he comes and fights Shiraz. Who's 6'4". He's now he's been at 68 for a year or two. He's had some fights, he had some knockouts, found his feet, and he could, take over that pound for pound spot. And it's a jihad, bro. It's a fucking jihad.
But by the way, I think he would love Shiraz to beat Canelo, but I also believe that that's a plan B. Plan A for Turkey is for Crawford to beat Canelo. They have the rematch and all of that, and so because if Canelo loses, he's gonna want a rematch. And so if that happens, Turkey knows Canelo's going to come back to him for that rematch. So, I don't think Turkey wants Canelo to win, in my opinion. Either against Crawford or against Shiraz. By the way...
Well, it doesn't matter anyway. If he wins or loses, he's still going to be feeding him to Shiraz.
Well, I mean, it depends what Canelo does. But yeah, I think you're right. I mean, Canelo, I don't think he's going to retire.
He's under
after-
contract, bro. He's still under contract with him.
I thought it was one fight. Oh, that's the last fight? So, wait. So,
Yeah.
Oh, I thought it wasn't.
No, he's under
This is what
contract right now with 4 fights. He's had a 4-fight deal with them.
Okay, I didn't fucking know that shit. Okay, then forget everything I said, guys. Chris K, thank you for your donation via the Buy Me a Coffee. He says, been a while since I've listened live, but wanted to thank you guys for the podcast. I listened to the latest episode last night in preparation for this weekend's upcoming fights. By the way, my Spanish isn't great. Isn't Teofimo the Spanish word for delusional or entitled? I can't
come on.
I can't find an answer in Google Translate. So maybe it's a slang. Ha ha ha. Predictions. Usyk that's how he laughs. Ha ha ha. Predictions. Usyk wins a clear but competitive 8-4. Pacquiao gets embarrassed in a lopsided decision, and Max Holloway KOs Dustin Poirier. Guys, you gotta watch that rubber match tomorrow night. Yeah, that's a third fight, right? Is it the third fight?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Poirier already beat him twice, though. I don't know why people.
I hate those fights when it reminds me of the women that fought last weekend. Remember?
What is it? Who is this trilogy for?
Exactly.
It's for the hardcores. It's for the hardcores. The best trilogy, MMA trilogy, and especially the third fight was the best, was Chuck Liddell versus Tito Ortiz. Liddell looked stiff as a board. He looked like he was
that was embarrassed. That was criminal.
And then Tito Ortiz knocks his ass out and jumps on top of the cage, the finger. And he's like, yeah, like you're not a coke addict, man.
Yo, how did
but Ortiz needed that though, because that dude had knocked his ass out twice already, I think.
Yeah, it's a little bit like Quentin Jackson.
It was real for Tito. It was real for Tito. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
he was real.
Quentin Jackson, when he beat Wanderlei Silva, remember? He lost to him twice in Pride, and then he beat him in the UFC, but it was like, it wasn't even the same Silva. So I don't.
Yeah, the old Silva. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I wanted to bring something up too. I don't want to be all over the place, but you mentioned Canelo Crawford and those videos that you made, Bucho, about Canelo Crawford and exposing the. Already, because I mean, people always talk about excuses. Well, I mean, there was a big excuse already being planned for Crawford about he's too big, but then people pick him to beat Canelo, but they keep saying but Canelo's too big. But at the same time, other Crawford fans are saying no, there's not gonna be much of a weight difference. I was reading some of the comments for that video, man, and there's a guy goes, this dude talking about you, Bucho. This dude included only Canelo highlights and no Crawford highlights. I wonder why. And I looked at the picture. I looked at the picture profile of the guy. It's an Afro Anglo. So I said, immediately these guys, instead of hearing the argument out, they hear that they disagree. They disagree what you're saying instead of actually listening to the argument. They just hear something they disagree with, and immediately their mind jumps to race. And I said, come on,
we can't use top rank videos. These people don't understand top rank.
It's like they want to harp on one thing you said and disregard absolutely everything else, and be like that's their gotcha in the whole conversation. You know what I mean? Well, let me ask you this though. Let me ask you this though. You said he was wearing green trunks. You said he was wearing green trunks. In fact, he was wearing blue trunks. Now, what do you got to say about that? What I can't take anything else to take serious now. You know what I mean?
They always say that. Yeah, they always say, hold on. Let me land the plane. Let me cook.
Hold on. Let me land the plane. Yeah. I'm stirring the pot.
Make that make sense. Yeah. So I was reading the comments and I was thinking, man, it's really. I mean, you can't. It's not worth it engaging with some of these people because they're not even engaging with the material that you're providing, Bucha. So it's just
right.
It's sort of delusioning. It is. The word I'm trying to use is disappointment. That's the level of discourse that goes on with a lot of these casuals. There is no discourse. You can't really talk to them.
There isn't, and they don't get the point of the video either. Like they're just talking about something else. I'm gonna check some comments right now.
Recognizing the chat goes, let me ask you this, BDA. Yeah, and the other thing is that there's one guy that goes, Canelo had twice as many fights as Mayweather when they fought. Yeah. So he's trying to legitimize the win there for Mayweather. But first of all, he didn't have twice as many.
Well, he didn't have twice as many fights. No. But you know what they said? Like, by that time Canelo fought Crawford, he already had 7 years or something like that of professional experience.
Mayweather,
these people don't understand. There's a difference between 7 years of professional experience when you're 15 in Mexico fighting God knows who, right? 7 years from that point forward. And there's a difference between, like, let's say, Canelo from 23 after the Floyd fight, 7 years after. You see the difference? 7 years fighting professional, like elite level boxing and 7 years of fighting, cab drivers in Mexico. Like, it's a completely different fucking story. These people don't fucking get it.
Well, those same people that sit there and say that kind of stuff will do it to validate Mayweather's win over Canelo, but will flip the script and say exactly what you say to diminish Chavez's 89 wins. Oh yeah, but 44 of those don't count. Well, if they don't count for him, how does that make Canelo experienced at 15 years old for Floyd? Oh, well, but he had a lot of fights. And they never have an answer. They never have an answer because they don't know how to debate. They only use the stats that they want to use that fits them. And when you bring anything factual, concrete to contradict anything they have to say,
I have an answer.
They'll pull every card in the world except for
Dirk
logic.
has an answer.
Oh, here we go.
Dirk doesn't have an answer.
Enlighten us, Dirk.
Dirk doesn't have an answer.
I can barely hear him, by the way.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
No,
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah.
If I don't know how is it Canelo's too young to fight Floyd at 23, but Lomachenko isn't to fight Teofimo at what was he 34 and Teo was 23. So we got to keep the same energy.
Yeah. Well,
Okay, so wait, the same energy. The energy was about the number of fights, not about the age, and those are two different categories.
And he was more experienced than Teo.
So you're actually so what you're doing is changing. Hold on, let me just put
he
this
was
out
more
there.
experienced.
Dirk, what you're doing is you're changing a narrative as you always do when we bring up a valid point. So don't go there. Don't try. We've already said it. We are talking about we're talking about experience of number of quality fights and how Chavez's record, who had a lot of wins, those people will say 44 of those didn't count. They will count all. They will count all of Canelo's because he lost to Mayweather. So
quality over quantity.
Well, exactly. Canelo, who was he fighting in Mexico at 15? I mean, you want to count those fights like when he was 15, 16, 17?
Okay, but before he fought Floyd, he fought man, what's
Trout.
that? Trout. Yeah, Trout.
Yeah.
That was a decent win.
Trout, yeah, it was a good win. No, it was a good win. But we're talking about Floyd, he was still at the top of his game. You can say, whether he was
already fought Mosley by that time too, right?
Yeah, Mosley.
Had he not fought Mosley?
Yeah, look at the post-fight interview. He's like, Mosley's laughing. He's like, I'm too old for this. Like, he even said it. So
I mean,
Mosley was shot by the time.
Yeah, Mosley was completely shot. I don't even know why you're bringing it up. Like,
that's probably why they tried to fight
Canelo wasn't
Mosley was shot when he fought Floyd.
But listen,
Mosley was shot when he fought Floyd.
Canelo
was shot when he fought Floyd.
Okay,
shot when he fought Manny.
This is
he shot when he fought Canelo.
Canelo after
and you lost to an old Floyd.
Canelo has improved since he's fought Floyd Mayweather. In 3 years,
you lost to a lesser version of Floyd. That's the truth.
No, that's not the truth. I mean,
yeah, he was 36 years old. Name me a fighter in their prime at 36.
I mean, we can name a few. That
Primes are relevant. Primes are relevant to the fighter.
It doesn't matter.
Dirk, hold on. Dirk, answer me this. Dirk, answer me this. Who had more left in the tank at 35 years old, Vladimir Klitschko or Muhammad Ali?
Probably Klitschko.
Probably.
Exactly.
Probably.
Primes are different. Primes are different by different standards. When you put age definitively as something,
I mean, Ricky
especially
Hatton,
since you're trying to say that Floyd,
Ricky Hatton at 30, he's already fucked up. I mean, Ricky Hatton, why? Because he was hitting the pops. He was, blowing up in weight. So age, it differs on how you live your life. And Floyd is
not your regular. Floyd is not your regular 35, 36 years old.
Exactly.
But
so why keep bringing up the age? Exactly. So stop bringing up age.
Hold up,
like it was a 30-year-old Muhammad Ali. Yeah.
Let me finish. But it's also the best version of Floyd was Pretty Boy Floyd at fighting at 135.
Okay.
But that's not the best version of Floyd.
It doesn't matter. It was still a good enough version.
How's that the best version of Floyd? That version of Floyd was
good enough to watch Canelo because he's overrated.
Okay. Dirk, was Mayweather washed when he fought Canelo?
He wasn't washed, but he was not the peak. It's not peak Floyd.
It's still a very good Floyd, right?
But no, that should tell you all you need to know about Floyd. That he's the best
so you don't want to answer my question. That's fine.
Even a lesser version of Floyd will still watch Canelo. That should tell you all you need to know.
A 23-year-old Canelo. That's all. That's what you need to understand.
Oh,
you refuse to understand.
Special needs.
Hold on, Dirk. How lesser of a version was Floyd when he fought Canelo? Because you're using age, not how he's performing in the ring. What skills and attributes he still had.
How do I even answer that question? Like, we want to give you a percentage.
Why don't you?
You don't want to answer the question. Just say that.
No, I can answer, but how do you answer something like that? How am I supposed to know what?
Well, how are you defining it's a lesser version of Floyd outside of age?
Well, see, this is the thing.
Outside
Dirk
of
is
age, how are you
understanding
defining it's a lesser version?
Guys, Dirk is just understanding that this is more complicated. What he's beginning to understand that this is more complicated than just saying this guy's 23, this guy's 37, end of 36, whatever, end of the story. No, it's more complicated than that. That's why Dirk is having trouble answering this.
Punch output was a lot lower.
Can I mention a key factor that you guys are forgetting?
What's that?
What his style? You don't think his style preserved his age?
Also, there's a lot of factors. The lifestyle.
Well, I mean,
style.
It's ironic because when he fought Canelo, he stood right in front of him. He wasn't running, quote unquote, like the casuals like the hey.
No, I mean, they're running. Now he's saying running. The casuals say running. I mean, that does exist, but Dirk he's protecting these guys that run.
And he didn't run against Canelo, whatever you want to call it. He stood right in front of him.
Casuals say running for being transparent. Wait, I'm confused here.
Speaking of casual,
right in front of Canelo, people like to overrate the highlights of when he did stand in front of him to pot shot him versus how he moved for most of the fight. Isn't the same thing?
That's the other thing. That's the other thing I wanted to bring up because people harp on in the build up to the last week's fights. People harp on running, and I think that's a mistake. And I've been trying to articulate that in the last couple of weeks that again the problem is not just running when it comes to stalling fights and breaking the rules. Running excessively, we can define it as 20 to 30 seconds at a clip without throwing a punch. Then the other problem is, because again, people say Haney ran against Ramirez, and he did, but that wasn't the only problem. The problem is he's dipping below the waist, which is illegal. And Haney has perfected that move against fellow Orthodox fighters. He'll be fighting fat boxing behind the jab, and then when the guy's pressure, he'll dip below the waist. So in other words, he's bending over to his right side. He'll allow his opponents to run into him, and then he'll clinch him. And that's what he was doing to Ramirez. People say, oh, Ramirez wasn't cutting the ring off. He actually was, because if you look at the fight, Haney spent most of it on the periphery of the ring. But the problem was that whenever Ramirez would punch, or at least half the time, Haney would bend below the waist and clinch. So there's three problems here that we need to address then. Running, bending below the waist, and clinching, all of which are illegal.
Floyd did none of that.
Yeah, can I just get straight to the point?
Hold on. He did do that. First of all, I'm telling you, he did do that against Canelo, by the way, and against Pacquiao numerous times. So I don't understand this whole thing. He didn't do that. Second of all, what I'm saying is people are harping on that in the build-up to these fights nowadays, and I think we need to stay consistent that it's three things that people need to watch out for. And I was rewatching the Brian Norman versus Quinton Randall, I believe his name, which was on the same night as Shakur Stevenson versus De Los Santos, by the way. What a horrible night for boxing fans. This dude, Quinton Randall, was clinching every 5 seconds, and he's been bending below the waist. So if they allowed Haney to do that against Brian Norman, it's going to be a long night for Norman indeed. So just wanted to throw that out.
I want to jump on and say this real quick to Dirk. He said that any version of Floyd would have beat Canelo. First of all,
any version.
Middleweight Canelo kills any version of Little Floyd. Okay. Middleweight when I fought Golovkin, but especially the second fight, he murked.
Did you hear him recognize? He said peak Pretty Boy Floyd at 135 washes Canelo. 135.
I didn't say that.
He wasn't even born.
I didn't say that. I think you have.
He wasn't even born.
I think you have a hearing problem. Hold on. Let me defend myself because this motherfucker put words in my mouth. I did not say that.
Canelo would have went to jail for assault of a little man.
Yep.
Canelo has never beat the shit out of any good fighter, so get the fuck out of here with that bullshit.
So let's go back to the point of the fact that we talked about. We're talking about experience based off of number of fights, which is where this whole narrative came from. That's where it started. And I said the same people that credit Floyd for beating Canelo with all the fights that he had, these same people, Dirk included, will dismiss the first 44 fights of Julio Cesar Chavez's career. And so they have a walking contradiction because they're trying to build up their fighter in Floyd Mayweather. That's the end of the discussion because there's nothing else to say.
I can even compare the two. Look at their resumes. Floyd fought way better.
The resume, yeah.
Right.
I need to read a super chat. Well, not super chat, a donation via the Buy Me a Coffee by Joshua Velasquez. Thank you for your support. He says Floyd weight drained him as well. Never faced Canelo since he deliberately never faced Canelo since he deliberately faced a drained version of him. But yeah, also a 152.
Do you see what Canelo would have predicted Chavez? Floyd would do the same, if not worse.
152 or 142 or which weight?
Easy work,
bro. Floyd would have never.
Did you say what Canelo would do to Chavez?
He would wash Chavez.
Floyd would have never fought Chavez.
No,
Floyd would have.
Yes, he would have.
No, he wouldn't have. Come on.
At 135, 150, whatever you want to do.
Yeah, I don't even count that.
And then on top of that,
I don't even count that.
Fuck around. He fuck around, drop Chavez. Maybe he might even stop.
When it came time to Chavez at 35 and everything off the air before anyway. I do believe there are witnesses that remember the night that we talked off air after and offlines, and you couldn't definitively talk about the different stages of Chavez's career. You couldn't get the weight classes straight. We've done this before. We can do it live now if you want to. But I already did it to you once. You don't know his career. You're going hindsight off of things that other people have said and highlights off of YouTube videos that other people have made. And so your presumption is based off of being a Floyd fan and not from actually really witnessing these guys, what they did in each weight class as they did it. And we know this because of your age and the things that you've said on air.
Floyd was at his best at 135.
No, he wasn't.
Wait, Dirk.
No. Let him say it. Let him say it.
135 was Floyd's worst weight class. That is a fact. And now we're going to go through it again.
Yo, Chief.
You're going to name different.
That's when he lost to Castillo.
I'm talking.
Bro,
you're going to
own
name
father said he lost to Castillo.
You're going to name. I'm going to keep saying so I get my words in. I'm going to keep talking until I'm done. Now, what I'm going to say is, you're going to name different fights.
Let Chief go in.
You're going to name different fights in Floyd's career. They're going to be in the wrong weight classes, just like it was that time we talked off air, unless you got box rec on in front of you, and you're going to be wrong again. But we can feel free to do this. 135 was Floyd's worst weight class. Fact. Your turn.
I was saying around that weight class, 130 to 135. That's the best.
Now you're talking two different weight classes. So 135. Perfect. Lightweight division, 135 was his worst weight class. Name me the outstanding performance he had there.
Let's see.
I'm waiting.
I think
crickets as usual.
The second fight with Castillo was a good performance.
He barely won that fight, but okay.
I wouldn't say barely. I think he won that fight pretty comfortably.
No, he won it. He clearly won it, but he won it 7 rounds to 5. That's 2 rounds. That's a clear win. That's not a great win, but okay. I'll what else? Because Chavez beat far better opponents at 135 in the brief time he was there than Floyd did. And if Castillo is his best win off of a rematch he had to have because he lost the first one, come on, let's face it. What else have you got for me at 135? At lightweight division, what do you have for me?
Philip Endo was a good performance.
Philip Endo had a knockout at 130 against a fighter with a losing record. Give me something else.
He really pulled out
Philip Endo that never was. Yeah, again, he had a great performance against a C-class fighter. Good job. Good job.
Where did he fight?
Great Floyd Mayweather's best performance at 135 was against a C-class fighter. Good job.
It's like if you ask Crawford, who elite have you beat? In Dongo?
Okay, so we noticed the fact that like 10 seconds have gone by and he hasn't named anything significant.
I mean, it's not even really who he fought at 135. It's just the type of fighter he was at those weight classes, bro.
He was terrible at 135.
He only had a couple fights at 135, but still.
So did Chavez, and he was dominant in every last one of them.
From 130 to 140, that's the best version of Floyd.
Chavez. So did Chavez.
Chavez at 135.
Listen, Chavez is a way more exciting fighter than little Floyd would ever been. Ever.
Excitement.
I don't make you a better fighter. I'm sorry, it don't work like that.
Recognize, as much as I love you, and you know that we're good buddies, that it has nothing to do with excitement. The fact that he was a animal at that weight, you couldn't outmaneuver him because it cut the ring off. You couldn't outmuscle him because he was too strong. You couldn't beat him up because he had, and there was nothing Floyd would be able to throw to keep Chavez off of him.
Listen, when he fought Castillo,
Floyd beating better fighters than Chavez.
He fought Castillo twice.
That's your opinion.
when he fought Castillo twice at 135, and he struggled in both fights. Now, the second fight, I give him that he won. What the fuck do you think? What do you think Castillo would have stood up to Chavez? You think he goes 12 rounds in 2 fights with Chavez? The answer is hell no.
Well, the better question is if a similar fighter and a bigger version of, but a less talented version of Chavez and Castillo can give Floyd that much trouble. What's the A game guy going to do against him in Floyd's worst weight class? That was the worst he performed in his career, was at 135. You can switch the narrative. Well, he only had a few fights. It doesn't matter. That was the worst he performed in all 5
Let's
fights.
not move that part of it.
In 5 fights, those 5 fights he had in his career at that weight were the worst performances he had in his career.
These Floyd fans act like Floyd wanted to go 12 rounds, like he could have knocked these dudes out whenever he wanted to. I mean, they stuck helium. Like they love this dude, bro. They think that he's Jesus. Like, bro, he was flawed. Roy Jones been saying it. Roy Jones been saying it for a long time.
Roy Jones got more flaws than Floyd.
Well, listen, whatever you want to say, he knocked dudes out. He gave dudes seizures.
Why do you care about that? We're talking about boxing. Everybody's not a knockout artist.
The early Floyd life from YouTube recognize. They like the whole story, the context, man.
If that's all you care about, you should love Deontay Wilder, and Usyk should be a bum.
I do like Deontay Wilder. I just thought I actually like Deontay Wilder a lot in terms of the way he fights. I just didn't see what other people saw. I saw the tremendous flaws in him, but as a boxing fan, I appreciated him because he was kill or be killed. What's not to appreciate? That's warrior instinct. I love it how these dudes.
Floyd was like that too with the lower weight classes.
No, he was.
No, he was not.
He was not.
He was not.
Oh, come on.
Guys,
Can we just quickly interject here? Super chat. Skulky, thank you for your super chat. He says Floyd ran, hugged, and clinched versus Pacquiao and lost. All right. Yeah, that fight was terrible. That should have been a draw.
Floyd's still living rent free in these motherfuckers' heads, bro. It's amazing, especially cheap.
All right, so when they bring it up, it's not rent free, but when the panel brings it up, it's
But he doesn't
rent-free.
understand. We bring up Floyd when we talk about how bad he was, like how for the sport of boxing.
Nah, bro, y'all love Floyd secretly. He's been retired for I don't know how long.
Why would I love about Floyd? What would we love about Floyd? I would like to know what the hell would we love about Floyd Mayweather, because there's really nothing. I mean, the guy was, especially at welterweight, he was boring as fuck.
He brought him up. And he'll tell you,
Pacquiao's fight.
Need I remind everyone that this still has nothing to do? Need I remind everyone that this still has nothing to do with the way people like Dirk flip the script when it comes time to all these fights Canelo had? This is the narrative that this has been on for an hour that we keep changing away from. All these fights Canelo had to make it a valid win for Floyd, but then they turn around and they dismiss the same amount of fights for Chavez. It's because they don't have an argument. And when you bring things up to try and counter it, like I've done to Dirk this whole time, he keeps changing the narrative and the story every time to try and take away from the fact he does not have anything to bring against that contradiction in their argument. He's got nothing, as usual.
You're trying to compare Chavez and Floyd's resume. Chavez does not have a better.
Wasn't comparing Chavez and Floyd's resumes. That's the thing. We are.
You're saying that if we give Floyd credit, why can't we give Chavez credit for his 89-0 record or something like that? Right?
No. Well, first of all, we're not even talking about Floyd. We're talking about Canelo.
You the one that brought up Floyd.
Chief, let's go back to what
we no.
You bring up Floyd every time we get on here. Like I feel like you're some weird obsession with him.
Dirk, I'm going to speak clear English, and I want you to say whether you can understand what I'm talking about right now. The narrative at the time was the fact that people bring up all the fights that Canelo had versus Floyd. That's the only part Floyd has to do with this conversation. That's it. It's about Canelo's resume and how Floyd fans like yourself will say he had all this experience, Canelo did, with all these fights. But then in the same breath, fans like you will turn around and dismiss the first 44 fights of Chavez's record. You can't have it both ways. You can't have it both ways. You can't say that Chavez's record is going to be overrated based off of all those cool cab drivers he fought at the beginning of his career and then praise Floyd's win over Canelo for having this big glossy record. You can't have it both ways. It's consistent one way or the other. And hold on, I'm not done. You are not consistent with that, and you can't admit it. That's the point. And I expose you with it every time you, Dirk, are the one that brings up Floyd. All I'm doing is calling out your hypocrisy, the fact that you're a fan guy that doesn't look at everything, and you sit there and turn around. And when I expose the fact that you contradict yourself and you can't keep yourself straight, you change the narrative.
Right now. I'm going to expose Dirk right now. Dirk, just give me your answer. Give me your answer. What's a better version? The Canelo that fought Floyd Mayweather, or the Canelo who fought Triple G, especially the second fight? Who's better?
Canelo that fought Triple G, the second fight.
All right, at least you're being honest this time. I'll give you that.
Okay.
That version loses to Floyd as well.
Well, he wants to argue that Canelo was young, experienced enough to compete with Floyd. We're telling him, no, he wasn't.
Bro, some of the same weaknesses that Canelo has, Bivol took advantage of it. The same thing that Floyd was doing to Canelo, a lot of those things Bivol was doing as well. So it's
not really. No,
flaws are still there.
Like what? Like what? You're just throwing shit around. See if it sticks.
For one,
no, it's
for one,
yeah.
Little boy,
for one,
no,
when Canelo reached that.
Go ahead.
You cannot compare.
He wants
can't
to compare
Little Floyd.
He wants to compare Floyd with Bivol. I'm interested in why, so he's gonna answer.
That's insane, bro. That's insane.
Not even the same style.
How is that insane? Well, let me guess. You thought Bivol beat Canelo because of size?
No, I mean, are you kidding me? This guy has boxing skills. Bivol has demonstrated his boxing skills when he fought
Floyd doesn't have boxing skills.
Hold on, undisputed and bigger and bigger and better than Floyd. He's better than Floyd.
So it is
He's
size.
better.
Okay,
Like guys,
Floyd Mayweather.
Okay, now
have
this
you
is what I'm
seen?
trying to get at.
I've never seen Bivol. He's better than Floyd. I've never seen him fucking hogging, trying to get in when he's in a bad situation.
Oh, you're an idiot.
Yeah, he definitely is better.
I'm making a video.
Floyd,
This is why
I'm gonna go on record saying Floyd Mayweather.
I don't care what you're going on record saying.
You don't even watch my videos. You should watch the video. I just made a video and I showed some clips about how Canelo's getting criticized for not knocking out.
Yeah, we heard that weak ass video with the weird AI voice.
Yeah, but that's a better voice than
I watched that weak ass video with the AI voice. I did watch it.
And then in the video, I clearly show like Floyd how he's hogging Robert Guerrero. I mean, he's not even like he's hogging a Bivol type of level fighter. No, Robert Guerrero, who was also moving up in weight. This guy was fighting at 126 at one point, then 130, 135, 140, 147. And Floyd had to literally clinch this guy multiple times. He was on the ropes, and then he starts clinching him. Why is he doing that? Because he's not as good as you think he is. Why would you need to clinch like that? That's pathetic. That's disgusting. And
all you have to know is this.
Yeah.
All you have to know is this, Bucho. The fighters that Canelo fought going up in weight, Triple G, Bivol, guys like that, Kovalev, Little Floyd would never even think about going.
He'd be clinching. If he did ever fight a guy like Bivol, like Beterbiev, he would be clinching all the fucking way, all the way to the fucking 12th round.
I'll tell you this: I don't think he'd be able to clinch against Triple G.
And on this channel, he's known as Little Floyd. We will always call him Little Floyd, Little Boy Floyd.
No. And Floyd,
like a hater, bro.
What do you think about the clinching, Dirk? What do you think, Dirk? What do you think about the clinching that we're talking about? Do you want to address that?
I mean, clinching is part of boxing, like it or not.
There you go.
It's not. No, it's not.
No, there we have it. What else can he say? What else can he say? Right?
What?
It's part of boxing.
What?
That's what you have to say. Clinching is not part of boxing. Clinching is illegal. And if you do it on a consistent basis, you are supposed to be taking points off.
If it's excessive clinching, yes.
Like that. That's
Yeah,
what
low blows is a part of boxing, dude.
Guess what, Dirk? He always had, or for the most part, he had Kenny Bayless in his corner, and he always fought in Las Vegas. Do you think that's a bit fishy? That he always had the same fucking referee, Kenny Bayless?
Another question. When was the last time you ever saw Canelo clinch? When?
Yeah.
When did you ever see him clinch? Never.
When's the last time you saw who clinch?
Those are real skills.
Yeah.
No, wait. No, ask the question again. I couldn't hear.
When did you ever see Canelo clinch?
I don't think I've ever seen Canelo clinch, but that's Canelo's got.
Because he got
no. Sometimes you need to clinch. Like if you're a boxer type, sometimes you do need to. We see a lot of these young fighters. They get hurt. And
No, you don't.
Hold on, let me finish.
You know, taking a knee is also part of boxing. Just so you know.
Look, if you're a trainer, and your fighter gets hurt, there's nothing wrong with clinching to get your head.
All right. Hold on.
What are you going?
Hold on. Dirk, you're absolutely right? Okay, let's say that. Let's say somebody's hurt and they're trying to clinch. Now, not everybody does it, but some do. But are you telling me Floyd was hurt multiple times that he had to clinch? No, he wasn't.
There's different ways of using the clinch. Sometimes you can do it to reset your opponent and to get back in the middle of the ring.
Yeah, sure. If you're a bad boxer, or if
maybe you get caught in the corner, or on the ropes, and you. I'm just saying, sometimes some guys don't know how to fight out of
some guys know how to fight out. Dirk, exactly. Some guys do know how to fight out. Some guys knew how to fight out. Floyd, for a lot of times, he said, fuck that, I'm just going to clinch. I'm going to take the easy route and hope that the referee doesn't take any points off. But of course, the referee wasn't going to do anything because they were on Floyd's side.
I mean, Shakur shit did more clinching the other day, but, you guys weren't going to give him credit for it regardless.
No, he didn't.
He didn't, but you motherfuckers like you are still hating. So what difference does it make?
We're talking about Floyd. You want to change the topic? We're talking about clinching.
I'm just saying, the point of me saying that is people are gonna hate regardless. So who gives a fuck?
No. We're talking about the clinching. You're saying like it didn't happen, and then you try to justify it, and now you want to talk about Shakur. Like, stay on topic. Rafael Garza, thank you for your super chat. I'll give you the word. Dirk, I'll give you the word. Just let me read the super chat. Rafael Garza, thank you for your super chat. He says, the Afro-Americana is jealous of Oscar De La Hoya because Oscar De La Hoya promoted Little Floyd, and if it wasn't for Golden Boy's blessing, La Raza wouldn't have paid for pay-per-view. Hey, we did buy a lot of pay-per-views. That's a fact.
Go ahead. La Raza is mad because Floyd ran through all their fighters for 20-plus years. That's why La Raza.
Robert Guerrero was our fighter. Go ahead.
Floyd
whatever. The nigga's still Mexican.
In an illegal manner that if it wasn't Floyd, he would have been disqualified. If it was any other fighter, you know how many losses that guy... Oh yeah, let me say. You know how many losses that guy would have had if he wasn't Floyd Mayweather? A lot.
By the way, I don't want to put
shit. That shit gets you disqualified if you're any other fighter.
By the way, I don't want to put all Mexicans in the same boat because not all of them are like that. But Floyd's biggest haters are definitely Mexican, bro.
Yeah, but Floyd,
the people who bought the most pay-per-views were probably Mexicans, so he has to thank Mexicans for actually buying his fucking fights, man.
Yeah, you gotta thank the Mexicans. Yeah, well,
you make it seem he wasn't fighting near Cinco de Mayo weekend. Like, come on now.
That dude was wrestling with.
They would never let that shit go.
Come on now, Derpy.
He
ran through all your fighters.
Martin Luther King's Day. I'll tell you that.
He ran through all your fighters and you're mad.
This guy
because Madonna's Mexican, right?
This guy wrestled Hatton for 10 fucking rounds. Come on, man. The dude's a bum.
And he knocked his ass out too. Don't leave that
he did
part
not
out.
Dude fell down from fucking. He was exhausted from wrestling this much bigger man. That shit was disgusting. And if that wasn't Floyd, he would have been DQ'd just like that. But bro, what was 100 clinches? Shit's disgusting. That's not anymore.
That's why he turned his butt to Joe Cortez and said, go ahead and bang, stick the poker up.
The thing is, when you really look at it, did this motherfucker beat anybody with boxing? Because you got to keep in mind, he had the reach and the speed. And so what do you do? He would punch you, pot shot, and grab you. That's not a boxing match. A boxing match is actually slipping shots and staying in the pocket. It isn't punch and grabbing, because when you grab, you actually cut off a boxing competition. It is no longer a boxing competition because you've now taken your opponent, you've grabbed him physically in order to prevent a competition. And this is what this guy did the whole fight. That's just a form of stalling, and it should be outlawed from the sport. And it really is.
Wait, so you're saying he was using Muay Thai in boxing?
He never actually boxed.
Oh my God, that joke is so old. I understand why.
It's not even a joke, though, Chief. That's what you're not understanding.
What they're not understanding is that he literally cut off any.
Canelo.
It was not a boxing competition. He would just punch and grab. So his opponent his opponent
this dude is trying to lecture us about boxing. He's a Ryan Garcia.
You don't know the rules.
Get out of here, bro.
You're over here building up Floyd Mayweather, a bitch that if it wasn't Floyd with your anointed one.
Yeah, get out of your feelings.
You had the mob all in his pockets, and they're going to let him break the rules all day long. But I've seen many fighters get disqualified for doing what that bitch did, fight after fight after fight after fight.
You done, bro? You see how Floyd gets these grown ass men in their fillers.
Building up a bit.
Hey guys, I gotta bounce. I'm gonna leave this shit running.
That's hilarious.
Later. Anyways, you guys take care of us.
That guy was never a great boxer. He was a piece of shit.
Okay.
That
piece of shit beat the shit out of Canelo, bro. It was easy work.
He succeeded in damaging.
Beating the shit out of a fighter. If you call that beating the shit out of a fighter, you clearly don't know boxing.
How many
Well,
rounds?
he definitely put him
How many
far,
rounds
man.
is this motherfucker
Just
up?
Paul
on the
low key
roster?
put up a better fight. Conor
You know-
McGregor put up a better fight than Canelo did.
You
Being
know what's
honest.
crazy?
That's you sucking on air right there. They're like, no, he did it. First of all,
He
even
really
if he
did,
did,
bro. Conor McGregor put up a better fight.
even if he did, that speaks to how bad Floyd is.
That speaks to how bad Canelo is, or overrated.
No,
The dude,
no.
how's dude? You know what?
Y'all keep bringing up his age. He's
You
truly
know,
a great
Lara.
fighter.
Let me tell you this. Do you
Great
think
fighters don't get
Floyd-
washed.
you think Floyd would have beat Lara? I'll tell you this: he wouldn't have a shot in hell of beating that guy.
If you're an all-time great fighter, I don't care what fighter you're fighting. You're not gonna get dominated like the way
All right,
Floyd dominated
would
Canelo.
Floyd beat Lara? Would he beat Lara? You know,
Why would he fight Lara? That dude was like at 160.
No, he was at 154, and Floyd decided.
He avoided Lara. He avoided Lara.
He decided not to fight. He fought the green, the very green.
Yeah, he would beat Lara, bro.
Lara.
He
No,
ducked
because he
Lara.
knows,
All
he
this
knows
shit
Lara
is
would have
Ducked Lara.
fucked him up.
When that was
No, he
how old
Floyd
was
ducked Lara.
Like
Floyd ducked
12 years old?
Sergio Martinez, both at 154.
Everybody.
He was there.
He ducked Lara to fight the guy that beat Lara. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Canelo didn't even fight
No,
Lara.
styles make fights, Dirk.
Hold on,
did
dude.
fight Lara.
When did he?
That's what I'm talking about.
He didn't fight Lara yet.
FUTV. Let me. All right, well, you just said what I was going to try and expose Dirk with, the fact that I guarantee you he didn't know that Canelo fought Lara after he fought Floyd.
I didn't say that. I didn't even imply that. I'm saying
I was going to make you walk into that,
and you're not gonna make me walk into that. I already knew that. And I'm saying that
You know,
I didn't
that's
duck
not what
somebody.
you just said. You just said he beat the guy.
Everything is in hindsight now, so who gives a fuck?
He couldn't clinch Lara to death. He would walk up.
My point is the fact that before I can actually make a point, FUTV threw it out there. You would have walked into that, Dirk. You would have walked right into that.
No, I wasn't gonna walk into that because he already beat.
You just said it contrary.
Beat Lara, so in hindsight,
He walked smooth into that with counter right hand.
Let me ask Dirk a question. I want to ask Dirk.
Jump right to Lara's left hand. Right to it.
Let me ask Dirk a question. When the WBA finally stripped Floyd Mayweather of the WBA junior middleweight title, who got elevated champ?
I don't remember that.
Lara, because he was ducking him full.
Yeah.
Lara.
Okay, but I'm saying that Floyd ended up beating the guy that beat Lara, so who cares?
Cherry picking bitch. That's what he is.
It's kind of crazy.
You know what's
it's kind
funny?
of crazy,
If
Dirk,
Floyd
how
would've
these
fought
people
Lara
who
and
aren't
not
Floyd
fought
fighters.
Canelo,
Cherry picking pussy. That's what he was.
You know what's funny? If Floyd would end up fighting Lara instead of Canelo, years later, you would have been saying, "Well, he never fought Canelo."
Just like he ducked Amir Khan as well because he was too fast. He likes slow plotters.
Especially now in hindsight, we know Canelo's a better fighter than Lara. So
Hold on. FUTV said. Hold on. FUTV. Hold on.
Yeah, exactly.
You know that Lara said he never respected Floyd? You know that Lara said, that's the one boxer I can never forget. I can never.
Who gives a fuck? Who cares what Lara thinks?
I'm just saying he's a professional boxer. And you bitches love to bring him up that he would have beat Triple G.
That's like Harold Miner saying I don't respect Michael Jordan. Who cares?
Grab Triple G.
Hold on. I got to throw this out there. FUTV brought up a very good point in the fact that Floyd himself said that he went out of his way to handpick fighters that had a certain style that matched his. So he didn't like to fight boxers. He ducked people like Sergio Martinez, who was ranked #1 for the WBC belt that Floyd beat Oscar for, and then he gave it up instead of facing him. And he also ducked Lara, who was another good boxer. Let me add in the fact he ducked Stevie Johnston and Paul Spadafora, all good boxers. Why? Because he admitted himself.
He beat better fighters than Spadafora.
What's that?
He beat better fighters than Spadafora.
That's not even the point. He ducked Spadafora. That is the point. He ducked
Can't fight everybody. Name me a fighter that fought everybody.
On top of that,
Duran.
you're trying to say that Philip Lindau was a better fighter than Paul
Duran,
Spadafora.
he fought everybody.
That's a dumb.
This guy.
You're saying. Wait a minute, I gotta get this out there. So you're saying Philip Lindau was a better fighter than Paul Spadafora.
I mean, that's not the only people Floyd fought.
You're saying that Victor Sosa is a better fighter than Paul Spadafora.
No, but Miguel Cotto is.
That wasn't at 135.
Yeah, you
go back.
We're not talking about. I'm talking about in his whole resume completely. He's fought better fighters than those guys.
He avoided fighters that would give him trouble. Paul Spadafora would have made him look ordinary. Even if he would have
Canelo ducked Charlo, I can use that same narrative if I want to.
Canelo fought Lara, the guy that Floyd ducked. The guy Floyd ducked.
And he beat him.
And also, I think Austin
And
Trout
he beat him, and then who beat Canelo? Oh,
Dude,
yeah,
Trout
okay.
would've wiped
Thank
the
you.
floor with Floyd Mayweather. What's he gonna do to that guy? He's got that.
He couldn't even wipe the floor with the guy that Floyd washed. So how is he going to beat Floyd?
He was always a.
I'm kind of watching the fight right now, and I've already got.
Washed Canelo in the same round. It was
Ricky
easy.
Hatton for round.
I'm watching this fight that you're talking about washing right now. And I've already got 6 clinches in the first round.
It's a B minus. That's a B level fighter. Dude, Floyd's B level. B level.
Canelo's a B level. If Floyd was a B level,
he'll always be B level.
Your lack of boxing IQ is bad. How would you?
He's B level with fast hands.
Lara, how would you know he would wash Lara? How do you know that?
No, I didn't say that. I said that Floyd and beat the guy that beat Lara. So at the end of the day, who cares?
He beat, and you just exclude the part where this guy was dehydrated, right? You just forget about that.
Yeah, that wasn't an excuse, bro.
That's
like Canelo.
That's a fact. That's on record.
Like Canelo didn't use his own special weight at 155.
Why are you excluding all the things this guy did to multiple fighters? Why are you going to bring up Canelo? Oh, well, he did the same thing Floyd did. All right, then they're both.
Hey, FUTV. Let's not forget what he did to get on the map to begin with, and what he did to Corrales.
Oh yeah, dehydrated to death. This motherfucker did this for years.
Yeah,
for years he did that. He was a pioneer of that.
Here's the biggest part, but here's the biggest part against all that.
Fighters' gloves. He picked their gloves.
I need to emphasize this part. Here's the part that people like don't understand because they forget this part. Floyd always says, "I beat the best when they were at their best," and we clearly know that's not the case. And we've pointed it out many times over, including right now when we point out the fact he weight drained his 2 biggest fights to date at that point of his career.
Yeah, and he aged Manny out. Fucking 37 years old. It's pathetic. This guy was trying to fight Manny Pacquiao for 8 years. The dude just chased him for 8 years.
He waited till Manny Pacquiao got knocked out by Marquez after all those fights that they had, and then said, "I'll give him another 2 more years." And then
remember all the excuses? He went on and on about blood tests, and then this and that. And then in the end, he's like, "Oh, no, he works with Bob Arum. I don't work with Bob Arum." This shit was so disgusting.
Yeah, all those excuses all came. I had this conversation before. Every excuse that came from the fight not happening sooner came from Mayweather's camp.
But you know something? You want to know something, Chief? We don't have to go no further than take Floyd's word for it. Roy said, "I'm a rich coward." He said it.
I'm a coward.
Yeah, he said he's a rich coward. And so I always go by. I don't care what somebody like Dirk has to say.
You could go by what his dad
said.
Remember what his dad said? He says, "I'm afraid for my son's life if he fights that little man." That's what he said. And then he fought him 7 years after he said that.
You forgot what he said. Oh, I think my son lost to Castillo. I don't think the judges saw it right. You forgot about that?
I don't remember that. I remember him saying that he thought that against De La Hoya. I don't remember it against Castillo. I'm not saying
against
you're wrong.
Castillo and against De La Hoya, he said the exact same thing. He's like, I don't think the judge saw it right.
He clearly said that he thought Oscar won that fight. His own dad thought he lost.
He did. Yeah. He did. Yeah. For sure he lost.
Something well, I to be honest with you, I don't think it was a robbery. I don't think Floyd looked good, but I don't think Oscar looked good. But it clearly showed.
Dude, they changed the rules of the sport. You're not supposed to be laying your back up on the fucking ropes round after round after round. That means you're not allowed to. That means the man that's hitting you gets the benefit of being the ring general. This fucking guy, he does shoulder rolls in the corner. They give him the damn round. It's like, what is this bullshit? Like, remember the Maidana fight? Not only was Maidana the ring general, but he was landing the majority of the punches. And they give this fuck the fight. People want to say this guy's great. Maidana's a B fighter at best. And this guy, what? And he struggled with him? He didn't just struggle. He lost. Then they have a rematch. And he have a rematch. This motherfucker clinches him like 80 times. If that was any other fighter, DQ right there.
So, well, and then I do like to put. Go ahead. Finish your point. I'm sorry.
No, what I'm saying is to say that guy's great is fucking ridiculous. If he was great, he wouldn't need to do that. Also, these guys doing this punch and grab shit, you got to really think they're not even allowing a contest to take place. This is the sport of boxing. How could you actually have a fair leveled fight, like an actual boxing competition, if anytime your opponent comes in for exchanges, you grab his ass? I mean, not his ass, but you know what I mean.
Yeah. You use the word ass figuratively. I get that.
Yeah. He grabs him up and doesn't allow him to throw punches. So it's not even a boxing competition. It's just a boop, he hits you and grabs you. So it's bullshit.
Which is why Maidana was throwing punches from the outside so much to try and cut the distance before Floyd could grab him, which he didn't do in the rematch. And people need to remember, you pointed out he was a beef fighter. There's something else that people forget. He was a hot and cold fighter. He would win a fight big and then crap the bed the next. And so the fact that Floyd, he beat him in the rematch. Guess what? He was overdue for a cold performance. He was hot by doing Broner and Mayweather in concession, which is rarely what he did. He usually looked good and lost, or looked good and looked bad, even if he didn't lose. So the fact that he was able to be hot twice and against Broner, basically just exposed Broner, and then perform well above average against Floyd was actually an anomaly because he never did that in his title career before. And the fact that Floyd struggled so much with him.
He struggled with everybody. Anybody with some footwork, that style is trash. I've pointed it out before. It's a defense first style. It doesn't work. Not for a high output fighter eats those guys up easy. That's why.
Which is why he should have lost to Castillo. That's why he should have lost to Maidana, because these guys outworked him.
Yep,
they outworked him.
Because in a lot of ways, they can't really fight on the inside. They don't sit well. They're very coward. They're cowards. That's why they're
coward or not. I'm not going to talk about but I've said this to Dirk before, and he challenged me on it. But you're backing me up on my point. He doesn't have an inside game because that stance doesn't allow him to have one.
Who doesn't have an inside game?
He's not
a punch first fighter.
If you don't think Floyd has an inside game, you really don't know shit about boxing.
You could always.
You tell me I don't know shit about boxing. It's kind of ironic. The guy that coined the phrase actually tell me that I did.
Dude.
And it's the same people on here that would tell me that Shakur doesn't have one. He just proved he has an inside game as well.
What are you talking about? He got his ass whooped. He lost that fight very clearly.
No, he didn't.
It was a total robbery.
You're a child. You base your even people who hate Shakur know he won that.
No, he didn't. No, he did not win that. Learn the rules. Learn how to score a fight.
The guy didn't want get the fuck out of here, bro. He lost.
This motherfucker's sitting up on the ropes all fight long. Oh, you won? Oh well, what a shoulder roll! Wow. He
actually made that fight. Shakur made that fight a lot harder than it should be by fighting as a haters fight. Still beat him.
You got trapped. You got brainwashed. That's what you got.
Okay, so
first it was own style. Like, that's
4-1 by a landslide, and now it's he made the fight more difficult than it needed to be. Which one is it?
I want to know Dirk's examples.
He didn't move. He didn't really box. He just stood there and banged with him.
He got beat up because the guy who was fighting was faster than him, better than him, had a much better jab. His jab was light years ahead of Shakur's. That dude was getting pieced up with that jab. That shit was pumping in his face and his stomach. What the fuck
this is the guy that told me that Ryan Garcia beats everybody at 140 and 147.
You Ryan Garcia, but I'll tell you this: when Ryan Garcia is on point, he'll knock out your buddy Shakur there. He'll lay him out. He's nothing special.
Won't.
And that kid's is a left hook.
Shakur will play with that dude. That's easy. Long.
He eats left hooks.
I want to rewind on Dirk's. I want Dirk's examples of what kind of great inside game Floyd showed throughout his career.
What kind? I mean,
I want examples. I want examples. So you're the one that knows more about him than I do, and I'm the one that doesn't know shit about boxing, according to you.
Can I have
examples of his inside game?
Do you want me to give you certain fights, or do you want me to?
They got a fetish for shoulder rolls. They see a fucking shoulder roll, the guy wins the round. As soon as he does that posture, oh my God, he's winning. He's Floyd Mayweather. He's up on the ropes, getting pounded on. He's winning. It's like, dude, learn the rules. You don't even know the rules.
Do you want me to give you a certain fight, or just like what he does on the inside?
Yes.
Can I help, Derby? Both.
No, you don't know shit about boxing. We don't need your help.
I mean, if you think Shakur is a great fighter, then you don't know shit about boxing. Really. That guy ain't
can I help him, Chief? Can I help him?
He's a B-level bum. That's what he is.
You're going to clearly
C+ level bum.
You think all the melanated fighters are
Z-level hand. And he's on PD. And he's still
on PD. He sucks. Okay.
Oh, they're talking about him fighting Conor Benn. How the fuck did he do that? He's going from lightweight all the way up to fighting a guy who's over 154 pounds.
He's going to only fight Conor Benn if he could drain him. He ain't fighting a healthy Conor Benn.
But he's still going all the way up to fight a guy.
No, they're not going to drain him. They're going to be. It's going to be at 147 if it does happen.
Yeah, so he don't find this suspicious that this motherfucker can make lightweight and in a couple of months he can jump right up to welterweight that easily, right? He's not on PDs, right? But if it's any other fighter, it's Floyd Mayweather. How did he go up so quickly?
He's all natural. That's all that is. He's just natural, man.
No, see, Fight TV, FUTV. I'm sorry,
what
you
would
got something
PD
mixed
really
up.
do for him anyways?
They would totally admit the fact that it was Floyd being all natural and everything else like that. It's Manny the one that would be guilty of PEDs by making a jump like that. But Floyd can do it, and it's no problem.
Yeah,
Floyd can be 106 pounds at 16. Floyd can be 106 pounds at 16 years old and go all the way up to literally put on weights to fight in the 150s. And no questions asked. Manny can be 106 at 16 years old and go up and not even hit 150 pounds, and he's on steroids. Manny never even hit the 150 pound mark.
I mean, they never say this motherfucker's on juice, but yeah, he goes up. He fluctuates from welterweight, and then he jumps up to fucking, what was it, 154? And then he's bigger than Cotto out of nowhere. His delts just grew within a couple of weeks. They get all his body.
Voice is waking up from all the steroids.
Remember what
Yo, Chief asked Derpy a question. What's Floyd's inside game? He still hasn't answered.
Thank you.
It's hard to answer.
I know you want to join and help with the
easily answer that for him.
I tried to, but this motherfucker for TV.
Dirk, if Floyd never cheated, why did he need a TUE against Manny Pacquiao?
God damn, bro. So how many? Which one you want me to answer, bro? You want me to answer the inside game? You want me to answer the main?
Answer that one.
Start with the inside game. That was the first question.
Okay. Now, with the inside, did you say you wanted a specific fight where he displayed an inside game, or just what he does on the inside?
My answer to that was yes. My answer to that was yes. I want you to break it down.
Okay. So, Floyd, as far as the inside game, knows how to frame. A lot of fighters don't know how to do that on the inside.
That's a foul. Okay.
Frame is supposed to be
no, it's not a foul. You have to frame in order.
It's not legal. It's not legal.
It's okay to frame in order to get leverage on your opponent so you can get your shit off. That's not a foul.
Frame is the foul. Frame is the foul. But go ahead.
No, it's not.
It is, and you're wrong again. But it's okay. Keep going, because now you're only digging yourself a deeper hole of how he doesn't have an inside game. So keep going.
He knows how to manipulate the guard.
Manipulate the guard. What the hell does that even mean?
What does that even mean?
Manipulate the guard. So, like, if you're in a high guard, Floyd knows how to get around that, like with his punches.
Okay, you can do that from the outside. So
every boxer.
That's an outside game. That's an outside game.
No, every boxer does not know how to do that. That's not true. A lot of them don't know how to do that.
Slip a punch to your guard. They all. That's every boxer does that.
Yeah, it's like
that's still an outside. That's still an outside game. That's still an outside game. So what does he do on the inside? Throwing around the guard, you're throwing from the out. Literally speaking, you're throwing around their guard, which literally means the outside. So we're saying inside game. What does he do? Throwing around the guard is actually an outside game. I'm still waiting for an example. So he frames, which is cheating, and then he throws around the guard, which is outside. So keep going.
Alrighty.
We're all waiting on you.
Me, I'm here. So again, framing and pinning. So like when you pin your opponent, like as far as their hands or their arms, that's also a form of inside game. So you basically you're able to punch them and they can't punch you back. So to me, that's framing and pinning. Floyd was a master of doing that. That's an inside game.
Sounds like wrestling to me.
I mean,
I'm also wondering, he's not doing this from the inside. So where's he doing it?
Yes, he is.
He does not. He does not pin anything from the inside.
You can literally pin your opponent on the inside, and so that way they're not able to.
But Floyd doesn't do that. So back to what he does. Who did he do it against?
Go back and watch his fight with Corley. He does do that.
All right, I'll bore myself through that one again.
Okay.
Durfee finally
and also on top of that, his defense in the pocket is elite. Like you really can't touch Floyd in the pocket. It's not.
Floyd would
unless you're Maidana Castillo or De La Hoya.
Yeah, he would never like stand right on the pocket and roll shots and come right back. He wasn't slipping and hitting. Every year he would do a slip counter and throw one right hand, and they'd be like, "Oh my god!" That's all the guy would do, and then he'd run away, hit you with a.
Floyd was a master of control in the pocket, and yes, it's okay to use shoulders.
What are you talking about? He's a master. No, he wasn't.
Shoulders.
Well, hold on. Let him explain what he means.
Using your shoulders, forearms, and even the opponent's head in order to control them to put him in a position where you want him to
control your opponent's head.
Hey, can you shut the fuck up for 1 second, bro?
Just let him answer, please. Let him answer. I want to hear.
God damn, bro, you're like a child. You just don't stop, do you?
Well, I mean, he's pointing out the fact that you're wrong about a lot of this stuff, which you are, but I still want you to finish first.
Really, inside fighting. I'm not going to try to be too technical to make it. Really, inside fighting, bro, is controlling your opponent's arms so you can get your shit off and they can't. That's basically it. It's basically a battle.
A certain level of reach, though. It's almost shoulder
positioning.
But it's almost shoulder to shoulder.
But it's a battle positioning, and Floyd was good at that.
If there's distance between you, and Floyd's doing these things at a range that the other opponent can't do the same thing to him, that's literally not an inside game. That's literally not
an inside game. And if you don't think Floyd has an inside game, I don't know what to tell you, bro. That's like saying Michael Jordan doesn't have a mid-range game. Like, that's insane.
But the examples you're giving, all right, look, I don't know how to try and picture the best you can. If my arms are accordioned in like Corte used to do, right? And Floyd has got his arms extended and he's doing all these things that you're saying at a range, distance between the fighters, and they're not in. Basically, inside game is fighting toe-to-toe. That's literally what it means. That's not an interpretation. That's not my opinion. That's factually what it is. And Floyd didn't do that.
Yes, he did. Especially the lower weight class.
Against who?
Wait, Chief.
Lower weight classes, he did do that.
What you're describing is defensive inside quality. You're not describing anything offensive.
He didn't fight shoulder to shoulder. He did not fight shoulder to shoulder against Corley. He did not.
Yes, he did.
Dude, he's got an inside game. Why is he clinching the fuck out of hand?
He's describing defensive inside qualities. He's not describing anything offensive ever.
He's got a wrestling.
I actually did describe. I think you were listening. I did describe it offensive.
What offensive thing have you described?
I told you it's about control. So look, controlling your opponent on the inside so you can get your shit off. Basically, like that's it.
That doesn't make any sense.
He's not doing it in a Durant way because Durant used to frame off your shoulders. Are you saying that he used to be like Durant?
Yeah, Durant had a good inside game too. So
probably the best of all time.
All Floyd got to do is slip one shot off the shoulder and come back with a right hand. He won the fucking round. That's how that.
I mean, that's because you obviously only watch Money Mayweather.
His fights were bullshit. All that.
He's right about that. He's right about that. Roberto Duran did have a good inside game too, like
Chad. Great inside game.
Not Shakur.
Yeah, but some of his technique was illegal.
Shabor.
No, if you're comparing Shakur to Duran, that's not even fair. But if you compare it to his peers, he's got a way better inside game than those guys.
Okay, so let's go back to
Austin's going to lay him out.
What he said about Duran having an inside game.
Like, for example, your boy Ryan Garcia, Food TV, he has no inside game whatsoever. His skill level is minimal.
He beat Boots. I heard he beat Boots actually in amateurs. Don't you think Boots?
Well, I mean, that's not, for one, that's not even true. But either way, that doesn't matter because he wouldn't beat him in the pros.
I mean, I don't know what's your obsession with Ryan Garcia. Look, if Ryan Garcia's on point,
because you keep telling me how good. Because you're always on here trying to tell us about boxing, but you think Ryan Garcia is good. So how are we supposed to take you seriously?
Wait, Derek, look. You told me that Shakur is a great boxer, right? You know, one of the things a great boxer has is a jab. Who was getting fucked up on Saturday with a jab? Was it Zepeda or Shakur? Which one?
Well, Zepeda got outlanded with the jab, so you tell me.
Are you kidding? What jab did Shakur have?
Yeah. Matter of fact, if one guy throws way more punches than me and I still outland him, that's a sign I'm a great boxer.
Dude, this guy got chin checked with a jab that almost laid him out right there with a jab. He has a better jab than Zepeda. No, he doesn't. He got a guard. He got a ba-doink. That's his jab right there. Ba-doink. It's nothing. It's not even a jab.
You wanted Zepeda to win. You probably lost a lot of money, but it's okay, bro. You'll live.
No, because what you're doing is you don't know how to score fights. You don't know how to score fights. Bro. The dude lost. Your boy lost.
How much money you lose on that fight?
Your boy lost. You got brainwashed. You got to stop being drunk when you watch fights. Stay sober when you watch them.
He's mad.
Or whatever you took before you watch that shit.
You and that one dude on YouTube. What's his name? Precise.
What he did is he put on that slow jam. He's like listening to R&B, watching Shakur do shoulder rolls. He's like, baby, you. He's playing some Boys to Men music while he's watching Shakur do shoulder rolls up in the corner, getting his ass whooped. No, he landed a slap. He's winning. He's winning. Shakur, you're winning, even though you're stuck on the ropes and getting beat up. That was Dirk. That's my impersonation of Dirk.
It was a great performance, man.
It was a great performance for Zepeda, the guy with the superior boxing skills and jab. But he got some shoulder rolls. I'll give him that shit. He got a shoulder roll in half. This is all these people saw. They're like, amazing defense. But he can't box. The motherfucker can't box. You got your opponent stuck up on the ropes and you can't fucking box. Because you got the other guy was the ring general, not Shakur.
I mean, he's making a miss on the ropes.
I don't care. That doesn't matter. That's not scored.
Right, you're not really landing anything on the rope, so who cares? He was
all over his body. He's stabbing him in the body. He's punching him in the sides of the body. He's clipping him in the face and everything. This guy's stuck on the ropes.
Motherfucker, you're gonna get hit. So what?
No. Well, one of the most important things in boxing is the ring general. Who is the ring general for the majority of the fight?
Shakur.
It was not Shakur. Shakur was on the ropes.
Not the ring
that's why he was making his head. That's why he was making his head snap back.
If he's the ring general, why was he moving back most of the fight?
Look, bro, you can't have these motherfuckers be objective with this. Like,
he trapped him up on the ropes.
You're literally not being objective right now.
He used his footwork in order to trap him on the ropes. You didn't even pay attention to the fight, Dirk. You got to watch it again.
Look, I know you wanted Shakur to lose, but he
did lose. I don't care what this corrupt shit is where they give the guy who lost the win. That doesn't matter because we've been seeing that for decades now. Remember Floyd versus Maidana? Remember that? They gave Floyd the win. How could he win that fight when he was outlanded and the ring general was Maidana for the majority of the fight? How does Floyd win that fight? Because the shit is corrupt. He's corrupt. That's why.
He won the clean.
No, because you're going along with whatever the fuck that was, and this is why he's saying. You tell me I don't know boxing. I know what I saw. I saw that guy lose on multiple occasions. No. But you don't see it because you're like it's Floyd, bro. He did a shoulder roll.
You go off of volume. I go off of clean punches.
Clean punches of what? You know that open hand slap is not scored in boxing.
Landed more cleaner punches and threw more and landed more.
He beat him. He very clearly beat him. He even cut him with an uppercut. He cut him. And they're like, no, he lost. That's amazing performance from Floyd Mayweather. Dude, he was struggling with a guy who's barely a B-level fighter. Maidana was like C+ with punching power. And guess what? Floyd took it away with pillows. He made him wear pillow gloves. And he still lost.
Let's be fair. Maidana landed more jabs. I mean, not Maidana. Floyd landed more jabs.
I mean, if you count...
He landed far less power punches, and he landed less. Well, you can't say total punches because majority of those punches that Floyd got ahead were jabs. But body shots, power punches were both thrown more and landed more by Marcos Maidana, according to CountQBox and my eyesight.
Okay.
Right, I think this is a pretty good place to talk about this. Are we going to talk about the fights that are coming up, or are we going to be Floyd all day? Because it's going to get boring.
Exactly. If Chief is
I want to talk about the fights that are coming up, guys. Anyone else?
I'm fine with that.
Okay, cool. Let's move on. Anyway, what do you guys got on the Bam Cafu fight going? I think it's a very interesting fight. I think Cafu's pretty good. I think it's kind of underrated.
I don't think we see enough of Bam though. They need to get that boy a lot busier.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Bam by knockout.
What
round? What round you got it, Dirk?
8.
Okay. So it's pretty logical. I was thinking, I think Cafu hasn't shown that he can take a punch, and he has been like slightly hurt by other inferior boxers. So
defense is not that good.
Yeah, I think this could be a stoppage.
It should be one.
Okay, anyone else got another prediction for that, or anything on the card? Because there's other fights on the card too.
Tim Tszyu is going to right the wrong and knock out that overrated hype job, Fundora.
I hope so.
You think so? Dude, Fundora's been talking a lot of shit lately, so I don't know if he's confident for a reason.
He was getting his ass kicked before the blood situation, so I got Tim Tszyu.
I think he's confident based off what he saw in Zoo's last fight, not realizing the fact he's not the guy who fought Zoo last.
This fight was happening immediately. I picked Zoo, but that knockout loss was so bad. I don't know. He should win because Fundora's technically he makes a lot of mistakes, but I don't know. That knockout loss sometimes ends careers early, so we'll see.
Well, some guys are able to bounce back.
It was bad. What do you guys think?
His dad was able to bounce back. Tommy Hearns was able to bounce back. Fighters have been able to bounce back. As correct as you are, that could be a career-changing knockout loss. We'll see what he's made of.
Yeah. And Tim Tszyu's from my neck of the woods, so I don't want him. I want to be wrong, but gotta be real. It's bad. What do you guys think about Usyk? What do you guys think about Usyk Dubois too?
So I've said this in a couple different posts in a couple different places.
Blows.
In my personal opinion, the only way Dubois can win is for him to have incredibly drastically improved by exponential amounts that can't be measured, and Usyk would have had to have faded to the same level.
I agree. His chance in this fight is basically a puncher's chance. Like Dubois, his power is the only thing in this fight. Like aside from that punch, which was low, he got schooled every single round, and he's still harping on about that. Like Usyk cheated, which he didn't. So his only chance is to land one good punch, which is a decent chance because he is powerful. But technically, he still makes the same mistakes he's always made.
Check. Sorry about that.
Like against Joshua, you can see the knockout punches coming a mile away. It's just because Joshua fought scared that he was able to get hit so easily. So we'll see. It's interesting, but I'd much rather see Usyk Joseph Parker.
Yeah, that'd be a good one. It's almost slow.
That bitch. He ducked him because he thought he might lose. He's like, if I can't land my low blows, what will I do? Because look, Parker's bigger than him, and he's actually lighter on his feet, which is not a good thing for Dubois. Dubois.
Yeah, as a New Zealander, I'm still pissed off that Dubois got out of that fight so easily. Like, I don't think he was as ill as he claims because he didn't even post on social media afterwards, nor did his team. And then out of nowhere, they just say, "Oh yeah, we'll go into the Usyk fight," even though Joseph is the one that got screwed, and Joseph's still getting screwed. So that's really annoying. But hey, there's boxing bullshit.
I think that was well said. Dubois did pick up a good win, obviously, against Joshua. Regardless of why it was and how faded Joshua was or anything else, it was an upset that people didn't see coming. And he's been on a decent run. But to me, the heavyweight division has kind of slowed down to a stagnant pace to where we have to see a fight again that we already know the result of. So let me put it this way. Dubois did show more heart in the Joshua fight than he did when he fought Usyk the first time. My personal opinion is if he starts to get outclassed to the point to where he can't see a way out, he'll do the same thing he did before. He'll go down for a jab, and he'll look for a soft place on the canvas, and that'll be it.
So he actually took a knee. He actually took a knee twice in the first Usyk fight. He went down in the 8th round when Usyk was just overwhelming him, and then in the 9th round, he went down from a jab. And I agree. I haven't seen anything that suggests he's going to stay up. I mean, against Joshua, he was ahead the entire fight. Like even before the first knockdown in the first round, Joshua was fighting so scared that Duran didn't have any, like, he didn't even face any real adversity. Whereas as soon as he starts trying to hit Usyk and Usyk's moving around like a cat and is picking him apart out of nowhere, Duran's probably going to panic again. So yeah, I see this going the same way as the last. I mean, the Duran did look amazing in the Joshua fight, but I think Joshua lost it just as much as Duran won it. And the Hrgovic fight, Hrgovic was ahead on points until they stopped it due to cuts. So that could have gone differently. I just think Usyk's going to outclass him again.
And then answer me this: what's left in the heavyweight division to look forward to as far as the guys that are already near the top?
Caballero. Caballero is the most interesting fighter left in the heavyweight division. Aside from Usyk, of course.
Yeah, the next generation. I still think there's a chance we might see Usyk Parker. Again, Parker's been getting screwed since the Wilder win, but I think you got Fabio Wardley, you got Ajik Habayel, you've got Moses Atalme. Everyone's talking about him, but if the new generation don't have a chance to beat the old king, then we're gonna have like a post Lennox Lewis era where everybody just fights each other and we don't know who the best is, which could be interesting as long as we get these fights.
No, actually, we knew who the best was. It was just not touted very much in America because they didn't like Klitschko. He was the best. We knew he was the best. When they finally gave him his title shot, he took over.
He did, but Klitschko also had several losses, so it took him.
But you said post Lennox Lewis. When Lewis is gone, aside from two losses and one highly asterisable against Brewster, and then they froze him out of the division. They froze him out of title shots for another year and a half after that because he was number one for Chris Birds for over a year. When he finally got his title shot, he took over.
Yeah, he did take over. But for a while, we had guys like John Ruiz. They were, Chris Bird for a while. They even brought in James Toney for a bit, and they were recycling Andrew Gallotta for a bit. So we've got a really good new generation. It's just nobody. First of all, none of these guys are even close to fighting for a belt yet. And like, it would have made so much sense to put Fabio Wardley in with Joseph Parker, or Moses Atalma, but Frank Warren's not doing that. So. It's going to be an interesting era, but they're just going to be fighting for vacant belts if Usyk retires undefeated, which I think he will.
I wouldn't mind seeing that. Like a debate we had a while back about, I think the last time I talked to you, to be honest with you, about 4 division champions are moving up from 135 to 147 versus cruiserweight moving up to heavyweight, and about how one was more impressive than the other. And it was point that I distinctly made was, if it was so much easier for a cruiserweight to move to heavyweight, how come we've only had really technically 3? Hold on, Holyfield, Hay, and Usyk. Yeah, technically 3 successful examples of it in history. And no more.
Yeah, that's interesting. I think partly because cruiserweight typically hasn't produced great fighters.
I think that you're on a point to something there, of the fact that the transition, the validity of the point being that it's not as hard of a transition. Could still be fair, with the point being the fact that there's not a lot of great fighters from cruiserweight that have moved up.
Yeah, sorry, Chief. I just remembered. This is. I was thinking of another reason. This is the main one. Cruiserweight hasn't typically produced great fighters, and also just for those listening who don't know, the cruiserweight division is so new. Like if you go back to Holyfield's era, he became undisputed champ only about 5 years or around that after belts started getting made. So that's how new the division is. And back then, heavyweights weren't nearly as big as they are now, whereas now heavyweights are real heavy. So one of the reasons cruiserweight doesn't normally get the best fighters, but also heavyweights now are really, really big. So the size difference is not what it used to be back then. Like
well,
Ring Pro was considered.
I'm going to take you and raise you on that because the weight class was between 180 to 185 when Holyfield won, and it's all the way up to 199 now. So cruiserweights themselves have also grown and are bigger than what they were when Holyfield won the title. So
that's true. Yeah, cruiserweights have got bigger now. Like I actually just debated somebody the other day about why Usyk would beat George Foreman. He disagreed with me, and I said that Foreman himself wasn't much bigger than Usyk is now because of different eras, different heavyweights, different sizes. So cruiserweights have gotten bigger, but they're still like Usyk back in the day would have been an average heavyweight, whereas now he is actually very, very small. So yeah.
He's actually bigger than Ali when it comes time to thickness and weight, but they have the same height and reach.
Usyk now I didn't realize this until I looked it up. Usyk now is about the same size as Foreman and Larry Holmes, who used to be known as heavyweight giants, which just shows you how much things have changed.
And I think you might actually be a little bit heavier than they were at their peaks.
I think
I'm about to check his weight in his last fight because I know Foreman didn't fight in the 230s back in the day. He fought in the low 220s. He even fought in the teens sometimes. Let's go back to
he was 217 when he fought Frazier the first time. Holmes, I think, would have been bigger, but Holmes was known for drinking. So
Usyk is his heaviest weights. He's been roughly since the title picture has been in the 220s the whole time. Good old George. I know roughly what his weight was, but I'm going to go like not fight for fight, but kind of. There it is. Okay, so turning pro, he was under 220. He didn't start to fight in the 220s as a major contender. Well, he still went up and down. He was less than 220 against Foreman. He was 224 against Norton and 220 against Ali. So he started. Well, by the time he won the titles, when he graduated to the 220 range, and he stayed there all the way up until his comeback.
Yep, sounds about right.
Mr. Holmes was down to like 206, 209-ish for a while. I don't know when he hit the 220 range. Like early in his career, like around his 10th fight or maybe a little bit less, he weighed 199. So he was tall. He was a giant by height, and you were correct there. But he fought up and down between under 210 to 215, most of his peak, until around the Scott Frank fight. That's when he started to weigh around the 220s. That was in 83.
Yeah.
So the last several fights of his peak. So he was also around anywhere between, I say 205 as a range, even though I don't think he hit that weight. Between 205 to 210 is a range I'm talking about. So 205 to 210, and then mostly like 210 to 215, under 220, almost his entire championship career. So, like you were saying, they're like giants, but Usyk's 10 pounds heavier than they were on average during most of their career.
Exactly.
But your point is the fact he's small on today's standards, which only emphasizes that point. He's bigger than they were, and he's small on today's standards, and he's 10 pounds heavier. So that you have a very valid point. The division's much bigger than it used to be.
Yeah, heavyweights now are actually big compared to what they used to be. And speaking of cruiserweights now, like I think we all agree Jai Opetaia is going to move up because I don't want to see him beat up Badu Jack. Like Badu Jack deserves better than to get beaten up by a young guy like Optaya and Zurdo. I don't think Zurdo's going to have anything for Optaya really. So I think he'll do good at heavyweight, but I don't see Optaya. I don't think Optaya's going to stay undefeated like Usyk has. I definitely think one of these guys is going to beat him. I don't know who, but because technically Optaya's pretty damn good, and he can punch, but Usyk's got like generational skill to stay undefeated against these big guys, whereas Optaya, I could see a guy like Fabio Wardley or Talma, these guys who he's technically better than just clipping him, and I mean we'll see. I look forward to Optaya moving up to heavyweight.
As far as giants at heavyweight is concerned, like you were saying before, with the exception of Usyk and the little bit of time before Klitschko took over, which you noted that year and a half point post Lennox Lewis, pretty much ever since Bo beat Holyfield, the heavyweight champion has been 6'4" or taller since 1992.
Yep, that's very true.
Bo was between 6'4" and 6'5". It depends on who measured him, but he was measured at 6'4" and 6'5" at different Ks. Lennox was a solid 6'5". The Klitschkos were 6'6" and 6'8". The contenders during some of that time, you had Mount Whitaker and Michael Grant, both 6'6" or taller. Joshua, 6'6". The Gypsy King Fury measured anywhere between 6'7" to 6'9", depending on who you're talking to. So that's been pretty much the heavyweight division since 1992.
Yeah. And, Holyfield really is the only exception. Holyfield and Tyson are the only exceptions there, but once they lost their undisputed titles, they did win them back, but they didn't win the undisputed titles back. So it is one of those cliches. It goes all the way back to Ali. Once undisputed champions lose, they become champions again, but they don't become undisputed champions again. So it does remind you that those at the top don't last very long in a sport like this. But and Holyfield was kind of considered after he beat Bo, and he also, especially after he beat Tyson, and he avenged his other loss more. He was kind of seen as number one, but then, especially with the way he got his head boxed off by Lennox Lewis in the first fight, even though Holyfield was old, people thought, yeah, this small guy ain't gonna win it. His time's passed.
I also think that fight took too long to make. I think when Holyfield was on the top of his game after that Moore fight, it took almost 2 years to make the fight thereafter. And between age, long amateur career, and stagnation set in, and Lennox being the anomaly whose prime came later in his career, I think with that momentum going into that fight after the Michael Moore fight, I'm not saying Holyfield would have won, but I think with that momentum and physicality already not being stagnated, old, and things setting in, would have been a more competitive fight. I'm not picking Holyfield to win, but I don't think it would have been the same situation. But when he went in against Lennox the first time, because Lennox had been staggered and knocked around the ring by so much smaller and lesser skilled opponents, Holyfield thought he had it in the bag. He realized he actually had to try and implement a strategy in the rematch. I think if the rematch would have happened first, even if he would have gotten the victory, if Holyfield would have gotten the victory in the first one, let me re-explain that. If he fought the first fight like he did the second, and they would have awarded Holyfield the fight, I think there still would have been controversy around it, but not as much. Because obviously, two of 3 rounds best is what he originally won in the first fight. Three if you want to be generous, but definitely 2. And that, so 9-2 is a pretty wide disparity there. The rematch was much closer. I think that hardcore Holyfield fans would have said Holyfield, if the scenario I suggested would have happened, would have thought that he won. Lennox Lewis fans would have thought there would have been a robbery, but it wouldn't have gone over with as much of a sour taste as what happened in the first fight.
Definitely not. And the funny thing is, Holyfield did say that he was, even though he and Lewis are good now, he did say that he was compromised in the first fight. He was ill. He had leg cramps. He said this on. People should look this up. He said this on HBO with Lennox Lewis next to him and Jim Lampley and Larry Merchant. And the rematch, like you said, the rematch actually was close. Like if the second fight had been called a draw, that actually would have been a fair call. Like Lewis was asked after the fight by Merchant. He said, "Do you believe you won the fight?" And he said, "Well, I was concerned." So, and also there was one judge who I think scored the rematch 9-3 or something for Lewis, which was crazy. I mean, that was a terrible. That fight was so much closer than that. But it's almost like the judges were compromising for the robbery in the first fight. So
yes, I agree.
And also Holyfield still maintains to this very day he won the rematch. And you can say what
he's not the only one that thinks that. There are other people out there that think that too.
I know. But it's just could you imagine that Holyfield gets like a split decision in the rematch and Lewis never becomes undisputed champion? I think Lewis is the second. I do think he's the second greatest heavyweight of all time behind Ali. He never becomes undisputed champion because Holyfield got a robbery in the first fight, but he actually legit won the second fight. That would have been so fascinating.
I still think. Well,
I don't
what
think
if
Ali that great? I think a guy like Usyk would have destroyed a Muhammad Ali.
Lennox Lewis also though. I mean, there's ways to judge him that people are objective about, but in all honesty and fairness of all of boxing, nobody in the history of boxing in any division, with the exception of the stigma around Lennox Lewis, has even talked about being close to being in the top 5 that have been knocked out by 20-1 underdogs 2 different occasions with one punch. Nobody. Anybody else anywhere in boxing does not have that on their record, and if they did, they will never be considered in the top 5. Nobody. Only Lennox Lewis.
Well,
and those are 2 guys who did not ever deserve to be champion. If Lennox would have done his job, they never would have been champion.
I agree with that. I think Oliver McCall is actually. I think you put Oliver McCall and Buster Douglas in the same category as weakest champions ever. But I mean, Douglas was a bigger underdog against Tyson, and it's not just that he knocked out Mike Tyson; he dominated him. I mean, Tyson maybe won 2 rounds in that whole fucking fight. So,
he clearly won 1 round because he knocked it down. He clearly won. He did. I think it was the 8th round when he got the knockdown, so he clearly won that round. But the rest of it is very highly subjective that Tyson may not have won a round outside of the 8th the entire fight, and I can agree with that.
Yeah. So, I mean, personally, I actually haven't done videos on my channel about greatest of all time yet in any era because it's such a complex debate. But I personally don't look at some of these losses because. I mean, I could, but the losses. I've always gone by this stigma since I've made my channel. Losses don't take away from your wins, and I do think based on wins. First of all, I don't think Ali's resume is touchable because he's got too many Hall of Famers. I think for anyone to come close to him. Lewis beat Hall of Famers, and he beat everybody who he fought. So. Even though he lost to 2 guys who, like you said, nobody should have ever heard of Oliver McCall. I just think the wins over everybody, and he fought all comers is just. I think that compensates for it. But I do get what you're saying. I mean, there have been some people who have said that they rate Larry Holmes ahead of Ali Larry Holmes ahead of a lot of guys because Holmes he was like the ultimate chess master back in his day, and. I disagree with him. I don't think Larry Holmes is above top 5, but he was a picture-perfect heavyweight when he was champion.
Yeah, I meant like skill-wise, just skill-wise.
Right. Yeah.
But I mean, Ali could. These guys, certain fighters could beat any fighter in history. Like I could see, like a guy like Mike Tyson could have beat any heavyweight at any point in history, and that includes Ali for sure. He would have been one of the guys that potentially could have beat if they were around at the same time.
So where I'm going to disagree with you on that, based on totality of a 15-round fight, if that's the area we're going in, that's the reason why I don't think he would. The only way he beats Ali,
obviously, they would be more like trained for 15 rounds. I mean, these guys train extremely hard nowadays.
And Tyson in his prime, at his peak, trained very hard, but he never showed the ability. He usually seemed kind of roughly around the 8th round on the fights he went the distance with. It looked like he was going through the motions, whereas Ali Frazier, even Holyfield against Kawi, were battling through and still not just doing the same thing over and over and over and over again and just repetitive, and is just ahead because he's just a naturally better fighter. They had to dig deep and
I think a guy like Mike Tyson would have knocked out many of the dudes that Ali fought. Joe Frazier's for sure. I mean, to me, Joe Frazier's just like he's like a limited version of Mike Tyson. He's like the poor man's Mike.
More stamina, but not as dynamic.
He was a one-handed fighter for the most part. Big left.
I mean, anything he did with the right was off of the left, and the jab was not very effective. It was just usually just a way to close the distance. Very much an inside fighter, and very flat-footed. He could bob, he could weave, but he couldn't bob and weave. Tyson was a much better version of Joe. Joe Frazier was tougher, in my opinion. But
I think Mike was pretty damn tough, man. He was fighting some big motherfuckers and taking all kinds of. I mean, look, he was washed when he fought Lennox Lewis, and Lennox Lewis was cheating, pushing his head down, hitting him with these huge uppercuts. The dude's still getting up. I mean, he took a
well. He saw. I think what you're talking about is Frazier never gave up in fights, whereas Tyson, he would start if he had no success and was getting schooled or losing fights and he wasn't able to hurt them or intimidate opponents, he would start looking for ways out. And
I
Frazier,
that's a fucking guy. What's this guy? Teddy Atlas said that shit. That's not true.
Teddy Atlas,
that guy would fight to the death. Here's
where you both
did look. Well, I'll just say that I'll just respond to that because I was going to bring up. This is why Teddy Atlas says I don't think Tyson was ever great because he lays it out in more detail, but he said this, and people should look this up, that Tyson relied too much on being a better athlete and more intimidating than his opponents. When guys weren't intimidated by him, he would always lose. So I don't know if I agree with all of that, but there is something to that.
I think he was so good. The reason why people were intimidated is because he was so good. I mean, you got to keep in mind, Mike Tyson was the smallest heavyweight. He was a little man. Now he's stocky, but he was tiny. You know, you saw the guys he was fighting. He was fighting these giants, and that's how good he was. The fact that you had giants fearing this little man, and his technique was amazing. It wasn't like, he's like some big beast. What was he, 5'10"? He's fighting these guys that are like 6'4" and enormous who had shit tons of weight on him. But that's why I think when Teddy Atlas said that shit, I'm like, dude, you're retarded. Also, this guy is the youngest heavyweight champion to ever do it. They still haven't beat his record. What is this, over 40 years later? I mean,
it's not just 40 years later. It's the youngest of all time, though, on top of that. So
that's what I mean. Yeah, they've tried to beat it, but no one could do it.
Well, some of the rules are made to where nobody can anymore. Because how are you going to take a 17-year-old and get them ranked to fight for a heavyweight title by 20?
They try to do it. Also, Otama, that's what they try to do it, right? Moses, whatever the hell his name is.
Moses Otama.
How big is that motherfucker? It's a big guy. Again, what's this guy? 6'4" or something bigger?
This is another thing that Tyson benefited from. There was no monolithic champion when he was coming up. Whereas now, Usyk's been taking all the titles, and before that, Fury was ruining everything, just holding everything up for years when he was champion. So, but also Usyk, and I'm going to say this, I'll be breaking this down on my channel when Usyk finally retires. He's had several things against him. He had COVID when he was at his peak at heavyweight. He's had the situation in his country; it was invaded, and also fights until Turkey came along. Fights have been harder to make, so it's harder for him to stay active. So I don't blame Talma for not even getting close to breaking Tyson's record because it's a different day and age now. Whereas Trevor Berbick, one of the weakest champions ever. You get what I'm saying?
Of the time or ever? Those two things have to be looked at in comparison.
Well, no, I don't look. Nothing against Trevor. I don't know Trevor Burbank. I'm not trying to speak ill of the
He was
dead,
tough,
but
he wasn't a physically talented guy, but he was tough.
Well, this is why again, I'm probably going to debate somebody on Usyk's resume compared to Tyson. Vast majority of guys he fought: Tony Tucker, Trevor Burbank, Bone Crusher Smith. These guys were one-off champion. Tony Tubbs. These guys were one-off champions who didn't do anything aside from winning the title. So
they were underachievers. Yeah, got it.
Yeah, we're just talking about levels here. Tyson had those kind of opponents, whereas Talma, there's nobody that limited who's holding the title right now.
So you didn't quite put it like this, but am I understanding the fact you're trying to say that Usyk could have beaten everybody on Tyson's resume, but Tyson may not have been able to beat everybody on Usyk's resume?
I'm talking about
at heavyweight.
No, I'm not talking. No, I'm not talking about how Tyson and Usyk match up with each other's opponents. I think Lennox Lewis would have. I think Lennox Lewis would have beaten Alexander Usyk. But I do think, in terms of resumes, Usyk's resume heavyweight resume is better than Tyson's.
I think Usyk was a lot more slippery and faster than Lennox Lewis. Even though I like Lennox Lewis, he's one of my favorite fighters back in the day when I was a kid.
I don't think he would. I don't think Lennox would have beaten him.
I could definitely see Usyk beating Lennox Lewis. But Lennox Lewis, you got to admit, was a very dirty fighter. He was extremely dirty. He would do the classic punch and grab. I mean, you saw the Holyfield fight.
That's true.
This shit was almost unwatchable. You guys,
he grabbed behind the head. The only way he really landed the uppercut was when he's usually holding you behind the head.
Yeah, he would hold a lot. It was disgusting when you watch the fights. Like I want to turn the damn fights off. Like if I watch it nowadays, I can't stand it. Like I watch it live, when I was a little kid, but nowadays if I try to rewatch some of these Lennox Lewis fights, I got to turn it off. Dude.
Yeah, I like how some people go. I'm sorry, keep talking. Go ahead.
I was just going to say I can plug my channel for a second for the viewers who don't know Fight Sport Talk. I broke down on short videos how.
Yeah, don't go watch that. Don't go watch that.
Oh really?
Let him finish.
I broke down on short videos how Tyson Fury, through these very sneaky low blows and grabbing behind the head where the referee didn't see it, and he got away with it. So I know Lewis got away with a lot of that stuff. But in terms of the reason, and I think Usyk would have beaten Larry Holmes, George Foreman, Mike Tyson. I think he would have beaten Evander Holyfield pretty easily. But style-wise, Lennox Lewis is the most formidable, offensive, aggressive puncher.
So he's a slow-footed boxer, but he would cheat. When I say cheating, I mean he would grab. He would do that kind of punch grab stuff. He'd punch you and grab you.
But see, that's not going to work against Usyk. And the thing about the thing that we're overlooking, southpaw stance has a lot to do with this. Lewis may have beaten some southpaws in his time, but let's face something else. He never called out, went out of his way, sent an offer to, or made a challenge to Michael Moore. Never. So you really think that? And do I think he was scared of Michael Moore? No, but Michael Moore had something that he should have wanted, and he didn't show any interest in wanting to have any part of it. Now you're going to add someone who's light years and universally, I don't even know how to put the right amount of adjectives towards how much better of a level Usyk is than Michael Moore. And if you really think the belts were dispersed then and Usyk was one of the opponents, you think Lennox would have lined up and tried to call him. The only way Lennox would have done it is if the money would have been right, and he was gunning for Evander Holyfield because Holyfield was old. He knew he knew he had a chance against him. He knew he was bigger, orthodox fighter. Everything went in his favor. He never had any part and won any part of Michael Moore. What makes you think he's going to want to have any part of? And he never want to have a part of Chris Bird, and he never want to have a part of John Ruiz. Now, would he have beaten John Ruiz or Chris Bird? Yes, but they would have made him look bad.
You remember
that's an undisputed
Tua fight?
What?
Remember that shit?
He would. Let me finish this real quick. They both Ruiz and if he could have done a David Tua against Ruiz, that is a possibility. But for the most part, Ruiz is probably going to hold grab and everything else, and it's going to be a dull, boring fight. And Lewis knows he would have made him look bad. It's why he didn't want to fight those guys. It's not that he was afraid of them, but he didn't want to fight them. And he didn't want to fight Michael Moore. No one knows why, but no one points out the fact he never tried to make that fight in any way, shape, or form. So do you really think he's going to go out of his way to try and fight Alexander Usyk, who is undoubtedly, even if he loses, going to make Lennox Lewis look bad unless Lewis pulls it out late?
Yeah.
Well, first of all, what year you're talking about? Michael Moore and Lewis. What year is this?
94.
Okay, I agree. Well, okay. As far as the John Ruiz thing, Lewis gets a lot of credit for how he destroyed Michael Grant, but Michael Grant was such a terrible contender that win is that's almost one of the weakest wins on his resume. So I agree with you there. But John Ruiz was so terrible that I'm glad Lewis didn't take that fight. Now, in terms of the Chris Bird and the Michael Moore thing, I agree. Lewis certainly wasn't interested in fighting an awkward southpaw who could move, like Chris Bird, and Bird was a very tricky heavyweight. But with that being said, he was trying to get Mike Tyson at the time. Now, in terms of Michael Moore,
Mike Tyson was in jail during that time, by the way.
True, but he was
around the Michael Moore time. That is around Michael Moore. Tyson was in jail.
No. I'm talking about during the Chris Bird time. During the Chris Bird time, he was trying to. He was chasing Tyson, and also Vitaly Klitschko was his top contender, and that was a much bigger challenge. As far as the Michael Moore one, I agree with you, but Moore, and I've said this about why I think Usyk beats a lot of these greats. Moore was nothing compared to Usyk in terms of his skill. So would Usyk challenge? Usyk would give Lennox Lewis hell. I've got no doubts there. I just think because of number of factors, I just think in the end Lennox Lewis would have won. But I agree, Usyk would have been by probably the trickiest challenge ever. So I'm just going
to take it up another level based off of history. I don't think Lennox would have fought Usyk. I think he would have extended it out. Because, to be honest with you, he fought Klitschko because that was a last-minute replacement that HBO forced on him. He wasn't trying to fight either one of those guys. Now, I think Emmanuel Stewart had a lot to do with that because he wanted to find a way to transition Lennox out and he wanted to train both of the Klitschkos. But after Lennox retired, there was a falling out between Vitaly and Emmanuel. It wasn't like they hated each other. It was just Vitaly knew what he liked to do and how he liked to do it. And you did everything that Emmanuel said, or he wasn't going to train you. And so I don't think the two heads gelled well. And so they agreed to split ways. That being said, Lennox would talk a big game about fighting both of them one day, but he wasn't going out of his way to do it until HBO forced that hand by accident because of Kurt Johnson getting injured. That wasn't an on-purpose thing that was planned. And when his hand was forced to rematch him, he retired. When the next day that the WBC said you're now mandatory challenger is Vitaly Klitschko, the following day Lennox Lewis retired. Now you can make whatever you want to out of that because I'm not making anything other than the facts of what happened. But the undisputed fact is that Lennox did like to challenge himself with fights that were going to make him look good, and he did not take fights because, for instance, while he was still waiting for the WBC title, Ray Mercer wanted a rematch. He wanted no part of it. They asked if Michael Grant loses to Andrew Golota, this is going to be your number one contender, the WBC. Are you going to fight Andrew Golota if there's a rematch? He said no. So there's fights that he definitely thought he was above, or he could call the shots and do what he wanted to do with. The other side of that is I will use the term avoided fights that that didn't fit like it was in his best interest or wouldn't make him look good. Usyk would not have made him look good. The only way he's going to go after Usyk is if he's either forced to, or he thinks it's too good to be true and he can't afford to walk away from it. I don't see him, based off of the opponents that he carefully went around going after, because he did do that. Like it or not, how you could say he fought all comers. No, he didn't. He clearly didn't, because as much as you don't like John Ruiz, when I say you, I mean in general. I'm not accusing, anyone on the panel. He earned his shot to be number one contender. He went through hell after getting knocked out by David Tua in one round a slew of fighters, including I think his name was Ray Ennis and Jimmy Thunder and a couple others, to be ranked number one. And he had to go in people's backyards, and he had to go be on everything from pay-per-view openers to USA Tuesday Night Fights to try and earn his way back to number one contender. And he did it. I'll give him that. I don't give him much credit after that, but he did that. And Lennox still wouldn't give him a shot. So if he's not going to give John Ruiz a shot because it's going to be a boring fight, a challenging fight, it's not going to look good, what makes you think he's going to fight Alexander Usyk when he wouldn't fight Chris Bird, he wouldn't fight Michael Moore, and he wouldn't fight John Ruiz?
Well, okay, I hear all very good points. I hear what you're saying. I'm not going out of my way to say he would have definitely fought Usyk. I don't know if he would have. I'm just saying in terms of how the fight would have gone, who I think would have won. But I hear you. Every fighter, I've said this for years. Every great fighter in history has at some point avoided or ducked a top challenge. There are only two guys I can think
except
of.
Marciano. Except Marciano.
Marciano, I don't really
I think it's just because he had a very weak division, though, to be honest.
Yeah, he was in such a weak era. It's not fair to compare him to others. But
Yeah. But he's still the greatest of all time. Floyd could suck it. Undefeated, 49-0.
Well, by Floyd standards, yeah. But Floyd for me isn't. I think Floyd is top 15 all-time great. He's not top 5 in his dreams.
Yeah, I think people overrate him a lot.
I was big time. But the only two fighters I can think of who have never avoided anybody, I think, are Ali and Usyk. But even then, I'm not 100% confident in saying that.
Hagler never avoided anybody.
Duran, perhaps?
I think Duran's my top 5 favorites ever, but he and Hagler didn't show a lot of interest in fighting Mike McCallum back in the day.
Mike McCallum was not a middleweight. He was barely a junior middleweight champion by the time Hagler retired. So
he was.
Mike McCallum likes to make it sound like Hagler avoided him, but in reality, that's Mike McCallum's revision of history that people are buying into. He was not in a position to fight Hagler at any point, to where ahead of fighters like what was the name? The guy who fought twice that Mustafa Hamsho and guys like that who earned their number one contention. He had to fight these guys. So Mike McCallum was. Why is he going to fight Mike McCallum and get stripped against a junior middleweight that nobody knows who barely has a title when Mustafa Hamsho beat the crap out of Bobby Chez on national TV and earned his shot at number one contender? So this is a false narrative that where I'm from Georgia, but I spent a lot of time in Miami. A lot of people buy into that because they're from the islands. And Mike McCallum, they think he's ducked by a lot of guys. He really wasn't there at a time when all of them were there. The only person you could say actually did duck him, you could say Duran. Duran didn't duck anybody at lightweight. You could say, but he was Duran's number one contender, and Duran chose to fight Hearns instead. So if you consider it a duck to fight Tommy Hearns versus Mike McCallum,
that's a harder challenge, brother.
That's the only way. That's the only way you can call that a duck.
Yeah, no, it doesn't make logical sense.
It doesn't make logical sense. It was really a duck, but it was his number one contender, and he chose to fight Hearns instead. So,
yeah, and again, Roberto Duran is one of my top 5 favorite fighters ever. So I don't want to say Roberto Duran ducked. I'm just saying that technically
there's an argument to be made, but you and I aren't going to make that argument. Fair statement.
Okay. Beating Davey Moore, again, fantastic. And yeah, they pushed him to fight, he needed to fight Hagler because Hagler didn't have any challenges at the time and Hagler wasn't moving up. So, and then he comes down and he fights Tommy Hearn. So, yeah, technically, I agree that's not technically a duck. I would actually say that's not a duck. There was something to say that maybe McCallum would have been a tougher challenge than Davey Moore, but one of these, and again, I'm no pleasure saying this, but it is true. When he fought at middleweight, he fought Iran Barkley, whereas the man was Michael Nunn. So that is what it is. But by saying that, I would have never advised Duran at the time, an old man who had just been knocked out multiple times, to fight Michael Nunn. So he was correct in doing so. And again, I don't blame him for this, but it is what it is.
To be fair, there's a difference between taking on what's available and winning a split title that's available versus ducking someone. Iran Barkley challenged Roberto Duran, and Duran obviously accepted because he knew he was good enough to beat him. It wasn't the fact that he said, "Oh, I can fight anybody I want to. I'm not going to fight Michael Nunn. I'm going to go after Barkley." Barkley challenged Duran, and Duran accepted. So it wasn't like Duran handpicked Barkley and avoided Michael Nunn.
Well,
that's not historically the way that happened. Now, Nunn, you're right, was the best middleweight at the time. There's no arguing that. But the circumstances aren't the fact that Duran had the pick of everybody to choose and everybody was standing in line and he handpicked Iran Barkley. Iran Barkley challenged Duran. Michael Nunn didn't challenge Duran. I don't think Duran would have taken it, or he shouldn't have taken it. And I agree with you. He shouldn't have taken that fight even if it was offered. But Barkley went out and sought Duran. That's the reason why that fight happened. So it wasn't like he wasn't willing to fight. I find it hard to believe that even at 38 years old, that if someone would have thrown a sizable purse down to Roberto Duran because he did love some money, and someone like Michael Nunn, who did have kind of a big mouth, would have challenged Roberto Duran, Duran would have said no. I doubt it. He wouldn't have won, but I doubt he would have said no. What happened in history literally was Barkley wanted revenge on Duran because he was friends with Davey Moore, and he challenged Duran, and Duran accepted. He may have fought a weaker link there, but it wasn't like he hand chose that weaker link. That weaker link challenged him.
And honestly, Duran does not really turn down a challenge that directly, you know?
He took on William Joe. He's 40-something years old. He doesn't turn down any challenge.
I'm not. Again, I'm almost hesitant to say this because of how people will take my words out of context. I've got nothing but love and respect for Duran. I think Duran is the greatest of the four kings. If anything, he was too tough for his own good. But we're talking about in the context of yes or no. Did you take on the toughest fight? So, and Michael Nunn was calling out everybody. He was calling out Ray Leonard and Leonard never showed interest. And also, when it comes to ducking, I've gone on the record saying this, and this is a video I'll do back at some time, that all the things people criticize Floyd Mayweather for, Ray Leonard laid the blueprint for. He was the original guy who did what Floyd would end up being hated for. So
against Hagler, I'll agree.
Not just Hagler, but I mean he should have fought Michael Nunn just point blank, and that was a blatant duck. You also had Aaron Pryor. You had
Aaron Pryor was not a duck. That's a false narrative started by ridiculous people that didn't follow the sport back in the day. Pryor was never anywhere close to being ranked to any position to where Ray should have taken him seriously. He was barely a 140-pound champion when Ray actually was at the top. And he was not a well-regarded 140-pound champion because he was getting knocked down by the likes of second-rate fighters, by the weak-ranked WBA mandatories. This is a reversion in this history, the fact that Ray ducked Pryor. Pryor was never in position for that, ever. Writers made that up later. That was in real time. That's not how it went down. Pryor may have wanted Ray Leonard, and he may have tried to make a scene for it. I'm not going to deny that, but he was no more of a challenger that deserved that chance than Duran, who Pryor turned down and ducked. Pryor ducked Duran, not Leonard ducking Pryor. That's a false narrative. Now, what he did to Hagler, you're completely correct. He aged Hagler out and waited until he knew he could win that fight, and he avoided it for like the plague. But Pryor is a false narrative.
Well, I'm not just talking about Hagler. All of the other top welterweights at the time who were calling Ray Leonard out, Donald Curry, Milton McCrory, and none of these guys could get a fight with.
Ray wasn't even an active fighter when they were calling him out.
Well. It's the Mayweather thing that he laid the blueprint for. Oh, I'm
And then by
retired,
the time
guys.
he
So I
came
can't
back,
fight.
well, that, okay,
Wait,
so, but this,
wait, let me finish.
okay.
Oh, I'm retired, guys, so I can't fight these guys. But then he comes out of retirement. So
At middleweight.
he wasn't.
At middleweight, not at welterweight.
Well, he could have fought at welterweight.
Could he?
Yeah, he wasn't a big middleweight.
No, could he
Wait,
make
guys,
the weight?
guys.
he
I
make
keep
the
seeing
weight?
people in the comments talk about why we should run back to the fights because we want to hear predictions on that.
Wait, somebody can read the super chat.
Oh crap, we're still live?
I'll read the super
We're
chat.
live.
What?
I say we're live. I'm yelling.
Yeah, we're live, and people are asking like, what do you guys think about Pacquiao Barrios? What do you guys think about like
which super chat did we miss, Bucho?
I see one. Did we read another? Can you check, man? You have access to that shit.
I know, but I don't know which ones have been read and which ones haven't.
Oh, there's
I have
multiple.
I don't think none of them have been read, to be honest.
I wasn't even checking. I'm out, man. I'm not even.
Okay. I know you're right. Let me just. Okay, I'll read all of them. Why not? Saludos, BDA and Bucho. Shout out to SkullKid25. Shout out to Manos, who says thanks for the show. Shout out to SkullKid25. Says Floyd ran, hugged, and clinched versus Pacquiao and lost. Well, technically he won, but he did do all of those things. You're right there, SkullKid. Rafael Garza, shout out to him, says the Afro-Americana is jealous of De La Hoya because De La Hoya promoted Little Floyd, and if it wasn't for Golden Boy's blessing, La Raza wouldn't have paid for pay-per-view. Well,
yeah, we read that one.
Okay. Shout out to Garza again, who says, since George Bush and King Abdullah or Bud the Turk have held hands, will boxing chief hold hands with a grown man? Interesting question right there for you, Chief. What will it take for you to hold hands with another man?
Hold a man's hand. Every time you shake a man's hand, you're holding his hand. So there you go.
I mean,
yeah,
more than
Chief, that's racist.
Yeah, more than 5 seconds.
That's what?
More than 5 seconds, Chief. More than 5 seconds.
I've shook a man's hand for more than 5 seconds.
Well, I'll say this: I am in spirit. I am spiritually holding hands, or at least trying to keep a hold on the hands of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. It's not easy, but as long as you can sort of grip, as long as you can sort of get a little grip there and stay afloat, you're on the right path. Now, people are saying they want to talk about current boxing. Apparently, I came in late, by the way, when you guys were talking about.
Maybe that's why. Maybe we should stick to like what's happening right now.
Yeah, I've seen people like ask like, what do you guys think about this? What do you think about that?
We did for a second. We went off topic. So
yeah, I mean, listen, in this type of shows, it's going to happen. It's the subjects are going to vary. They're going to fluctuate.
That's why we need you in Bucho, sir. That's why we need you.
Yeah, now we need to go back to the like what's happening in the cards.
I get it right now, but you guys can do it. You guys can manage.
All right, let's just go one by one. What do you guys think about Mario Barrios versus Manny Pacquiao? What are predictions, analysis? Anybody?
You think
I don't like it. I don't like it. This is all the signs of Duran, William Joppy, or Leonard Camacho, or how many times Roy Jones was knocked out. Just old guys who can't give up the love of the sport. It's a terrible fight. Barrios shouldn't be taking it, but this is boxing, so I think Pacquiao's probably going to get. I know people want to hold on to the great fighters from the past. They don't want to forget about it, but sometimes when people get old, they get old. So all the signs are there.
And he looks very old. He looks very old.
But here's the thing. He looks old because he is old. He's 46, and he fights in a style that should have aged him like 20, 30 times.
But this guy aged exponentially. He aged exponentially, and I'm afraid this is gonna end up like Chavez. Camacho against Leonard.
Yeah.
That's gonna be if that happens, it's gonna be pathetic.
I think Barrios is just going to beat him for 12 rounds.
Wait, Gonzalo, what do you think about this? I want to ask.
Yeah, this is somebody else talking. It's the same people talking.
Not sure, man. Pacquiao's real good. He's always been in competitive fights, but he's 46. He's going to turn 47 in January 19, I believe. So he's damn near close to 50 years old, man. That's fucking old. I think he surpasses trying to become the oldest champion like in boxing history. What is he? Hopkins, held the record or something for being like the oldest. That's crazy.
Yeah,
look, when he beat Thurman, he became the oldest welterweight in history. Now this is like 4 years later, so that's really hard to do, in my opinion. It doesn't happen like hardly ever. I mean, yeah. If this were in their prime, if this was in the prime, yeah.
If Pacquiao gets knocked out, how bad are you gonna feel for the guy?
Not so much, because he's the one climbing in the ring, talking about he does it because of the love of the sport, but we all know it's for money. Not so bad, man. Not so bad.
No, I kind of feel
Surrounded by
bad for the guy. I don't
Jollibees.
wanna see him. Yeah. I don't know.
Yeah, I think Barrios is going to win. In my opinion, Barrios is going to win. But if Manny Pacquiao wins, well, that's great. But and to be honest, he didn't even deserve the opportunity, because he just was retired and came in and got the title shot.
He's not the first person to do that.
Yeah, but that's not right though.
Well, I mean, unless there's a mandatory there may be a number one contender, but unless there's a mandatory that's being suppressed for Manny getting a shot, because a champion does have the right to fight whoever he wants to at certain points in time. So I don't agree with this fight. Okay, I'm not defending it. What I'm saying is that Barrio wants this fight that might do something that he thinks might do something for his career. And if there's not a mandatory that's being suppressed for it, then the only thing that's wrong with it is the fact that it might embarrass a legend. Aside from that, there's nothing wrong.
Chief, do you think this can end up like Leonard Camacho?
Well, it can either end up like Leonard Camacho, or it can end up like Duran Barkley. Duran was 38 years old and been off for a while, and had lost to Kirk Lang and other fighters.
Barrios is such a mid. Barrios is such a mid boxer that I feel like he could lose against Pacquiao even at this age.
My point exactly, because
he's so mid, it's unbelievable.
But Pacquiao has been how long has been Pacquiao has been off for, like, how long? The layoff.
Oh yeah,
that's true.
Yeah,
Duran was active during that time. So in comparison, Duran was active during those times.
Yeah,
when
exactly.
Barkley victims. So
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, this for me is almost identical to Leonard taking 6 years off 4 years off between the Terry Norris and the Camacho fights, and he said, I wasn't motivated against Norris, but I'm motivated against Camacho. Like, that was just you could see that coming a mile away, and this I think is going to be like that. But I agree, Barrios is not good, but it doesn't matter. Like, Pacquiao, he should have retired a long time. Well, actually, no, he did retire a long time ago, because he couldn't. But it's not just that he lost to Ugas and he lost the exhibition fight. He didn't look good in those fights. Like, this guy who should have been old a long time ago actually is finally looking old, and you can't reverse that.
Okay, moving on from that. Sorry, go on, Gonzalo.
I feel like Pacquiao's going to have a hard time getting in on the inside, man.
I think he's going to look okay early, but he's going to fade. Now, when I say okay, I don't mean he's going to win the early rounds. I mean, he might bounce on his toes for a while. There might be a few flashy combinations that probably won't even land, because Barrios will probably block him, and I don't think his accuracy is there anymore. But I think the flurries that he leaps in with and stuff like that, we'll see a flash of a faded old Manny, meaning the Manny of old, but there'll be flashes of it, but it won't be as good. And then Father Time's going to cash the check, and Barrios is going to take over. And Father Time's
I'm doing the same thing. I'm still betting 50 on Manny just for old time's sake. I love the guy.
Like
the
how
50 out there.
Yeah, like how the fighter that fought freaking Jesus Christ, that just fought Hamza Shiraz. What's his name?
Berlanga.
The way he slaps his gloves together. Well, Manny Pacquiao, when he's fighting, he's got the habit of slapping his gloves together, and he's been doing that more as of late, because when Pacquiao does that, it means he's getting hit, and then he gets frustrated. Then he starts fucking punching his gloves together. And that means, in my opinion, he's getting hit more often now, but he doesn't have the reflex that he used to when he was younger. So if you see Manny slapping his gloves together, it's going to be out of frustration. And it's not going to be a signal to the fans, oh, this guy's fucking, he's doing that because he's about to come back and and he's gonna, he's comporting himself like a tough guy, and just to like get ready to like assault his opponent. No, he's just gonna be doing that because he's not gonna get his timing down, and he's not gonna be able to land these quick flurries they used to like before when he was younger. So you're gonna see a lot of that. Manny Pacquiao red in the face, like looking frustrated and not being able to get his distance. And at the same time, Barrios is gonna keep him at the end of his distance, not allowing him to come in at the end of his punches.
Sounds about right. I mean, I still like my point of the fact that he might show some flashes early that people will think, well, oh, this might be the people that don't know how to watch boxing. The old guy's going to come in and try and prove a point early, and he's going to look a little bit younger than his age shows for probably. I can go as far as 4 rounds. I think that's going to be a stretch, but I can go as far as 4 rounds. After the 4th, by the time, like I said, it's going to knock on the door. Manny's going to get frustrated. Manny's going to get tired. Barrios is going to time him, and well, we know my on timing. If you got a fighter's timing down, 90% of the time you're going to win the fight.
Yeah, then he's got those big calves, which have a lot of muscle, and when he was younger, they used to help him, be mobile in and out, change the angles. But when you're old and you got them big calves, it's almost like wearing like ankle weights. It's like a hindrance. Right, because now he's fucking like you can't even move around. You're getting tired, and it's like all that extra weight down at your ankles. I mean, it's just something extra.
Yeah.
Okay, in that same card, we're seeing Tim Tszyu versus Fundora. What do you guys think about that?
I want Tim Tszyu to win, but go ahead.
Go. I wanted the rematch, and I said this on my channel to happen after the first fight. Because Tim Tszyu was so screwed there. Like, that fight should have been stopped like 5 times. And his corner was done for letting it go on. So I wanted the rematch to happen then. And now that Tim Tszyu has been slept by, and not just slept, but horribly by Murtazaliev, I just don't see. If Tim Tszyu loses, as a huge Tim Tszyu fan, I don't think he returns as a top fighter. So I'm picking him just because Fundora looks so bad against Booker, but I mean, it's super risky. As a pressure fighter, when your chin goes, that could be the end of you.
Okay, what about you, Chief? What do you think? Or Gonzalo, what do you guys think about it?
No, I want Tszyu to win, but that doesn't mean he will.
I'm thinking I'm going to go with Fundora, really, to be honest. He's got a lot of power in them uppercuts because he's tall, and Tim Tszyu, I think, is like 5'9", so like his head is kind of low and he doesn't move a lot. He doesn't like move his waist, so he's in position to get hit he's in position to get hit with some uppercuts from Fundora because he's got a lot of leverage punching up, and that's one thing. That's one scenario. Another is I think it could end up a similar way in the second fight where
Like an accidental cut?
Cut by an elbow or something.
Yeah, I mean, that's what Fundora does a lot, though. To get range, he uses the elbows a lot.
Yeah. So I'm picking Fundora to win. If not, the same thing happens all over. But this time they call the fight, due to the bleeding or something.
Yeah, that would suck if that's the way it ends.
Fight Sports Talk made a good point a little while back on the show on the fact that Tim Tszyu's last fight could have altered the rest of his career. Look what one punch did to Hector Camacho. And this were several punches that he took in his last fight that he just couldn't recover from. You can see the look on his face, too, that he couldn't believe that he couldn't take it and didn't know what to do. Like, his brain was rattled. He thought he was tough enough to take it. He realized he wasn't, and he couldn't do the math fast enough of what do I need to change in order to survive this. Now, Fundora is not the opponent he's facing, nor is he as powerful as the opponent he was facing. But the psyche damage, it changes a lot of fighters. It didn't change his dad. Didn't change Tommy Hearns. He's not his dad. He's not Tommy Hearns. He's Tim Tszyu. And we'll see what happens on the fight night. But if that psyche damage had anything to do with the last beating he took weighs into this fight at all, Fundora may not have a tough time at all. If Tszyu is mentally tough enough to think I should have beaten this guy's first time, Fundora's in for a tough fight.
Yeah, but you know what? You got to hand it to Fundora, too, because he's a tough guy also. I mean, he got taken out by what's his name? He went to the Cuban guy or Puerto Rican. Can't recall his name. And then he got dropped by Lubin, but
Oh,
that
Brian
was a tough
Mendoza.
fight too.
He lost against Brian Mendoza.
Yeah, he's pretty tough. Mendoza's
Yeah.
tough. Speaking of freaking Fundora's tough, and he's also had other tough fights, but it's never been for his opponents. They always caught a beating, even though he has lost one or two times. He's always been in tough fights and always shown that he's tough too against tough opponents.
Okay, we also have. Sorry, go on. Fight sport.
I was going to say Lubin might be fighting Murtazalia, but I don't think Tim Tsz유's going to question himself at all. I think it's just sometimes when you rely on in fact, not sometimes, often when you rely on your chin, then once that goes, like a lot of your career can go. Now, maybe he just lost too much blood against Fundora, and maybe that, like, I mean, he did look a bit shell shocked. Like, I noticed Tim Tszyu kept tapping his forehead, almost expecting like he was going to bleed. Like, he did look like genuinely shocked after the Fundora fight. It's not in his character to say, "Oh, I think my team should have stopped the fight," but I think deep down he actually wished they would have. So I don't think he's going to be psyched out.
In the press conference, he said he didn't want the fight to stop. He wanted to continue it.
Yeah, but I think deep down I think he just says that because he's a warrior who doesn't quit. But I think deep down he was shocked. Like, nobody loses that amount of blood with the fight not being stopped. So I don't know. I think it's better if Tim Tszyu does win, and I still thought he was the best guy in the division after the Fundora fight. But yeah, we'll see. This is the best division in the sport, regardless.
I don't have any confidence in Tim Tszyu. That's the unfortunate part about this. I have no confidence on this guy.
There you go.
I don't think he's taking this fight as serious as he should. It seems like in the press conference, I really dislike the fact that he said that I'm gonna just go in there and trade and I'm gonna knock him out. Like that's a horrible game plan against Fundora. You're gonna get cut by an elbow. You're gonna get lined up on the way in. It's stupid.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and every time Tim Tszyu punches, especially in the beginning, when he doesn't have his range down, he sits in position just a little too long, thinking. And then he starts throwing. Once he gets his timing down, okay, he starts landing effectively. But he's also there to be hit. And, we can't act like the aura of invincibility and this guy is still there because he's been dropped like freaking a handful of times already.
Yeah.
He's been knocked out. He's been dropped about 6 or 7 times.
He's trying to emulate Golovkin. He's been trying to do that for the past 7 years, and he's actually done quite a good job of it. I like Tszyu because he pressures. He doesn't go out there to win decisions, and he wants to. If he goes a distance, then at least he wants his opponents to feel it the next day. That's what I like in a boxer, and that's Tim Tszyu. Now, but the problem is he's trying to be too much like Golovkin, which means he doesn't really have that much of a guard. He doesn't
have the Golovkin chin.
And that's the other thing, exactly. Golovkin had that tungsten chin that you just couldn't rattle the guy, and Tszyu, like you said, doesn't have it, and. It happens when you're fighting that way, you're going to get hit. And he doesn't seem to see him coming. I mean, like Gonzalo said, he was dropped against Wade early in his career. Gaucher dropped him. I mean, there's no shame in getting dropped by Murtazalia, but those two other guys, not exactly the greatest, Mike Tyson or anything. So it is quite concerning. And Fundora, even though Fundora never hurt him, never visibly shook him with any one single shot, he can still crack, just as Lubin. So if we, like Vessel said, if Tszyu thinks all I gotta do is show up and win, because maybe he feels that before the cut he was doing so well against Fundora.
Yes, that's exactly how I feel. I feel like he really thinks he's like, this is an easy fight, man. I was winning anyway. This time I just don't get cut and I win. That's it.
Well, he did. It's interesting because he has been sparring. I think I mentioned this in the last show. He's been sparring with Mikhail Fox, who's about 6 feet 3 inches tall. And that dude, in his last fight, he gave Bohachuk all he could handle.
Mm-hmm.
And
I think
Fox
he won that fight.
Yeah, well, I mean, I guess, yeah, you could make the argument he won it. Mm-hmm. Fox said that Tim Tszyu, they sparred about 80-something rounds, and he said that Tszyu is going to freeze Fundora. And I think what he means by that is with all the, the feints, the pressure, punching from all angles, probably that's what he felt during sparring. So, yeah, provided there's no freak accidents or that Tszyu doesn't get caught with anything big, he should be able to beat Fundora. Then again, Fundora, 6 feet 5.5 inches tall. That's a problem for anybody in that division.
In that same card, we have Isaac Cruz versus Angel Fierro, but Fierro got he's out. Weight drained too hard.
Yeah.
He's a weight bully. He's a weight bully that couldn't make the weight. So now we have to have a replacement. We have Omar. What's his name?
Sorry.
Omar Salcido. Mexican.
Yeah.
I've never heard of this guy. Anyone?
He's the guy that beat Chris Colbert at Pro Box last year. I think it was last year on Pro Box.
Oh yeah, he did, yeah.
So yeah, and then he lost to Andy Cruz. You know, stood his ground against Cruz, ate some big shots, but he just wasn't skilled enough to get past Cruz. But Isaac Cruz, another Cruz, it's a different proposition. He's gonna go in there gung ho. Could be another barn burner, that's for sure. I mean, they lost one barn burner, but they've managed to replace it with another. Salcido apparently was supposed to fight on this card, so he should be in shape.
Yeah, that's good. At least he's not coming in unprepared.
You know, I don't know if you heard what I said earlier, Vessel, but apparently I was reading an article on Boxing Scene about they were discussing Turkey Al-Sheikh's no more pay-per-view stance.
Yes.
And, you know, they were talking about, but, you know, the PBC, they did good numbers with Plant and Resendiz, and they're hoping that if they do well with Barrios and Pacquiao, that they can parlay that into a deal. I'm thinking, well, wait a minute. First of all, when they say they did good numbers with Plant and Resendiz, what does that mean? That could be
good numbers, yeah.
Exactly. So this fight, it does need to do well, and I think the PBC did a smart thing in jam-packing it with guys that they know are going to deliver. No more runners, no more back foot bitches, no more fighters with the ass style. They brought in the Mexican squad. They got Salcido and Cruz. You got Joet Gonzalez versus Figueroa.
You got Dora. Smart money, guys. I think Gonzalez beats Figueroa. Just hear me out on this. I don't think Figueroa is all there after the beating he took.
You know, it's interesting because a lot of people were picking Figueroa to beat Fulton. Yeah, because Fulton looked like crap in his previous fight. So I understand that. But I think Fulton always has that style to nullify a lot of what Figueroa does, because Figueroa is a slow twitch fighter on the inside, and Fulton can fight on the inside, and he's got the quicker hands. So he can land his shots, chat, and then get real close and smother Figueroa's longer arms and long-range inside offense, I guess. I know it's a sort of oxymoronic to say, but that's what it is. And so all credit to Fulton. I don't think Figueroa is necessarily finished, but Joet Gonzalez is coming off the Kagai win on Pro Box. By the way, Pro Box is really serving as the platform to keep a lot of these guys busy and a lot of their careers alive. Joet Gonzalez, not Leo Santa Cruz, what's his name? Angelo Leo. You know, Vladimir Hernandez, who just unfortunately recently lost, and I say unfortunately because he's really the king of the journeyman, lost the decision recently on Pro Box, but he was thriving there too, getting making good fights rather, staying alive on Pro Box. Whereas with the Zone, probably wouldn't have picked him up for that type of fight that he's delivering. Same thing with ESPN. So Pro Box really doing well now. Joet Gonzalez Figueroa. So how do you see that one going?
I don't know why I have a gut feeling that Gonzalez just comes out there, and ruins this guy's night. Doesn't really let him go, start getting his offense going. Because Figueroa is one of those fighters that if he can't get going, he's just gonna freeze, just do nothing.
So? Yep. He's got a good gas tank, insane gas tank. Even against Fulton, he just never stopped throwing. But the problem is he's got the problem of a lot of long-armed pressure fighters, which is that you can't tie him up on the inside. You can't smother them because of those long arms. It's not easy. Fulton managed to do it because Fulton's good on the inside. Joet Gonzalez, he's also quite ferocious. So I think this is actually going to be more competitive than that when it should. Because Joet Gonzalez can really crack. So I don't expect him to hurt Figueroa one particular shot. But Gonzalez is very ferocious, man. I mean, Shakur Stevenson really had to fight rather cautiously just to get out of there with him, and Joet Gonzalez walked away with a clean face.
Navarrete can take a punch too, so
yeah, Navarrete threw everything he had at Gonzalez, and he couldn't stop. I mean, he butchered his face, but he couldn't stop him. Didn't Joet Gonzalez also lose to a close fight against Dogbo?
Yes, he did. He lost a split decision against Dogbo.
So you see, it's never an easy night for anybody that faces.
That's one thing. I don't think he has it. I don't think Figueroa has that heart anymore to go out there, and struggle and eke out a win.
Are you saying the Heartbreak Kid got his heart broken? Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying he's got no dog in him, bro.
Oh.
How about that?
I mean, I don't know.
That could happen because Joel Gonzalez, he might also be tired of like losing. I don't think he's shot.
Yeah. Well, how old is Gonzalez? What is he's got to be late 20s, early 30s, or?
He is 31.
He's been through the ringer, man. It seems like he's been around forever.
But could this be a final hurrah? I don't know. I have a weird feeling I'm gonna throw some money on it.
He looked good against Kagai, and Kagai is a guy that gave Fulton all he could handle a couple years ago, rather.
Yeah, a lot of people even had that a draw.
Kagai Fulton.
Yeah, I had a couple of people. I think right.
It was very close.
one?
That's for sure. It was competitive,
Yeah.
rather. It was rather competitive. I don't know. We'll see, man. We'll see. But Zufundora, that's the fight that I'm looking forward to. That should be, for me, that's the main event in terms of importance. I mean, I suppose it's also important for that if Pacquiao wins, but that's a big.
It's good to see David Picasso too. I like David Picasso.
Yes, that's right, Picasso.
A lot of people say this guy has a lot of talent to be a superstar someday.
Is he with the PBC or is this just a one-off or what? What's the deal?
I think it's a one-off. I don't think he's with the PBC.
Should be a one-off because I mean, you want to talk about Stephen Fulton? Where is he at? How come the guy that he beat, Figueroa, is getting a fight before him?
Yeah, I don't know, man.
I don't know. I don't know what they're doing. I don't think the PBC likes Fulton. The way they're treating him.
I think they're still mad at him because of the Inoue fight. I mean, you do know that he went against their own wishes to go fight Inoue, right? And they got mad at him after that.
Yeah.
I mean, that is such a funny point because people were clowning Fulton saying, "Oh, you're not going to fight Inoue. You're going to stay in your PBC safe space." And then he goes against their wishes, and now I don't know if the PBC is working against him, but it would be. I feel bad for Fulton, but it would be ironic if he's getting criticized for trying to fight the best.
Well, that's the way it works, man. I mean, the people, I don't know which people said that, clowning him, he doesn't want to fight Inoue, but it was true. The PBC didn't want him to fight him, and that's the way they do it with a lot of their fighters. They don't want their fighters fighting people outside the PBC unless it benefits them, like Luis versus Joshua. So I understand why people felt that way, but yeah, Fulton's got balls. He's not a boring fighter. Even when the only so-called boring fight that I can remember from him is when he fought Daniel Roman from the outside. That was his least entertaining performance. But other than that, he's not a runner. He's not a back foot bitch. But the PBC seems to be intent on, I don't know, just letting him wallow there in whatever closet they get. It's weird. I don't know what's going on.
Are you saying he's in the Al Heyman closet?
Well, he is. Apparently, Fulton wants to move up divisions and fight Oshak Foster, and that's a tough fight. So, I mean, if he wants to fight that guy, then good on him for trying to fight the best. But I don't know. Maybe he's sitting up waiting for Foster. I mean, he wasn't active after he lost it away. So who knows? Maybe this is just PBC inactivity.
Hold on. What did you say? He wasn't inactive after Inoue?
Sorry, he wasn't active. Like it took him. Yeah, my bad. Sorry, it took him almost a year to get back in the ring after the Inoue fight.
That's outrageous. Why? It's like Caleb Plant too, fighting once a year. I mean, and by the way, I think Fulton's better than Caleb Plant, maybe, yeah, I would say.
I think he is.
By a little bit. But what I'm trying to say is still Caleb Plant fighting once a year, Fulton getting sidelined.
And it showed. And it showed against Resendiz.
Well, and that's the thing. Fulton looked horrible.
Plans past it.
Maybe. But what I'm saying is Fulton looked horrible too in his first fight after Inoue. So there's like Steve Kim says, activity matters. If you're wallowing in the gym, and by the way, sparring, we need to clarify something because I think it goes unsaid a lot, even on this show. When you're training and you're in training camp, I'm actually fucking sparring hard. I'm talking 95% of the 90 or 95% pace, where the sparring sessions are actually as close to as real fights as they can be. That takes a lot out of you, first of all. Number two, you're only supposed to do that when you're at full training camp, meaning you got to work your way up to it, and then you got to watch out because you got to peak. And this is when experienced trainers know, okay, this guy, we started training camp at this date, the fight is on this date, so we want to peak at around this date. And they call it a peak because you can't sustain that peak forever. Eventually, what happens is if you keep on training at that pace, you're going to overtrain. So a lot of these guys, that's what Steve Kim was talking about since the pandemic, was that a lot of these dudes, oh, I'm just going to stay training. You know, there's no fights, but I'll just keep training. Hey, you're training, you're sparring, you're still taking punches. Those 16-ounce gloves and the headgear, they don't prevent brain damage. You're still getting your head rattled. So a lot of these guys think, oh, well, I'm sparring. I mean, it's not as bad as a fight. No, yeah, you are engaging in fights. You're engaging in fights day in and day out, and they think, oh, well, you know, it's a 16-ounce gloves headgear. I'm not incurring any damage. Next thing you know, they've been away out of the ring for a year, but they've been sparring like maniacs. They show up to the gym, all of a sudden they're overtrained. They got to watch out for that. I would expect trainers to know that, and I think they do, but still, it's even with knowing that, it's still a year of inactivity. It's unnatural in boxing. When did you ever see guys staying away for a year and that being normal? That never happened for a reason.
Only with injuries. If you were injured, is the only time that ever happened to you, or you were like facing legal trouble or something.
Exactly.
Well, that, and there's so many. It's more than just the fighter who allow this. Like the promoters should be under pressure. Well, actually, no. Sometimes the promoters are under pressure, but the sanctioning bodies don't penalize fighters for being inactive. I mean, only sometimes will the sanctioning bodies say to a champion, "Okay, we understand you're injured, but you need to prove it to us. Otherwise, we'll strip you of your title." But also nowadays, fighters are making more money than ever, which is a good thing in a lot of ways. But on the other hand, it allows fighters to get away with sitting out just because you want to.
And that's the problem because, okay, Kelly Plant and Fulton, as far as I know, they weren't injured. So I would like to know why were they idle for so long? Why were they idle over a year? I mean, Kelly Plant, think about it. He fights Canelo. Now he lost, but now he's known, right? Now he's like, hey, he's the guy that fought Canelo. Instead of building on that momentum, and again, I'm not saying it was the biggest momentum in the world, but it's something. It's better than what it was what he had before in terms of public cachet. What do? Year inactivity. It's like, how does that work? In which business world is that a sensible approach? I know it's a rhetorical question I'm asking, but it's.
Well, it's
again, he doesn't have money to set up events frequently, bro. They just don't have that money, that liquidity.
Yeah, I mean, let's not forget when Frank Warren was in the wilderness, and nobody, I certainly didn't see him coming back to where he is now. His champions were fighting once a year. In fact, it was embarrassing how often his guys would pull out of fights, and this was pretty much always a money thing. So, yeah, it comes down to the promoters often not having money to spare, which is terrible. But a lot of it does need to go down to the sanctioning bodies not enforcing their rules. Like, if there were rules, kind of like the amateurs, I had a debate with someone about this months ago. If there were rules like the amateurs, where if you're inactive, then okay, but unless you have a valid reason, you get penalized. Like you lose your spot in the rankings, then that would guys will not respond unless there are incentives. So that's one thing. But the sanctioning bodies are lazy. And then you've got the fighters saying, "Well, okay, if I'm not forced to get into the ring, then why should I?"
But it's interesting that you only really see that right now with the PBC, a lot of the PBC guys. So it's not so much about the
really all the other guys in the promotions, they fight 3 times a year, do they? I must have
they
missed
don't
that.
they don't stay idle for over a year. I must have missed that. And you know, it's interesting.
Really?
I've heard,
they don't?
Yeah. Well, name me some names.
A lot of fighters fucking fight once a year.
A lot of fighters.
Across the whole.
But be specific though, Mirage, please.
Well, who fights frequently? How about we start with that? Because it's fucking rare unless you're an up and comer. They're all fighting once a year, maybe twice. I don't think it's just people that
fight. Well, there you go. Well, I'm talking about staying idle for over a year.
Like, yeah,
exactly.
Whose fault?
Exactly. So what I wanted to say that. Okay, so we do agree that the.
So Charlo's staying idle.
So hold on, you're interrupting me. You're jumping. You're interrupting. Mirage, you're interrupting. Come on. I know you want to troll and everything, but it's too early to start that.
I'm not
what I'm saying is, who am I trolling? Oh my God, what am I doing? What I wanted to say was that for the most part, and I don't even want to get stuck on the PBC. What I wanted to get to is these dudes. At some point, do they have some sort of binding contract that they can get out of with the manager per se? Because we all know that PBC technically it's not a, Al Heyman and all that. That's a managerial agreement. So my question is, do these guys have some sort of agreement with them and they can break it? That's what I don't understand.
It's called a contract. Yeah, contract. Yeah, heard of them?
Yeah, I think you're missing my question. What type of contract that even with this inactivity and their careers being ruined, do they decide to stick with these dudes?
But see, what you just said is based on a assumption that they want to fight, but they're being held back. When the reality could be,
so they don't want to fight.
They simply don't want to fight. Yeah. Do you think Charlo wants to fight more? Do you think Charlo wanted to fight more than?
You're right. You're right. They don't want to get paid. You're right. Nobody wants to get. No box wants to get paid. You're right. You're right. You're right. They don't want to get paid. You're right. They don't want to get paid. These fighters
just want to get punched in the face
and not get paid. Yeah, there you go. That's what. Yeah, what they like in life. What they like in life to go out there and fight. They don't want to do it. They don't want to get paid, and they don't want to fight.
Correct, because they're lazy.
How did I miss? I missed that, man. I fucking.
PDA, how do you think the PBC make money?
That's what fighters
do. How do they make money?
You're right. You're right. They don't want to fight and they don't want to get paid. You're right.
I'm fucking.
How does the PBC make money?
Shut the fuck up. He's trying to defend. Benavides. That's why he's getting
how did the PBC make money?
I had to drop in. I'm listening to this.
Yeah, I think it's time to end the show now. That Mirage wants to just
don't get out of line.
Just troll.
I genuinely missed that. That everything for him goes back to Benavides.
It always circles back to
PDA.
Yeah, so by
how do the PBC make the money?
Excuse me.
You're not going to answer. You're going to duck. You're going to duck like Canelo.
Excuse me. So by criticizing the PBC, he took it as an affront because he's always.
Of course he did, amigo. What do you think?
But hold on. Let me finish. What he does is he's always trolling. So like a paranoid person, he's always thinking ahead about, okay, well, what can they troll me with?
He's always preparing.
Right, because he's what?
He's preparing because he thinks he's gonna be about fucking Benavides, so he's like already building up a case.
Benavides already has a fight with Yardy. He's got a lot of going on his plate. I don't think we need to worry about whether he gets criticized or whether he's gonna get called a doctor or whatever. Don't worry about it, Mirage. Don't worry about it. Stay relaxed.
How does the PBC make money?
Hold on. You can unclench your asshole now. No one's gonna go after Benavides. No one's gonna go.
Now you can answer the question finally.
No one's gonna go after Benavides. Well, what I was saying was Caleb Plant and all these guys. They don't want to be inactive, and somehow you try to turn it into they want. These guys want to be inactive. They don't want to make money.
Yeah,
because they're lazy. Because they're lazy.
Plant made a lot of money, and he doesn't want to get in the ring and get beat up. Correct.
How much money did he make?
Many millions versus Canelo.
How do you know how much? He
made enough to have a whole room for shoes.
Because he's got a whole room of shoes. So because he's got a whole room of shoes, he doesn't want to work anymore. That means he's set for life because he's got a room full of shoes.
He's set for
Great
life.
logic there, Mirage. Great logic. Mirage, come on.
It's very logical.
Mirage, I know you like to troll. I know you like to troll, but I'm telling you, if you just keep trolling and you don't want to engage in good faith conversation, I'm gonna have to kick you out, man.
You finish with the gaslighting? You finish with the gaslighting?
If you keep on trolling, you're gonna get.
I'm not trolling.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, Mirage, come on.
You wouldn't be.
So suggesting the fighters are lazy and don't want to fight. Hang on. Suggesting fighters are lazy these days, they get overpaid and they don't want to be active is fucking trolling?
Absolutely.
Okay. You're trolling.
Okay. Well, I guess we're at an impasse then. Well, now, what I wanted to say was, in terms of the fight tomorrow too, we got Usyk versus Dubois. I haven't commented on that, by the way.
Why don't you?
I hope Dubois knocks him out and gets rid of fucking Usyk. I'm sick of the Usyk fanboys. They're out of control. Dubois KO, baby.
You don't believe that.
The guy racing.
He's talking about banging.
The guy raising his voice shaking, saying he wants a fighter to lose because of other people, what other people say. He's not the one that's unhinged. But what I was going to say about
fanboys.
I know. Like people are sick of you too, man. So I don't know what you.
I was sick of fanboys. For some reason, people like
Because we can end the narrative of Usyk's one of the best heavyweights of all time when Dubois knocks him out, and that's what I want.
Well, how about we end the Benavides fucking narrative?
Well, I'm talking about Usyk Dubois. You keep going back to. Are you obsessed with David Benavides? Are you obsessed?
For some reason, the boxing world keeps thinking that like when fighters fight Usyk, they want to have a rematch because they think they have a chance of beating him if they lost the first time. In other words, Usyk's always in the competitive fights against Fury. How many times did they fight? Twice.
Joshua, did they fight 2 or 3 times? Now
He's doing the UK tour. He's doing the UK tour. He's fighting all the UK guys multiple times.
Yeah, so for some reason or another, fighters always think, okay, I don't know, promoters, people, they think, okay, he was in a tough fight against this guy, but if we throw him there, if we throw him in there again with that guy that lost, maybe we can beat him again. And it's got to be the UK guys, like you said, Mirage. So for some reason or another,
who else is there in the what American guys can you talk about? There's no
Being the
American
top guys, they just happen to be all UK fighters.
Exactly.
Hey, apparently-
Like, use your fucking brain, man.
I mean, you could have it where that cat. What's that guy that just beat Zilly Zhang?
Caballero.
Oh my god.
Caballero.
Yeah. Let him fight these guys, man. There's no American boxers. That's the thing. So you can call. You have to fight a British boxer. That's the reality because that's all there is, and Europeans basically. But
Caballero's European,
Hold
German, Turkish.
But saying that that's all there is. Those are the top guys. There's no top Americans. Just because a guy's American doesn't necessarily make him better. So I know what you're saying. He's trolling. Well, he's trolling. What do you think? What do you think? That's what he does. He's trolling. Well, I want to say this about the Americans. Yeah, Miller.
What about Caballero? What does he fight Caballero?
The two babies, Baby Miller and Baby Anderson, were jawing at each other. So maybe we're finally gonna get the much anticipated battle of the babies one of these days. Hopefully,
I posted a poll on that shit. Yeah,
what does he fight Caballero or Parker?
Hey, Butch, I can barely hear you, man. You sound very muffled. Yeah, but he's outside. Wind. I can smell the cigarette through the screen. But I wanted to say about the Usyk Dubois. Yeah, listen, Gonzalo. The reason why this fight is being made is the controversy from the first fight about the so-called legitimate body shot, and on top of that, because Dubois actually has been on a good winning streak, and
he's earned his spot. He has earned a spot.
Like I was saying in the last episode. If you watch that fight, Dubois and Joshua are similar fighters in that they're both boxer punchers. But I gotta tell you, people forget, and I forget this too. Dubois is younger than Joshua, and you can sort of, if you watch their performances against Usyk, their respective performances, Dubois actually, I think he has the faster hands. You can see it, and I described his his punches in the first Usyk fight as flying bricks. Talking about Dubois. And he was following. He was trying to follow up his right hand with a left hook, which is what you're supposed to do against southpaw. A lot of people just over rely on that right hand, but the next step is to actually follow it up with a good left hook or at least a left hand, and that's what Dubois was trying to do. But gosh darn, Usyk was just ducking and dodging everything. But like I keep saying, and I'm going to ask you guys this question. I know it's highly speculative, but it's a question nonetheless. Usyk is 38. He's been in this division for 5 years, fighting bigger guys, sparring bigger guys. What is the likelihood that he's lost enough of a step so that those whooshing shots from Dubois that failed to land in the first fight land tomorrow? Come on.
No, I'm not sure. He looks like he's in great shape, though. Right. I don't know. He looks like he's well put together.
I think he has a solid chance. I think the people are acting like he has no chance at all. This is forget about it. No, he has a legit chance, but this is like a 70-30 fight, maybe 60-40, my opinion.
See what happens when you stop trolling? It's actually a good conversation.
Oh, see what happens when you use your brain more.
I never troll. Well, I do sometimes,
but Dubois, listen, Dubois has quick hands. I don't know about you guys. You tell me. Let's go back to the Joshua fight. Were you guys as surprised as I was about how quick Dubois' hands were in comparison to Joshua's?
He was landing something too. He wasn't like throwing and not landing too. He was landing, and he was getting reactions against Usyk.
Now, okay,
the problem is though, Usyk's footwork is just so out of this world. It's just way better than his. He was able to nullify a lot of what he was landing.
But the flip side to that coin then is, because he caught Joshua early, and then afterwards he was just spearing him with the jab. So was that because did Joshua look particularly slow in that fight because he was discombobulated from the first round, or would that have happened either way? That's the big question for me.
I think Joshua doesn't have heart. Once he sees something that's if he sees a hill he has to overcome, his heart goes out the way.
Yeah, But that's the thing, though. They say boxing is mental.
It's a mental
he
thing.
Now knows,
yeah.
If he knows now, hey, listen, because in the first fight he was tired, he was eating shots, he was huffing and puffing. He said, you know what, I went out. What if this time he's stronger mentally based off his a lot of the fights, the last 3 fights he had, most of them were upset wins if you think about it. Because against Baby Miller, a lot of people thought, oh, Big Fat Miller's gonna walk through him in the late rounds, and that didn't happen. In fact, it was Dubois who ended the fight stronger. Then the Hrgovic fight, he was the underdog. He ended up walking away. Dubois did with a win. And then the Joshua one, I mean, come on, that was an upset the way it happened. So maybe now he goes, you know what? Even if I'm tired, even if I'm huffing and puffing, I know I can pull it out with my power. So maybe this time he stays in there and actually toughs it out.
Yeah, Dubois is confident in his own delusion. He's delusional, but because he really thinks that was a body shot. He really, really thinks that.
Yeah, well, it was a body shot. That was a TKO.
So
on the belt is legal. Body
so
shot.
Maybe he's like, what if I hit him with another body shot? I can get him out of there this time now.
Oh wait,
yeah, put me down for the shock as well. Put me down for the shock Dubois win. I think Dubois might shock Dubois tomorrow.
Did you say a soft Dubois win?
Shock.
Oh, that's soft Dubois. I said, what is that? Is that a new expression now? Soft Dubois, like a soft.
It's he's gonna suck him off soft.
Nah, come on, man.
Oh.
Hey, okay,
Yeah,
Amok, I gotta ask. Amok, I gotta ask. Is there a dirty nickname you got for Dubois? With that warped mind of yours, did you finally manage a way to sort of twist Dubois' name into something dirty?
I did, but I forgot about it.
Ah, come on.
Not even gonna. I think I mixed it. I think I mixed it with, like, you know how you say douchebag, Dubois, douchebag, or something like. I can't remember.
You're making this up on the spot.
No, I'm serious. I just can't remember.
Let him cook.
Daniel douchebag.
Yeah. Daniel douchebag. Yeah, maybe.
I can't remember, man.
Daniel douchebois.
There you go. That's how I said it.
Give us your analysis.
Recognize.
Thank you for the help. Recognize.
His wife put him to brew the house. That's why. Oh, he.
Anytime, Amok. Anytime, schmuck. I got you.
Ah, come on. Wait a minute.
I get that a lot. You get mad because I make fun of their favorite fighter.
The original.
I'm just a fan of this sport.
The original Triple G Glazer.
So here we go. You just couldn't help yourself.
You had to talk about Triple Gut.
Yo, are we doing predictions?
Let me just write them down then, because then it gets lost in the ether. Hold on a second. So PSK said Dubois soft win.
Shock win. He said shock win.
No, he said soft win. That's how I'm gonna write it down.
Soft win sounds like a slow fart.
I got Usyk hard win.
I got Usyk Viagra win. How about that?
PSK, I can't hear you, man. You sound very low.
Oh, I said there's a reason why Krasuk left Team Usyk. Nobody's really talking about that. Why did his manager leave the team?
Why is that?
Because Usyk told him to fuck off.
Well, he's been there since day dot, right? And all of a sudden he magically left. People aren't thinking like there's a reason why.
Are you asking rhetorically, or do you know the answer?
No, I don't know the answer. I think it's I've asked the question. Why do you think people think he left so suddenly, just before?
Does anyone know?
Wait, what happened? I didn't catch that.
Why did his longtime manager Krasuk? Why did he separate with Usyk?
Yeah,
that's what PSK is asking. I don't know. I also seen Dubois like elbow the shit out of his trainer in the chest. You know, and he looked at him like, "Get the fuck out of my way!" At one of the face-offs. Like, I don't know, what does that mean.
That means he's going to full retard mode. I think that's what it is.
You know what I'm saying?
Really.
Like,
I think he's going into combat mode where everyone's his enemy. He's seeing red.
Dubois has a dog, but it's retarded.
He's going into berserker mode. And he's going to.
He's going to goon mode.
Oh man! Listen. I'm looking forward to this fight. That's for sure. I'm looking forward to the Dubois Usyk fight. I think it's gonna be. People Mirage does have a point, believe it or not. That some people think that all Usyk has to do is show up and win, and man, he's got to redline it. He's got to push that engine to be the guy. And by the way, I know Usyk and Dubois. It's not the height differential might not be that much, but Dubois, I believe, ended up weighing in at 246, I think, and Usyk at 220. So that's 26 pounds or 24, whatever, of difference. That's muscle, by the way. That's muscle from Dubois. So it's Usyk better mind his P's and Q's in this fight.
I want to know, how come this isn't really a big fight? It should be.
Because the undercard kind of sucks. Have you seen the undercard? There's literally nothing good there.
Okay, that's probably why. Because you got a guy who's an underdog who's been proving people wrong. And then he wants revenge. That's the kind of shit boxing fans.
You should work for them. You should be selling. You should be selling the fight, Amok. Why aren't they? They're just building it up as Dubois coming here to let the world know. Nah, he's here for revenge. He's on knockout.
They'd kick me out. Let's be honest. Because the first staff members I'd be firing. Just a certain group of people that are just don't know how to do things properly.
What are you talking about? Oh, wait a minute. Jimmy, is that you?
Oh, yo, Mr. BDA.
Can we get Jimmy's opinion on this? I love Jimmy.
On, guys.
We gotta get Jimmy's opinions on everything. We haven't heard from him in a long time, almost as long as my. Well, yeah. Go ahead, Jimmy.
It's been a minute. How you guys doing?
Been more than a minute, first of all, but we've been doing well. I hope you're doing well now. Hope you're on stronger than ever with all those.
Oh, yeah.
You're back on the roids, right?
Oh yeah, man! I'm saucing up big, going out sucker punching people.
Jimmy, are you on the snack again?
Yeah, I'm snacking again. Yeah, I got the fucking got the Italian on the West Coast calling me and shit.
Jimmy, I wanted to ask you something.
Yes, what's up, my brother?
Before you go, okay, I was talking about inactivity, and we know now that inactivity hurts certain guys. Now, what I was talking about it was how a lot of these guys, they think that because they're sparring, oh, well, it's almost like I'm staying in shape, right? Like I'm staying sharp. Can you just maybe touch on how trainers gauge when a guy peaks and how to avoid overtraining, meaning staying on that peak way too long?
Yeah, no, absolutely. You can, when you're conditioning your body, first off, like dropping weight for a fighter, that's, like, I don't know, like imagine you guys, if you're in like anybody's in like decent shape, anybody's hovering around 10%, 12% body fat, meaning you can see maybe the outskirts of your abs. Now imagine cutting away 30 pounds off that, or even 25, let's say 25 pounds, but you got to do it. You can't do it in sauna. You know what I mean? You got to work it off slow, right? You go through mood swings, you go through all kinds of shit, but you can also keep your peak strength, speed. What happens when you meet at a certain, like you can only carry that for so long, like when you're training to lose weight to get ready for a fight. So when you're sparring a lot, so you hear people say, well, I've been sparring. Yeah, dude, but you've been sparring at your walk around weight. That's night and day different than going through the rigors of losing all that weight to fucking get down. That last week before the fight, oh man, you can't be around most fighters. They're just miserable. Their fucking breath stinks. And going to ketosis and shit. Their fucking bottoms, their feet hurt because they lose the fat off their feet. So they're wearing those spongy shoes. You know what I mean? Yeah, no, they're just miserable creatures. But again, that's why I always hear about people talking. They'll do the interviews 2 or 3 weeks out from the fight before the last crunch, the last 10 pounds has to come off. And then you got to try to keep so yeah, you can. So the whole sparring to stay in conditioning for fighting and put you in a fight, no, that puts you maybe in your reflexes. It can help a little with that, but there's so many other caveats with going to fighting. You're fighting at a melted down weight, right? And if you didn't take the weight off correctly, you're gonna burn out fast, and you hit a wall. It's weird. It's like, I don't know if anybody's ever pushed themselves to something like your brain wants to keep doing, but your body just doesn't go. Like your lungs are on fire. Your legs feel like they're fucking walking in lead, just like, walking in heavy mud on your feet or trying to like run in water. Like your body just doesn't, all of a sudden, bang, it hits the wall. And that's what a lot of fighters get fear of. You know what I mean? When they're in there, they'll say like, throw some punches, in the 6th, 7th round. They're afraid if they sell out, then they'll have nothing left in those later rounds, and then they'll get picked apart. And you can always, and I'm telling you, it's the weirdest fucking feeling. When you're in there, you can literally feel the other guy get weak. You literally can feel. If you're because you're in there, you're leaning on each other, you're fucking hitting each other. You suddenly feel a little come off the punch, and then you say, "Okay,
Yeah,
was that just like an
feels
off
the same
punch?"
way about Benavidez.
Ah, come on.
Yep. Yeah, but you know what I mean? Like you can you'll sense, okay, was that just like an off speed? Or then you'll notice, no, it wasn't off speed. That's the dude's punches now. And once you notice that, you instantly start getting fucking more brave because you feel him weaken. And it's like when you always hear, I imposed my will on him. You always hear fighters talk about imposing their will. It's a weird thing when you know you got a guy beat, like now he doesn't have the strength. Now he's just trying to keep you off him. It's like that's a bad place to be, and that's usually because you've got hit your second wind and you got nothing else to offer. But yeah, so the whole sparring, you can spar until the cows come home. Will help with cuts. It'll keep your face with what's called calloused, right? With punches, it really does make a big difference. That helps there, but it's nothing like getting through all the fucking weight loss, then stepping in. There's a big difference than when you're in a closed off fucking gym in a place that's almost like your backyard because you're there so much, you know everybody. At any moment, if you feel a cramp, okay, time out. Got a cramp in my thigh, you walk it off. That shit doesn't happen in a fight. You start cramping, you just better hide it well. You know what I mean? Like, so it's night and day. That's why one of the things I've always preached anytime I call a boxing show is freaking ring rust. There's a reason they've been talking about ring rust. Go look at magazines from the 1930s from Ring Magazine, old copies. They talk about in articles about ring rust, the dangers of not fighting a lot. That's why they had a term. When they come up with its own term, it's because it's a thing. Ring rust is dangerous. It's, you know what I mean? It's about as worst thing a fucking professional fighter can have. Because the guys, I mean, look at the best in history. Go look, Sugar Ray Robinson. That motherfucker would fight 5, 6, 7 times in a 2-month span. And that's it, that when he's already become champion, he'll fight and 2 weeks later have another fight. Because it's like, I'm already in shape, let's do it. You know what I mean? As long as you don't get major cuts or been knocked out, fucking go. And you stay sharp. But you have to have some hard rest in between, though, too, right? Though you might, fight 3, 4 weeks later, but those 2 or 3 weeks, you're going to lay in bed, do nothing but eat, and then, not get fat, but you know what I'm saying? Just let your body heal. So ring rust is dangerous. It's actually a crippler. We saw that with Errol Spence. He didn't know what his body was going to do. He thought he could do fucking coke all day and drink and I'm out to buy, baby. And then he got in there against a kid who doesn't drink, and his equilibrium was off. He was crossing his feet, doing all these things you just don't do when you're fighting. So you've seen example after example, and yeah. So, but that's it's horrible.
People call those, what you just said, people call those excuses, but they don't deny that it happened. And it's true, man. A lot of these dudes, they just they live that life on the fast lane. They think that by staying in the gym, they're sharp. Which, by the way, Pacquiao is fighting tomorrow. Mario Barrios. Pacquiao's 46, hasn't fought since 2021 when he lost to Ugas. Can we expect the old guy to look real old tomorrow against a relatively good fighter?
No matter how good, he's Pacquiao, so he's going to do something in there that might look a little impressive because he's an all-time great. He's Manny Pacquiao, but he's 46 years old. It's like going to see the fucking Kiss, fucking Gene Simmons' gut hanging out. He doesn't spit the fucking blood as like he used to in the 70s. He doesn't blow the flamethrower anymore. You know what I mean? He does, spit the flames out of his mouth. Like it's just, they're not jumping off the fucking drum kit. They
got the air canister right next to him.
Yeah, exactly, dude. It's, you know what I mean? Like things change. Like at some point, it's like, give it up. But boxing it's like a drug. Right? Where else do you get there? Where else you have 10,000 people focused in on you, screaming your name, screaming yeah, right. Well, it's a drug. They're addicted to that. They want that. They miss it like anything else. They miss the adrenaline and the fucking just all that shit, and they can't give it up. That's why goes hand in hand with boxing. Guys hang on there too long, hang in there too long. And what's going to end up happening, he'll end up eventually just getting knocked out in one of these fights really bad. And I just, God forbid, I just hope it doesn't affect him to the degree, it affects the rest of the quality of life on him.
It's interesting because it seemed like he was out. I mean, last fight again was summer 2021. He lost against Ugas. He didn't do badly. I mean, he competed, but he just couldn't catch Ugas clean throughout the fight as much as enough to win a decision. And he said, "Okay, you know what? I'm out." And I said, "Okay." It seemed to me like, especially this past 5 years, he had a couple of exhibitions here or there. He must have. Is it a money thing, or do you think he started money? He started looking.
No, it's 100% money. 100%. He's always had an entourage around him, and he's always carried he's got second cousins he pays for. That's always been about him. He's always never treated money with the respect it deserved, and you got people, management companies, bankers, everybody's got a slice. Half these guys, by the time they're Manny Pacquiao, are, they've already spent the next, back in their prime, have already spent with creditors the money that they haven't even made for the next 2 fights yet. You know what I mean? Buying houses and cars and shit, and they just got a running tab with their management and their promoter. It's the reason why Bob Arum fucking cut him. Bob's like, enough already with this guy. You owe me fucking $30 million, dude. You know what I mean? You're talking about you want to renegotiate. You still owe me $30 million. No. And then after that, he wanted fucking Bob to pay for his taxes. He owed fucking Uncle Sam, what was it, $11 million? He's like, well, I'll resign. He's like, no, fuck you. You'll get your contractual obligation with me, and then that's it. And part of Al Heyman signing him, the PBC had to pay his fucking taxes.
Wow. Where can I get that deal? But it's interesting though, because usually what happens sometimes with these guys is they go back to the gym. These older fighters, they go back to the gym, they start doing well against the youngest, and all of a sudden they start getting that itch to go back in the ring. Well, if I can compete with the young guys, maybe I can still beat them. But then when they step into the ring, it's a whole other pace. I mean, we saw it with Mike Tyson and Jake Paul, and I wasn't sure how he was going to look. Tyson was, because I was thinking, well, if he does have something left, it's going to be pretty hard for Jake Paul, no matter how much younger he is. He's still going to have to contend with Mike Tyson. But then you saw it after just one round where he really let his hands go. Tyson, you saw what happened. That's the ability to sustain that throughout 8 rounds or however long that fight was. People seem to miss how conditioned you have to be, how sharp you have to be. Like you said, the fight calluses have to be there too. And Tyson just didn't have that. Doesn't matter if it's an all-time great. It's just, if he's 46 inactive or 56 inactive, it's going to look at after 2 rounds.
Yep. Fucking Father Time's undefeated, man. Never lost. Takes them all. Right. Yeah, no, it's one of the reasons I called too, man. I don't know, but Haney's trying to get his way out of the fucking Norman fight. Is anybody surprised by that?
With the drug thing?
Yeah, trying to have him sign.
Those guys are.
Recap it for us, because I didn't hear that.
Okay, so Vada, the Sheik will pay for Vada for 8 weeks, meaning it's on his dime. Vada should have to fly out to wherever the fighters are, take the test. They pay for all the screening, yada, 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 right? He's suddenly out of nowhere saying, okay, he was on, I guess, the Boxing Voice with Brian Norman's father, which is another weird thing that fucking Bill Haney does all these interviews. He's not the one fighting. You know what I mean? But yeah. Well, how about, are you willing to have your son right now get on VADA? And he's like, so what you're saying is you're willing to kind of basically saying, willing to let the fight go by the side? What do you mean go by the side? Like, dude, that was never agreed upon. He's already said he'll do the 8-week thing that starts, I guess, August, and it's 8 weeks. But because he's trying to put this caveat, like, nope, you're going to start it now or we're going to walk away from this. It's like, get the fuck out of here, dude. You ran from Ramirez. You treated him like he was fucking plutonium, and you fucking ran from him, stunk out the joint. And Norman, I think, would take his head off, and I think they know it, and they're looking for any excuse to get out of it. Just more embarrassment by American fighters.
I would say it depends.
Is it Jimmy? Jimmy's back.
Yes. Back like the bubonic plague.
Well, finally. I would say it depends, Jimmy, because I'll be the one that usually brings it up. That all depends on the referee.
Right.
Well, that's what I was saying earlier.
Hey, Jimmy. Can I ask Jimmy, do you think Pacquiao Barrios can end up like Camacho against Leonard?
No. I think it's going to be a fucking... I think it's going to be one of those things anybody who's watched Pacquiao throughout the years is going to sit there and go, oh, God,
It's gonna be hard
you
to
don't
watch,
like to
bro.
see it. It's gonna be hard to watch. Exactly. He's a 46-year-old man, dude. Like at some point, like this is the time he's supposed to be walking on the beach with his grandkids.
Well, what are you doing, Jimmy? Well, why do you think it's legacy
Money.
or money? Money. Oh fuck.
Of course.
He explained it earlier. Yeah, he explained it earlier.
Yeah, Philippines is fucking. They hit you over the head with taxes. They fucking. He's always owed creditors.
And Jimmy, I think he takes care of a lot of people.
A lot of people. Always
Hey,
has.
Jimmy,
Yep.
man,
He's
long
always
time
been-
no see, man. Long time no see, Jimmy.
You need to take care of.
Miro's trying to copycat me. He doesn't care about Jimmy like I do.
Hey, Jimmy, yeah, long time no see. I'm curious, Jimmy. Did Canelo duck David Benavidez?
Ah, here we go. Now, Jimmy, don't
fall into that.
Don't engage with it. Ignore Miro.
It's just a test. It's just a test question. Just a test.
Right, shut up, man. You're ruining the moment.
Is it time to end the show?
Miro's is trying to ruin the
To
moment.
see if he's come to his senses. I just wanted to check. You know,
You're ruining Bucho's. You're ruining Bucho's. What did you call it, Bucho? The
Carry on.
The reunion. He's ruining the reunion.
His enthusiasm for the reunion.
I thought Butcher was gonna say he was ruining his cocaine high. No, I'm kidding. No, but listen. Well, I wanted to say this, man, in regards to the Pacquiao fight. Yeah, it's a shame that Pacquiao. Pacquiao. His interesting thing though is he looked okay in his exhibition fight against the kickboxer, the Ango or whatever his name is. But other than that, that's an exhibition fight. The other guy was going kind of hard, but it's an exhibition fight. Now he's going up against a pro boxer. Barrios, I know he's mid. I know he can be knocked out and dropped. But Pacquiao's a midget. Now he's an old midget who doesn't have the speed advantage over Barrios. So it's not a listen, boxing is full of surprises, but it's kind of hard to see this one, although I would be happy to see it. Real quick, shout out to Hector Bermudez. Shout out to Hector Bermudez for his contribution with the super chat. He says, Rohan Polacco, July the 26th, MSG on ESPN Plus. He the next one. Well, there you go. He's saying Rohan. What type of name is Rohan?
Yeah, that kid's very good. That Polanco kid's very, very good.
Is he as good? Is he as good as Palantir Polanco? That's what I want to know. Oh no, what was the name of that other city? Minas Tirith Polanco. And shout out to SkullKid25 for his contribution as well via the super chat. He says, "Tell Jimmy who did he have winning, Cepeda or Shakur?" Oh, he's calling Shakur Stevenson Shakur. All right, two things. First of all, Vessel Rohan Polanco. You say he's good?
Yeah, no, he's a real deal. I think he has footwork way above his caliber of. Yeah, he's a prospect still. Yeah. So.
All right, gonna check him out.
Just watch out for this kid. This kid's gonna be a world champion soon.
He said the 26th MSG ESPN Plus, and then SkullKid says, Jimmy, did you watch William Cepeda versus Shakur Stevenson? And if so, who did you have winning that fight?
I don't want to disappoint. Sorry, but no, man, I was busy that weekend. And I just can't get myself. It's on the to-do list. I got to watch the fucking Cepeda fight. I just can't get up to watching his fights. Not Cepeda, but Shakur. Doesn't motivate me. You know what I mean? I guess if I maybe had pressing things like rearranging my sock drawer. I guess I could find time. No, I mean, his fights just bore the fuck out of me. XP, there's not going to do anything any different. And
this one, I gotta tell you, this one wasn't bad. This one wasn't bad, Jimmy. This was okay, an okay fight as far as his fights go. I will say this though: prior to the fight, I think weeks before the fight, Turki Al-Sheikh had said that he didn't want to see any more Tom and Jerry fights. Meaning, like Tom and Jerry, the cartoon where the cat's always running after the mouse. So that's what he was saying. So he was saying, well, I don't want to see any more running. Which, by the way, I keep harping on this, Jimmy, that the running is it's not the only problem. It's also the dipping below the waist and the clinching and the non-punching. But anyway, he said that. So then Shakur Stevenson took offense to that, and he started wearing a Tom and Jerry cap, saying, "I'm gonna do what I'm gonna do." Then he did say in one interview, he said he was gonna trade with Cepeda because you can't outbox a guy like that. Then he switched it up again and said, "Well, if I want to fight my fight, that's what I'm gonna do." It ended up being and then he showed up to the final press conference with a belt, saying he was going to put belt to ass on Cepeda. And then the fight happened, and yeah, it wasn't a bad fight, but certainly wasn't a belt to ass type of beating that he promised, or that some of his fans promised, because some of the responses that I was seeing throughout social media was that he was going to make it easy. He's going to make it look easy against Cepeda, and it wasn't easy. Cepeda rocked him with a jab, kept hitting him over and over with jabs, which, by the way, just let me know that I'm not entirely sure, obviously, because it's all about predictions and all that, but I think Lomachenko would have beaten him just based on what Cepeda was able to do. And so Shakur Stevenson ended up walking away with a hard-earned win. And like I said, it wasn't as bad a fight, but here's the other kicker, Jimmy. People were saying before the fight, when Turki Al-Sheikh said that about the Tom and Jerry fight, there were people saying, oh, Turki Al-Sheikh wants fighters to die. He wants them to slug it out like Arturo Gatti. He wants them to have CTE. How dare he change the rules? Which, by the way, he's not changing the rules. He's just applying them, which means you got to punch. You're not supposed to just run around the ring for 30 seconds at a clip, not throwing shots. And then what happened? Shakur Stevenson didn't die. He's not suffering from CTE, as far as I know. And now people are praising him because he stood his ground a little bit more than usual and didn't run like he did against Nakatila and against De Los Santos. So that's what that was a story before and after the fight.
No, that's good. I'm definitely gonna check the fight out for sure now. I just, you know what I mean. His last so many performances have been just so god awful, and no, there's no mistake. And a few people I've been talking to, just in the last few weeks, especially trying to catch up with things, were telling me that the Sheik's power within the sport is becoming immense. Like he's the mover and shaker now in the sport. Like especially where the fucking Top Ranks about to play out their string with ESPN, or has played out their string with ESPN.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? And for him to say no more pay-per-views, I mean that's the fucking stranglehold on the PBC. That's going to do them in. Who's going to pay for their fucking pay-per-views on Prime? I mean, look at the fucking fight they're putting together now. I mean, they've pretty much lost their best guy, right? I would say David Benavidez was probably, I mean, some would say Davis fucking, but he's...
David's still with the PBC, Jimmy. He's still with the PBC.
He's still with the PBC, but he's lending them out, though. He's already fought once under a Turkish Al-Rashid card, and he knows that's where the money is. He's not stupid. At least, you know what I mean? I get it. You know, and I don't know if he forced Luka Witz's hand and said, listen, that's where the fucking money is. That's where I'm going to go. You know what I mean? I guarantee he's making better money with the Turk than he is, because the Turks, they're not worried about investors.
He went there to fight Yard.
Yeah, and he's getting more money with that and it's guaranteed too. He's probably getting a check beforehand. He's not.
I don't know. I don't know. I didn't see the
not all
paperwork.
not all tied into the fucking number of tickets sold and everything else. So, yeah, I mean, but that's just not good because, right? You would say the two biggest fighters in the PBC, left standing without a doubt, is, I would say, David Benavidez number one, because unlike Davis, at least Benavidez has shown or said he wants to fight all the best guys. Let's hope he's still young enough to do it. I mean, at this point, Davis is fucking. They still haven't even fucking. That fight was supposed to happen in 4 weeks, and you go to T-Mobile's. Yeah, you go, now it's suspended out of nowhere, but it's only been suspended for 6 days. How does that even make sense? Oh, we're going to put the fight back. Because of this arrest by 6 days. Yeah, that sounds like you don't have the money for the deposit. Because remember, this is in real important. Sorry, BDLA finished right after this.
That's right.
Al Heyman's credit is shit. He's got no good faith with anybody. His LLC has like 5 or 6 major lawsuits against him. You know what I mean? He's got no credit. It's not like Bob Arum can call any arena in the country. Hey, this is Top Rank. I want this date. No problem, Mr. Arum. Slap their name, Top Rank, start to fucking put it out on their website. Top Rank's going to be having a show on this date. When it comes to fucking Heyman, they might say fighting at the fucking T-Mobile Arena, they might put a fucking slight hold on it. Right, but nothing's inked, and nobody's gonna give him that date until they catch a check. That's where it's because his name is shit in the game.
Well, that's the thing, though. It's. I remember when initially Tank Davis Roach was announced for us one city. I think I remember this is what occurred. They were saying it was gonna be in Houston, and then it ended up taking place somewhere else. Right? I think there was some sort of delay too as well, and people were. I think we talked about it on the show, but hey, what's going on? We were speculating about the reasons why the fight was getting moved, and why there was uncertainty about the location, and because it was relatively close to the fight itself. And now we're seeing the same thing here. The rumor is that supposedly Tank Davis is going to fight Jake Paul. Now the other rumor
that's not going to happen. He's too small. That'd be. Plus, now that he has another arrest for beating a woman, Prime Video is not going to do that. No, seriously. I'm just being honest.
I know, but
we have a panel. Why don't you ask PSK? Remember, he predicted the Munguia versus Canelo fight.
What do you mean?
Yeah, because he was talking about how Canelo will eventually fight Munguia. and it ended up happening.
Interesting.
Dude, I predicted that like a year earlier, man.
No, you
I
didn't. The
remember
guy that actually
Yeah, I
predicted
remember
that was PSK. I remember that.
No, I said that a long time ago.
I don't
I
think
Nobody
predicted
cares what you
Malenka,
gotta say because half of that
Munguia,
shit is bullshit and the other half is
Charlo,
trolling.
predicted everything.
That sounds like a lie. It sounds like a lie to me, Amok. That's what it sounds like to me. But
Who, me?
PSK. Oh, I don't, no. What he's saying. But I don't know if
Yeah,
PSK.
of course, what he's saying is bullshit. But yeah, PSK was talking about it. Remember before everyone even brought him up.
I think PSK
Yeah.
right now can talk, man. He was sounding very low earlier, and
I'm gonna predict that the PBC gets bought up by Turkey. How about that?
you mean
It's
the contract?
The rumors the BBC are going to hook up with ESPN again. That's the rumor floating around. Somebody mentioned.
I heard that
No,
weeks ago.
ESPN's,
So
ESPN's
people
out of
keep
box.
saying they're going to die. They're going to vanish.
No, they're just gonna get bought out.
not
That's
happening.
what's gonna happen.
It's not
Oh, he
happening.
means gonna take a loss. Just leave.
But in actuality, aren't they? I mean, what relevance do they
Well, how
have?
does the signing? What would mean signing with ESPN is dying?
But they're not gonna. That's not going. Yeah, but that's not going to happen.
What if it happens?
ESPN's getting, but it's not going to. ESPN. Why would they get rid of Top Rank to sign the PBC? They don't have any fucking star fighters.
Well, that's the other thing. Hold on. That's the other thing I want to clarify
ask
because
him. I don't know.
ESPN they had ESPN's last card already happened, right?
Yes, I believe so. Right? Wasn't that they
Now
already
they've
had
got-
the last one?
Because that's the other thing. Weeks ago, it was reported that they were still going to be working with ESPN, just not on an exclusive basis, and so that's why like Hector
A fight to fight.
Right. So Hector Bermudez said Rohan Polanco's fighting on July the 26th. Isn't that the same day Zayas is fighting too? Perez, Zayas and Perez are fighting, I think, on that day. So ESPN is still in boxing. Maybe that's what they'll do with the PBC. Not that they'll sign
Well,
a
yeah,
exclusive
their
contract, but-
big money, their big money contracts, right? The big money is all going to UFC. They're re-signed with the UFC to do Friday night
That's the other
fights and
thing.
shit they've been doing.
Real quick, not to pivot away too much from boxing, but people keep posting these videos on the Discord about how Dana White is, what's the word I'm looking for here? Secluding himself a little bit from MMA. People are saying that he seems to be more interested in slap boxing and now actual boxing than actual MMA. Has anyone heard anything about that? Is there any relevance? Yeah.
That wouldn't surprise me. That was his first love. You know what I mean? That's what got him into the UFC game, was his love of boxing and promoting boxing, the fight game. But he's always at his heart been a huge boxing fan, and it wouldn't surprise me his ego wanting to. And if he gets in bed with the Sheik, that's a good sign. And again, it's going to put pressure on PBC. What little they have to offer, because you say this, you're a young fighter. What young fighters the PBC signed? Who do they even have on their roster anymore?
They signed a 16-year-old Mexican kid. When I saw his picture, he I don't know. I thought he was a meme or something. He really looked like a child. I said, wait a minute, are they signing children now? I was like, well, so that's what they get. They're signing 16-year-olds, I guess. But yeah, it's kind of tricky to see how the boxing world right now is restructuring with everything that's going on. The thing is this: Tank Davis. I mean, we talked about this ad nauseum after the fight, but it just really did seem that Roach put him in a bad spot mentally. And then on top of that, you got he's on a shaky promotional outfit that they don't know if they got dates or when they have a date for. So, and I don't know, he seems to have hit a difficult place to be in career-wise. So I guess.
Well, he knows he lost that fight. I mean, he knows he lost that fight. No questions asked. He was a beaten fighter. He ran to his car. My eyes, I got fucking soul glow in my eyes. Like, what? You know what I mean? It took a fucking absolute corrupt referee, a corrupt fucking, athletic commission to not want to have to give back. Because this is why they don't overturn these things. It comes right down to dollars and cents. The bookies, the gambling houses. You know what I mean? Even though, like, once a fucking you can't, once you do a bet, it doesn't change. Say if they call that fight void, say no, we're changing it now. Look, Roach is the winner. People are like, what the fuck, man? Where's my money? Doesn't work that way. Your bet goes up, but it hurts gambling, and these gambling houses have big pressure. And they probably told that fucking, listen, don't do it because we don't want the headaches. You're going to affect gambling going forward. But it all comes down to dollars and cents. But it's corruption. Davis lost that fight. He lost it twice that night. You know what I mean? When he fucking turned his back on the fighter, You know, he should have been called off there. And the second his trainer stepped on the apron of that ring, that's a disqualification. That's that's not even open for discussion. That's just hard rules, and they fucking flaunted them so this kid continued to fight because who's Lamont Roach? He doesn't, that dude doesn't bring fucking flies to a picnic. So
well, the other rumor was some people were saying that maybe that Sheik was gonna make Shakur Stevenson versus Tank Davis, which that's a significant fight. But I don't know how entertaining that would be. I think the Tank Davis' Roach fight would be more entertaining. But of course, I'd like to see Shakur Stevenson fight Tank Davis just to settle the score in the lightweight division. But I don't know if Tank Davis wants it, man. Maybe if
Tank Davis is too. What does Shakur bring? What does he bring to the table? Oh, I know. He brings nothing like what Lamont brings. All the fucking masses of fan and name recognition, like dragging up another dude from a smaller weight class. That dude is just such a fucking clown. He's just so bad for boxing. And it's just more continued. Listen, and the Sheik is any xenophobic, and I hate even using that word, Americans who think the sport is American and this is not the 1980s, the 90s, man. Boxing, like Sheik, I guarantee you, fucking shudders at the thought of dealing with American boxers and the bullshit and aggravation they bring to try to get a fight done. And if the Haneys fucked this fight up with Norman, first they couldn't get him to fucking Haney, that fell through with his last fight that was supposed to happen, right? And now this is going to be the second one. Where's he going to go after that? Fucking, who's going to pay him that money? Top Rank ain't going to pay him shit. Fucking, he's burnt his bridges at Top Rank. He's burnt his bridges at fucking Matchroom. He's going to go to the PBC. That's where fighters' careers go to die, not to blossom.
Yeah, and but the other thing with the PBC, with the pay-per-views here from the Zone is there. It's one thing to do that, and yeah, they're giving us the fights we want, and I like that. I like the fact that we're getting, for a long time there, I didn't care anymore about whether the fights were in the United States or whether they were in England, as long as they happened, whether they're happening in a half-empty venue in Saudi Arabia, hey, that's fine with me. But I mean, at some point, you do want to fight or two with a good atmosphere. I mean, the one they did in New York last week with Hamza Shiraz and Berlanga, I mean, it was. I like that venue. It was a tennis venue, so it seemed smaller, but it was still like I think 20,000 people capacity or 19, something like that. So they should do more events like that. But I understand, if push comes to shove and you can only choose one or two, hey, yeah, hold him in Saudi Arabia, but at least make the big fights happen.
At least busting some fucking people who would yell or clap or something, pay them, tell them you get beheaded if you don't make a lot of noise. I don't know. But no, I'm just kidding. That was bad. But yeah, no, and listen, speaking of Berlanga, man, I just gotta say, man, fucking I feel bad for him, and props to his wife for having the courage. The courage. No, his wife had the courage to call out the stains on that wrap. So clearly there was something fucking afoot. A fucking joke. What an absolute joke. His wife, you heard about that, right? His wife just saying that there was funny businesses like had what did they call it? Gorilla glue. They put Gorilla Glue inside inside his hands. Oh my God.
Soul Glow there.
Yeah, Soul Glow, right? Mixed with the Gorilla Glue, like making a cast. Like the gloves aren't there to protect your face, you motherfuckers. You stupid, shut up, wife. They're there to protect a fighter's hands, and nothing protects fighters' hands like putting it in a nice dip of fucking bucket of Gorilla Glue to harden first. Because that wouldn't hurt your hand punching the skull. Like these fucking people are ridiculous. They're just. It comes down to low IQs. Like when you mix low IQs and put a mic in a face to someone who's sniffing around 70 for an IQ, what the fuck? And this is the kind of garbage that comes out of their mouth.
Would you?
I agree. I agree with you, Jimmy. Mirage is a great example.
Come on! You're so mean, dude.
Yeah, stop picking on the guy. Jimmy, would you tell Berlanga's wife to get back in the kitchen? Would that
she needs a good domestic.
Come on. She needs Tank Davis in her life, is what you're saying.
Yeah. She needs to fucking get some poop out on some toothbrushes.
But wait a minute. Were you being facetious when you said you felt bad for Berlanga?
No, not at all. No, I was totally facetious. It's like it's boxing porn watching that fucking fool get folded.
It is. It is in a way because people love that when a guy talks a lot and then he gets his asshole rimmed in. Because look, listen, I understand. I've criticized fighters for that, and then I've had people tell me, "Well, he's just selling the fight." Okay, I understand that, but then when you see them doing that, even outside of promotional obligations and all that, then okay, he's not just selling the fight; he's an asshole, and that's the way it was with Berlanga, throwing himself a parade after he lost to Canelo, getting into it with Top Rank. Hanging out with what's his name? That fat comedian that got ran over at Walmart. I forget his name. He's and Fat Joe, and he thinks he's a star. He keeps saying, "Oh, I'm a star now because I fought Canelo." As if losing to pretty much every run to Canelo. Now all of a sudden that makes him a star. And then all that talking he was doing to Shiraz. He was
called himself the greatest 168-pound fighter, or at the time, was he 168 when he was, of all time when he was 16-0 with 16 knockouts, beat that parking lot attendants and shit. You know what? Just no humility.
Turki Al-Sheikh should be smart and do a rematch, just so we can see it all over again. Why not? Why not?
Right.
He got lucky. I want to see the rematch.
Yeah. Well, that's what he's. I think that's what he's saying, isn't it? Berlanga, he said, "Let's run it back." It's like running it back for what?
Yeah, fuck it, run it back. That was an entertaining fight, no?
I do agree.
He got thoroughly.
If he wants to get lynched again, let him get lynched again. That's simple.
What you got to see, Liam? You got to see, Liam. Shout out to Rapax in the chat. Shout out to Rapax Trunking Company 10-4. Rapax Trunking Company says Jimmy wants to keep Berlanga's wife barefoot and cooking and washing dishes in the kitchens. Jimmy practicing machismo, he says. Well, nothing wrong with that.
Or at least give her the money. Like women used to do. Run the household. Yes, you can paint it any what you want. Buy some furniture. You know what I mean. You take care of the house, but you do not speak for my career. Like he should have been so embarrassed by that, but yet he co-signs it or even goes along with it. Like that's that Wilder shit, man. Like Wilder blaming for his corner to fucking the suit and getting all propped up by insane YouTube channels, and he starts believing it. He's having fucking talks, calling people you're a soldier because this is a war, a race war and shit. Like it's just you go into a dark place, and look at how his career's ended. Look at how Errol Spence. Look at everybody on the PBC. I say that. I just put that out there. Name one of their plethora of fucking boxing superstars they had, from Broner to fucking Wilder, whose career didn't end in a absolute fizzle.
Crawford.
I got one. Crawford's not a PBC guy. I was gonna say.
Chocolate.
Oh yeah. Wilder fighting in Wichita, Kansas. That was a weird visual. I don't know if you saw his last fight, Jimmy. That was a couple of weeks ago, but he was fighting in Wichita, Kansas. And then Shazar told me that Elvis performed in that same city or town, whatever it is. I said, prime Elvis or fat Elvis, 70s Elvis? And he said 70s Elvis. I said, there you go. That was an interesting parallel. Two guys past their prime fighting and performing in Wichita, Kansas. By the way, that venue looked very dark. I don't know what was going on in the dark places. Who knows? I don't want to know. It was a scary venue.
Turn the lights on. They turn the lights down like that. That way you don't see the place is empty.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
it's an old tactic.
I would have thought that Wichita, Kansas, not much is going on. Maybe it could have gone the other way. Maybe it's like Kansas because these guys got nothing, but they'll show up to a fight. But I guess that's not the way it. That's not the way it went. What else do we got, guys? We got Bam Rodriguez fighting tomorrow against Cafu.
Here we go. Finally talking about a great fighter.
Yeah, Tofu.
See, I was waiting to see how you were going to spin that one. Fumalele Cafu.
Alfredo Tafu, whatever the fuck his name is.
Well, that's the other thing, though. Okay, so they already got.
Fumalele Cafu is going to absolutely dog walk Bam Rodriguez tomorrow.
I was going to say.
State. It's easy.
I was going to say before I let you go, Tel Collins, I let you cook, as they say. It is an interesting. It's a bad omen to have Rodriguez's next fight already announced against Pumita Martinez when he's got a guy in front of him, Cafu, who, yeah, listen, I expect Rodriguez to win, but Cafu's dangerous with the right hand. Telkines, how do you see this fight going then? If you could break it down, because I see you going for the opposite.
See Cafu, exchanging with him a bit. And I think he's just going to absolutely dog walk him, control the rounds. He likes investing to the body as well, Cafu does. And he's going to implement that to tire down Bam. Best case scenario, the distance.
Do you know that fighter well? Have you seen him fight a lot? That kid Bam's fighting?
I've seen Cafu fight quite a bit.
Now let me ask you, does he have excellent footwork?
Yeah, I think he has excellent footwork. Yeah.
All right.
No, he doesn't.
Right. I'm not doubting you. I'm just saying, yeah.
Telkai doesn't know what he's talking about.
Well, Jimmy, I'll send you the last fight that Cafu had. He went over to Japan and fought Kosei Tanaka, who's pretty good. He's fast and all that. And Cafu dropped him, I believe, in the 5th round, I think. But it was a hard fight. It was a split decision. It was a hard fought fight. Tanaka's quick. He's got good power, good body shots. Something, I mean, not that dissimilar from Rodriguez, except the difference is once you get down to the minutia, is Rodriguez actually pressures more throughout the fight. With more consistently is what I want to say. He also has a tighter defense. Rodriguez has, and I think he's a tighter body puncher. But just to recap here with Telkines, that's what I wanted to bring up is Rodriguez has become a pressure fighter in the last 4 or 5 years. If he starts backing Cafu up, because Kosei Tanaka was doing it to Cafu a little bit, what do you think is going to happen then? In other words, what I'm asking, yeah.
Yeah, Cafu's going to catch him, bro. Cafu's going to catch him. If he goes in really stupid like that, man.
Well, that's just it with Bam Rodriguez. To Mr. BDA's point, in the last 4 or 5 years, he took and he worked on his angles. You could see it wasn't second nature to him, like with nobody. That's very hard to work the angles he does. It's just common, like just reactionary to go right at somebody. But he always makes sure he comes at angles. And you see him when he turns fighters. When you start turning fighters and you're hitting them before the people even know where you are, that's what he's become very good at. And it's like every fight I've seen him over the last 5 years, whether the fighters he's fought have been aged superstars, and they were still they're great victories. And I've seen him grow in that ring. I've seen now he's becoming more and more he's becoming mature. His body, he's getting his adult male power, and plus his angles. And from everything I hear, he's an absolute fanatic worker in the gym. Like the first one to show up, the last one to leave. Trains his balls off. Garcia says it. You know what I mean? You saw the stories you hear out of that gym. Like everybody would stop to watch him train. Like he's one of those guys.
Telkines, what do you say to that?
I think Bam Rodriguez isn't even going to get past Cafu. He's so focused on fighting Martinez, who's a far superior fighter than him. He's even more ruthless in negotiations, not falling for the trap of fighting Bam in the United States, where all kinds of media bias would be in Bam Rodriguez's favor. Saudi Arabia is a decent neutral ground, but it can turn into a bunch of bullshit, and it's been known for its favor for fighters who are pressure fighters.
Okay, but let me ask you this though. Let me ask you this, because you said Cafu's gonna dog walk him. Well, but here's the caveat, or the flip side is, what if Rodriguez starts backing him up? Are you gonna be thinking, oh boy, it's over, or do you think
his counter? I believe Cafu will rely on his counter right hand, and it's going to be a wonderful display tomorrow. I can't wait.
Now, are you a big Cafu fan, or you just dislike Bam?
Like Cafu.
No, he's just retarded, Jimmy.
Ah, come on.
Okay.
You shut up and be casual.
That's just a fucking treat. He's just a
yeah,
troll,
that?
bro. You're a self-admitted troll. You say it in the chat all the time. You're just saying shit, bro.
I think he broke down the fight. I think he broke out down the fight pretty well.
Yeah, I don't know. Cafu doesn't have good footwork. What the fuck is this guy talking about? Cafu ties himself up. Like literally, watch the Japanese fight. He dropped himself because
All you guys
he
were
tied himself
saying
up.
that Canelo was gonna knock out Williams' skull, and look what happened. Canelo was hitting ropes.
Yeah, I didn't say that, dude. You could say someone else, but I didn't say that.
PSK, you want to say something? Yeah. You sound low. You sound low, by the way, PSK. I can barely hear you.
Oh, really? No, so my headset. Sorry about that. Yeah, I think Bam's gonna knock him the fuck out.
Scream into the mic, man, because I can't hear you.
Oh, Cafu like crosses his feet like on a regular basis. Bam's gonna KO.
He's someone who actually watched Cafu fight right there. He crosses his feet, Jimmy. This guy crosses his feet.
Yeah.
He even drops
yeah.
himself by crossing his feet.
Yeah, if you're a fighter who crosses your feet, that's not a good sign against Bam. Listen, Bam, it's going to take somebody with great footwork who can match Bam. Like Bam subtly cuts the ring off. You don't realize he's doing it. He takes angles on you where he takes your power away.
Martinez is the man to destroy Bam Rodriguez.
But don't interrupt. Come on.
But Puma's just that much greater, bro. He's far superior to Bum Rodriguez, like I call him. Like he goes around calling himself Bam. He sounds like somebody hit him in the head with a fucking mallet when he was younger. And that's what I think of Bam Rodriguez, to be honest.
I gotta tell you, Telkins is taking chances. You gotta give it to him. And I'll say
I'm
this.
gonna give him my fucking boot up his ass. I hate this guy.
Hold on. I'll say this. Bam Rodriguez is the closest thing we got now to a young generation type fighter, or his generation type fighter, who's fighting like Lomachenko. You can tell that if Bam wanted to, he could get on the back foot, be a back foot bitch, fighting the ass style. He's not doing that. He's putting the earmuffs up, in and out movement, pressuring guys. So you gotta appreciate that. One of the he's must-see TV. One of the things that I do criticize, and it's not even about him, it's about what people say about him, is that they are overrating him a little bit. By mentioning Inoue constantly, they're almost discrediting everybody around him in not only his division, but in the division above him, where they're saying, well, he's too good, he's so good that it's going to take Inoue to beat him. And I'm thinking, come on. That's where Telkins does make a good point. Cafu, I don't think Cafu's going to win, but he's certainly not to be overlooked. Same thing with Pumita Martinez. And because let's not forget, yes, Bam has looked very good in his last two fights, scoring stoppages. But after the Sorong Visay fight, he went the distance twice. Now, I'm not saying that going the distance means all of a sudden you were overrated, blah, blah. But what I'm saying is what I saw in those fights were things that tall fighters might be able to trouble him with. For example, Israel Gonzalez was firing throwaway shots, kept him at the end of his shots. Bam never looked completely comfortable in that fight. Same thing with Christian Gonzalez. So yeah, he's not invincible, but it's gonna take someone special, I believe, to be able to beat him. Maybe, apart from maybe scoring a one-punch knockout where somebody catches him cold or something, it's gonna take a type of Junto Nakatani. And I want to get into the Nakatani fight because they've been talking about that. Robert Garcia actually made some comments that really set the boxing world afire. And really lit some ires in some boxing fans. But anyone else want to keep say something about the Bam Cafu fight? Bam Cafu.
Well, you're right about one thing about the Lomachenko thing, because that's the fighter he admitted back about 4 years ago that he studies Lomachenko. He said he's the greatest boxer he's ever seen. He gave him all kinds of flowers, and he said, after watching spar. He was in on a few spar sessions watching him, and just like when he was there seeing it, and that was when he started to study his style, and he admits he tries to copy the angles, and you can see it. You can absolutely. So it was a great comment there, Mr. BDA. You caught that 100%. That's the style he does. That's one of the reasons I like him so much, because the technical stuff he does so well in there.
Saying that BDA, you made a great point. That goes without saying. You don't even people already know it. But I'll take it either way, Jimmy. But I want to ask Telkins this. Telkins, you said that Pumita Martinez is much better than Bam. and you're expecting Cafu to beat Bam. So if Bam beats Cafu, do you give Bam now more of a chance to beat Pumita? I know it's an if, but it's a hypothetical here or a speculative question. What would you say?
If he were to miraculously get past Cafu tomorrow, I think that, or I know that Bam Rodriguez would be in for a horrible night of getting embarrassed and possibly knocked out of the ring.
Well, people, I gotta say this though. Martinez ain't no joke. He's a ferocious fighter. But how come he didn't look? He beat Ioka in the first fight, and then he sort of struggled in the rematch. Really, was it just a case of Ioka being that much better in the rematch and making improvements, or do you think Martinez might be a little bit overrated? Just a little bit. What do you think?
I think Ioka is one of the better champions of the division, or was it the better champion of the division at that time? And he proved to make some pretty good adjustments, but Puma adapted and overcame that adjustment. So boxing is not only about scoring knockouts or walking away with points decisions, but it's about doing it in style and coming back and overcoming adversity. So yeah, that's what Puma is all about.
But you don't think Bam gets past Cafu in the first place, so I suppose it's a bit of a moot point. There you go.
Yeah.
Vessel, what do you think about his breakdown?
I'm gonna stop trying to insult him. I think something's wrong with him actually, and I'm not trying to be mean to a special person. Anyway, aside from that, I think Cafu's best strategy would be staying at mid-range and really trying to eke out a decision against Bam, because I think if he lets him get closer, he's gonna get rocked and stopped by Bam. I don't think he has that chin on him.
Telkins saying that you might have something wrong with you neurologically. Can you just maybe school?
You're sounding like Errol Spence over here, bro. You're sounding like Errol Spence over here.
I would smack the shit out of you so easily, man.
You wouldn't, bro. You wouldn't, bro. You wouldn't, bro. I know you wouldn't.
I will retire you off the internet, you faggot.
Retire me off the internet.
Telkins, can you just maybe illustrate?
As an NCAA wrestler, you fucking idiot. What do you think? How about that?
I would submit
that's
you.
Proof on that. You can check on the chat, bro. I said when I used to compete. I would crush you, kid.
Quick. I would absolutely submit you so fast, bro.
That turned quickly.
Yeah, BDA, in case you didn't notice, this is trolling. This is actual legit trolling.
I don't know, man.
Trolls. Telkins just trolls.
I don't know.
The irony of Mirage saying trolling.
You'll get there eventually, BDA. You'll work it out.
I will rip off your head and shit down your neck, you faggot.
Oh.
Jesus Christ, this is escalating quickly.
Well, let him go at it. I mean, that's the point. I mean,
he knows he's safe because he's in the fucking.
I'm enjoying it.
He lives in the UK. He's a UK little puffball.
You're a low tier troll. You're below F tier, bro.
If you ever come to Orange County, baby, let's make it happen. How about that?
Orange County.
You're from the UK.
There's nothing but a bunch of poofers down in Orange County. I mean, I know one person that's cool in Orange County, and the rest are just poofers, bro.
Well, Telkins. Let's just go, because can you just give us some of the predictions that you've made where people were like, that's an awful prediction, and then boom, it turns out that you were correct. Because sometimes you do have to lay out your resume.
I remember I put $500 on Andy Ruiz in his first fight against Joshua. That turned out to pay dividends.
You and the Guns. The Guns also picked Ruiz to win that one. So I guess.
I mean, all you have to do is look at his last opponent, not too long before. He was a guy just as big as Joshua was, and he had stopped him. Made him quit, mossed him. So yeah.
Vessel, what do you think about that? I mean, it seems like Telkins, he's got a couple of things.
Put it the boxer. I just put in the chat. That's Telkins' real life, apparently.
Hold on, what? Should I click on that link there, Vessel? I don't know.
Yeah, you should click on it. Just click on it, brother.
It's not gonna send. It's not gonna all of a sudden.
No, trust me.
All right. Well, unfortunately, I can't show it on the screen.
Elijah Adcox. That's an interesting
well,
name.
hold on. I don't even know if that's him. Not dox anybody. I don't even know if that's him. Well, let me just ask this. Telkines, do you have a box rec page?
Yeah, no fucking albino is gonna beat me, bro.
Yeah, I have a box rec page. I know Night Murph, that fucking cock, is probably circulating somewhere in the live stream chat or in the Discord page. So to cut it short, he's a fucking moron, and he likes twisting this shit.
All right.
Wait a minute, did somebody say, Mr. BD, you said he's an albino? Like, for real?
Yeah, look at him. He's a fucking albino.
No shit. Don't ever go to Tanzania, my friend.
Bro. I'm not an albino.
All right. I was about to say, if you are, don't go to Tanzania.
Are you saying they're gonna cut off his genitals for magic?
You're just mad
Dude, you're
because I have red
100% right. That's exactly what they do to him.
I have red hair and I box more slicker than Floyd Mayweather. That's the reason why you have.
No, they albinos. Real quick, albino children have to literally go. They live in a security prison with walls and armed guards because inside their village, like a little girl, she was sleeping. Village boys came in, they cut her arm off from the elbow down, sold it to the witch doctor for $600 euro, which is about a year's salary. That's a whole albino child's body is $60,000 in Tanzania. The government actually outlawed it, but it doesn't even matter. They're still doing it. It's like that. Crazy.
These kids nowadays are complaining about there's the economy, this and that. Look at these fucking kids hustling. I mean, come on, you gotta
out hustling. Yep.
They're hustling.
What are you doing? You just saw off his arm and sell it to the witch doctor because
I might go wherever this fucking asshole is and make some money off of him.
Ground up albino bones.
Wait, they never did that, Jimmy. You never did that in Massachusetts? I mean, I guess it's different.
No. I fucked around a little thing with we took a dwarf, kind of like we drank some dwarf blood, but that didn't help. But I never tried that. I never tried I never tried the albino route.
You don't know what
I don't know many witch doctors though. It's my problem.
Well, I'll say this: Canelo will not go to Tanzania either anytime soon. But no, look, listen. This Bam fight, I gotta tell you, I'm excited now. Now that Telkines gave his prediction. I do expect it if Cafu powers up, because we saw that. I've been talking about the concept of powering up lately. Resendiz looked like crap against Elijah Garcia. Then all of a sudden he powers up against Caleb Plant. What's the name of that New Zealander guy? John, whatever his name is, who looked bad against the guy who just recently lost to Fabio Wardley. He looked bad against that's Cooney. Yeah, thank you. Cooney looked bad against Lorena, but then he fights Wardley. And looks sharp. Well, up until whatever happened there, but he looks sharp. So some guys can power up. William Cepeda. How many people were saying, "Oh, Shakur Stevens is gonna make it look easy, a belt to ass. He's gonna stop him." People were saying he's gonna stop him to the body. Never came close. So some guys can power up, and maybe Cafu powers up tomorrow, but he's up against it against Bam because Bam is gonna be applying that pressure, and that's quite tiresome, even for these little guys who can go 12 rounds easy. So
again, you have to catch him. You have to catch him coming in because you have to pick an angle too because he's constantly changing the angle. It's not like he keeps coming in the same angle. And he's starting to do a different rhythm, little subtle things with his hands. I really enjoy watching Bam fight. You can tell he's a kid who takes boxing very serious, his profession, and he works on it. And I really, as a pure fucking fight fan, enjoy Bam Rodriguez fights. I really do.
Yeah, so do I, man. So do I. And the other interesting thing about Bam, he's a short little guy, 5 feet 4 inches tall, which actually probably means he's 5'3", but he's got long ass arms, longer than most of the guys in his division. So that's weird. He doesn't look. I remember down the Sonny Edwards fight. I was surprised that he had longer arms than longer reach than Sonny Edwards. And you look at his fights, and maybe because Edwards fights more with his hands down, it gave the impression that he had the longer reach, but no, it turns out that it's Bam. So
I thought that was Bam's best performance against Sonny Edwards. Sonny Edwards isn't an easy guy to fight. What's that?
Yeah, no, that's true. No, you're right. I was just, I was saying either that or the Sorong Visai fight. The Thai guy that had knocked out the Chocolatito. Yeah, so either one of those.
Yeah, it was a few years ago. It was a more prime, but the Brit was actually in his prime, and he was undefeated, and nobody ever really looked good in there against him. And he really didn't think Bam was going to lay gloves on him. And he said after the fight, you got to give the kid credit. I respected what he said. He was like, I just didn't expect it. I didn't expect the conditioning, his relentlessness of his attack. Bam does something like Lomachenko does. He doesn't give you time to breathe, which is very odd. In most boxing matches, I don't care who it is, it's an unwritten rule. Kind of like take that few seconds just to let yourselves get your breath. You hit me, I hit you. We breathe a little bit. Bam just keeps the pressure and is not, when you have power and you have angles and you keep up the pressure. And when people under pressure is when they make mistakes. And that's what Bam's in there. That's what he's looking for. It's probing. It's constant pressure, waiting for you to make a mistake that he's going to jump on. So yeah, no, I really enjoyed his performances, and I think what he did against Sonny Edwards, I think really cemented him as his footwork.
You know what?
I like Bam's fighting style. I don't like him personally. I don't like him as a person.
I don't know anything really that much of him as a person, so I can't speak on that.
Wait,
I met him in real life.
Are you talking about because he looks like a lesbian? Is that what you?
Yeah, aside from that, but I actually met him in real life. Yeah, he's got the little lesbian haircut. He's kind of a weirdo.
Okay, wait. So you met him, and then what happened? What?
He's a real fan of the Afro culture. If you can kind of get the lingo I'm dropping here. He's one of those. He's one of those Mexicans that doesn't believe he's a Mexican. If you know what I'm talking.
Well, wait. Let's extrapolate on that if you could.
He won't even speak Spanish to you. He won't.
What did he say? What does he say?
Like, go ahead. You try. Like, I tried speaking Spanish to him. He won't talk to you in Spanish. He's like, I don't know it.
So you want me to try with you? Okay, I'll be you.
I've tried. Like,
okay,
I tried.
Well, let's recreate. I'll be you. You be Bam. Okay. Hey, ¿cómo estás, amigo?
He's like, oh, I don't know, man. Sorry.
¿Cómo que no sabes?
You want a picture?
¿Cómo que no sabes, cabrón? Okay. So you're saying he doesn't want to speak. Oh, I mean,
he's one of those guys, bro. I don't like those type of people.
I live in Quebec. A lot of Quebecois here, they frown upon a guy just coming in, even though it's legal, because English is the first language Canadian. But Quebec it's a province, it's a land of its own. If you come in here and you just start talking, hey, how you doing, my friend, and you don't even try speaking French, some people take umbrage to that. So now you are in the United States. He is born in the United States. Why would you go up and talk to him in Spanish? I'm just saying. I'm just playing devil's advocate here.
I mean, look at how he looks like, bro. He looks like a cab driver. Like, if you went to Tijuana and he picked me up, I was like, that's a normal cab driver.
All right. Well, listen, I just wanted to, but yeah, I've heard that. Yeah, I have.
Like, what's the expression? Like, you use
I agree with Bessel.
Right?
Well,
he's got that autistic Peso Pluma haircut. It's fucking weird.
He definitely dresses that human, like kind of. No, I don't want to say feminine, but the skinny jean type. Like, he doesn't want to look vicious. But then that's a lot of these guys. Like,
Jimmy was gonna say subhuman. Just say it. Just say it.
No, if you watched, I saw a picture the other day of fucking the killer Japanese.
You can say
kid.
it, Jimmy. He likes getting pegged. You can say it.
No. I was talking about oh my God, the killer Japanese kid, the #1 ranked fighter. Anyway, it was showing him shopping, and he was like head to toe, like skinny jean type, like just stuff that I would never fucking wear. But then again, you know what I mean? I'd be standing up. But he was holding up like Gucci bags and shit. And now, if you saw him, especially the xenophobic, the way Asians are treated in the United States to begin with, everybody, because they're very, meek people, and they show empathy. They're just not aggressive. People mistaking that for peace. But you'd see him walking down the street, you would never think in a second that he would fucking knock your fronts the fuck out of your face.
He would knock my ass
before you even knew what the fuck happened.
No 5'4" Japanese. No, come on, Jimmy. You're not giving yourself enough credit. See, that's what
even my heyday, dude. My heyday, I wouldn't be able to put a glove on him. He's too talented.
Giving yourself enough credit. I know Telkines wouldn't take.
If I maybe jumped on him back when I was sauced out of my head and held him to the ground and bit holes in his face, I mean, maybe that's about as best as I'd be able to do. But if we got to the ground, if we got to our feet, he would have worked.
You know what? Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. Maybe I'd have to take some flakka before I took on Inoue. But by the way, hold on, Amok. I don't know if I'm putting you on the spot. Are you from California or from Texas? I always forget.
California. right?
Okay. Well, I don't know.
Mark's from Cali. Yeah, he's from Cali. I'm almost 100% positive. He's told me that many times.
Okay, so now is Bam from Texas? Where's he from?
He's from Texas. He's from San Antonio.
From Texas, yeah.
I've heard it numerous times. I think Amok's the one that told me this, and other people too, that Texans of Mexican descent, they got a little something going on. They got a complex. They're a little bit.
A bunch of queers.
Well, I didn't say that.
It's a different. It's Mexicans from Texas. I've known that my whole life, and it's just they kind of different. They're more the cowboys. What's the Mexican word for cowboys?
Ranchero.
Yeah, exactly. It's a deep, rich history there. The original fucking Texas Cowboys were them. The best fucking horse riders. In fact, they're the ones who taught the Comanche how to ride, which later, of course, came back to haunt them. But yeah, no, that's their blood. So that's why you see a lot of them, with the cowboy hats, and so.
Yeah, Jimmy's got a point there. You look at a lot of those cowboy stories, and you look up the real name of the person, and it's like Jose Juan Marquez or something like that. That was like a Mexican.
The best bull riders, the best rodeos. You go, they're all Brazilian. They're all Brazilian.
Yeah,
they're
Brazilians
Mexican.
too.
Yeah. Oh yeah, definitely. That's where the real culture of bull rides now and stampedes and shit happens.
Chidlin Distributor in the chat says Bam is a wigger. I mean,
I didn't get that from him. Not in his language. Not in the way he speaks. At least in interviews, he doesn't sound.
You never heard him rapping, Jimmy?
No, I didn't.
I'm kidding.
Sorry, no.
No, but listen. At the end of the day, I wouldn't be. I've heard that. I think Bam's one of those guys. I think he's picking Crawford to beat Canelo. So might be a little bit something there about him.
Is he really?
I think so.
Yeah, he does. Yeah, he did.
That's not good.
But in regards to Bam, I want to say this about Bam. I saw a clip on Twitter before I came on before I stepped in here, that Robert Garcia was saying that supposedly they reached out to Mr. Honda, who's the big honcho over there in Japan with the boxers, to try to get a Nakatani fight made between Rodriguez, obviously, and Nakatani. And supposedly Mr. Honda said, no, not interested. What do you guys think? Is that true? Is Robert Rodriguez, is, what's his name?
Robert Garcia.
I can't believe him. Robert Garcia. I said Robert Rodriguez earlier too, or not?
Yeah, you said that.
I did. Okay, Robert Garcia. My goodness gracious. I'm telling you, I shouldn't even be here today. Robert Garcia said that.
All right, someone take the bottle away.
No, I'm not. It's just, Bucho starts his shows and then he leaves, and then I gotta take over. But do you guys believe that? Do you think that Mr. Honda said no, or do you think that's...
Garcia is not a liar. He's not been known to lie. I've heard him even say negative things about fighters in his stable. You know what I mean? He's a very honest guy. I've always found him to be honest. Everything he's like Steve Kim has said, Garcia doesn't tell bullshit to me. He lays it out straight. Now, my guy didn't have a good camp. He's been pretty brutally honest at times. He's cut guys who feel he's not look at the guys who've rolled through there that don't stay because Kovalev, Garcia, all guys who go into that gym and they just don't cut the mustard. It's a very it's like a real boxer's gym. He's going to waste his time with you if you're not going to put in the effort. And he learned that from the old man who would work fucking 12 hours a day in the fucking fields and go and train kids for 6 to 8 hours a night. I mean, that's dedication. Those are the people who drive the sport. And that's who he learned from. He learned from his dad. So he's a no bullshit guy,
He's the type of guy that while he was working in the strawberry fields, a vessel would drive by because he's a Tejano. He would drive by there in his sports car and go, "Hey, Beaner, why don't you pick up some beans instead of strawberries?" And they would drive. That's the way they do it. That's the way they do it. But yeah, you're right. So it's disappointing because then I got to speculate. Why wouldn't Mr. Honda, that's what they keep calling him, why wouldn't he want Nakatani to face Bam? Is it because they're planning already on a big Japanese mega fight between Nakatani and Inoue?
I would mention that's a big money fight. That's like you said. Why would you risk that fight? Because if he beats him, if he loses the Bam, that takes the fucking the luster off that fight. Because Inoue is Michael Jordan over there. Like, he is the biggest sports athlete they have over there by far. Like, he's a superstar. That's why when I hear people talk about, he needs to come to America to get his fucking props. She's like, dude, shut up. It's not an American fighter who touches the money that kid makes. He sold out 55,000-seat arenas in 15 minutes. 15 minutes they sold out a 55,000-seat arena. Give me a fucking break.
Yeah, that fight between Nakatani and Inoue, that'd be the biggest thing in Japan, man. It would be big in Japan, that's for sure.
Yeah, probably at the Tokyo Dome in Japan. Yeah, in Tokyo.
Yeah, that's why I guess suppose nobody can call Nakatani refusing a ban fight a dog, because if he fights Inoue, then that is to me, that's a bigger challenge than Bam, because Bam would be coming up. He's a shorter guy. Meanwhile, Inoue has been looking. But that's it. That's the interesting thing, man. Depending on how Bam looks tomorrow, you got 3 guys in 3 different successive weight divisions who have looked damn near, I hate to use the word Pacquiao-esque, but that's the term I'm going to use. These guys have been looking Pacquiao-esque with the level of dominance that they display. It really is quite something. Now, again, I'm not trying to overrate them and say they're invincible, because it all depends on who you fight. But whether we get Nakatani and Bam or Nakatani and Inoue, I'm a happy camper.
Yeah, and Inoue took it on what was that, the first or second round in his last outing. You know, he fighting in the United States, wanting too hard to put on a show. He just got lazy. He walked straight in instead of just letting his boxing bring the knockout like he did with Fulton. He pressed the action and pressed it too soon, and he was cold, and he got hit. That was more than a flash knockdown. He was rocked, which is even more impressive that he got up. It's like, people look at that as like a negative in my book, man. And for someone who's fought, you get up from being rocked like that and go on to dominate the way he did. Like that's just more impressive for me. That's more of his ability. You know what I mean? It's boxing. You get caught in the chin with the right person, everybody can get knocked down.
It was like a gang murder. So
Don Maldazos, your mic is on.
I didn't get called. I went 7 days. I didn't get called.
I'm gonna have to.
Do you want anything from Melissa? No, good. Sorry.
Can you guys still hear him?
Nope, I can't.
Okay. Yeah, Don Maldazos, you're. We can hear you. We can hear you here on the guy. Let's see what he's saying.
But the case was basically this gang member.
He's talking about gang banging. What the fuck? He wants to gang bang somebody? Is that what he's saying?
Oh
gang
no!
Right
he's talking about gang banging.
I think I said he heard him say, we're gonna gang bang somebody up the ass." That's what he said.
Wow! There you go.
Isn't that what guys? We're all in agreement, right? That's what we.
My thing with Inoue, you listen to the greats of the sport. Donaire is an all-time great, right? He is. I don't care what anybody says. Prime Donaire was something to behold, and he's been in with everybody around that weight class, right? And when that reporter straight up asked him in that long form interview, and he said, "Who was the toughest fight you ever had?" And it wasn't like a lot of fights you ask them that, they'll sit back and they'll do one of those look around the room, well, right, because they don't either want to give somebody that kind of credit of beating them, but I mean, he didn't even miss a beat. The kid barely got it out of his mouth. He goes, "Oh, without a doubt, Inoue, without a doubt." He said he can box you. He hits like a Mack truck. His hands, he's got speed. He's got power. You know what I mean? So for Donaire to just without hesitation, Inoue, easy. Is what he said too. So all the guys he's fought, he said Inoue, easy.
Speed, power, tenacity. That's how Don Maldazos gangbangs. Let's see what he's saying. Don Maldazos, are you there? Don Maldazos, are you there? He's probably asleep now. Don Maldazos going once, going twice. Whatever. At least we don't hear him talking about gangbanging in the chat.
Anyways, I heard he has 3 or 4 fights left. And they're probably going to retire.
I wouldn't be surprised. I mean,
if he takes out, I think he will beat that kid. The one that everybody's been saying, he's going to fight for years now. No,
Junto,
the other one.
MJ.
The kid, MJ, yeah.
Yo, he beats MJ easily.
Yeah, I agree too. I think he beats him, but it'd be a good fight. And then Nakatani might be one of the last fights in Tokyo. But after that, what else has he got to prove? You know what I mean? At some point, he's made so much money. He's got so much endorsement deals, and he's got sneaker deals over there. He's got fucking warm-up suits, and
Even
he's got
commercials over there.
Yeah, exactly. Oh yeah, big time money, dude. He's set for life.
Hey, Jimmy.
At some point, you don't want to lock his mystique away. What's up, brother?
What's your opinion on what Canelo's up to lately?
I don't even know.
The way he's been moving, the
I was
fights he's been taking.
I was so disappointed with the Skull fight that I just disappointed. It's like at this point, dude, just retire then. Why bother, dude? You cemented your legacy. You know what I mean?
Well, let me ask Telkines about that. Telkines, who was at fault for that Canelo Skull fight? Was it Skull for moving too much, or was it Canelo for not?
I think it's Canelo's inability to match the epic footwork of William Skull. You know, all these clowns going around saying Skull was just running. They really weren't watching the fight. You know, he just used his feet to really outslick Canelo at the end of the day. And, you know, Canelo fans, or certain groups of Canelo fans have history of when the footwork is too much for Canelo at times. You know, they want to point that guy out at fault. So, and
how many rounds do you think Skull won?
I believe that fight was easy 8-4.
8-4.
8-4 Skull?
Oh man, that was a listen. He went on to a show, okay, and he stated that Turkey was trying to bribe him.
Yeah, this guy thought his Skull won.
And he told him to shove it up his ass. Right? He told Turkey Al-Sheikh to shove it up his ass, and he also, because Turkey Al-Sheikh wanted him to take a dive against Canelo, and that didn't happen. And that's one of the reasons why he really has it out for William Skull.
There you go.
Oh, right.
I guess I'm telling you, man, Stelkan's got his finger on the pulse of the boxing world.
Just finger up his ass, that idiot.
Nah, come on. Did you just say Telkins has his head up his ass? Is that what you said?
I mean, I know enough about Saudi Arabia that they're corrupt bastards who are trying to buy out multiple sports, and right before your fucking eyes. But it seems like people are too blind enough to see that they're willing to submit and bend the knee, and yeah, good riddance.
Now, wasn't there I don't know if it was in the back of the gear, something about there was a push, there was an obligation, a virtue to keep fighting, right? Not to submit, not to bend the knee to tyrants? Or am I getting that wrong?
Yeah, there's a few lines in the Gita that will definitely point that out, of course.
So you think more people should be reading that, as opposed to going on Instagram and gooning to Instagram pictures?
Yeah, that and including other websites we shouldn't talk about on here.
Well, listen, I know them all, so
I believe people like Night Murph are probably have a premium Pornhub account.
Wait, how did Night Murph come into? How did Night Murph get dragged in?
Night Murph schools this guy every fucking day, and then he just
This guy crossed the line in the Discord chat. So yeah, he's a faggot.
Oh well, how can?
Hey, yo, BDA, the autism is strong in this one, BDA. The autism is strong in this one.
Well, hold on. Hey, by the way, shout out to No Name Hero. It's been a while, man. The last time I heard you, it was midnight, and you and Chief were going at it with Roy Jones.
Yeah. He's a faggot. He's a Roy Jones hater. You know what I'm saying?
Everyone's calling each other a fag today. What's going on? But
I just tuned in. I'm sorry, bro. I just came in.
No, that's all right. That's all right. So, but hold on. But Telkines, can I dive in and delve? What Night Murph do that was?
Yeah, he's like posting my my box rec picture in the Discord.
That was Vessel that I just saw do that. Not
I saw Night Murph being a faggot as well. So yeah, Vessel, you're a faggot.
Easy.
I would tear your fucking head off and shit down your neck if I was right in front of you, man.
You wouldn't say any of this shit in front of me.
What happens if you don't have to go to the bathroom?
Hold it every fucking day. I'm coming for you, bitch. Just let you know.
I'm in Orange County. I know. I literally just told you where I'm at, bro. Come find me. AK Gym.
Yeah, where do you live at? The YMCA or something?
AK Gym. Come find me. We can meet up a fight there.
That's a bold prediction. No, I mean prediction. No, to tear somebody's head off and shit down neck. I mean, you have to time that perfectly.
Yeah, he's not doing anything.
Yeah, and after that, I'll just throw you off in the Pacific Ocean and let the sharks eat you, bro.
Okay,
because I'm not gonna be on at that gym, bitch.
That reminds me of that colonel or whatever he was in Full Metal Jacket. He goes, "You better get your head in your ass." That's the way this reminds me of. But listen, I hope you and Telcans and Vessel, I hope you guys patch things up. And if that can be done, well, at least, I don't got too much confidence in this whole "I'll fight you" because how many people have said
he'll never come here? He's a little poof from UK, bro. He's never coming here.
Well, listen, I've heard this a gazillion times.
And what the fuck would I gonna go for UK for? That's just a fucking gay ass country.
Hey, by the way, yeah.
BDA, listen, we heard this a million times.
So you think I'm from the UK, you fucking moron.
Hold on. We see this before a million times. I'm going to fight you in person, but guess what they're going to do when they see each other in real life? Nothing.
What's that?
Those two, like, some people say, "Oh, I'm gonna fight you in person. I'm gonna whoop your ass when I see you." You can't say it to my face, but guess what they're gonna do when they see each other in person? Nothing. That's how it go. It's just talk.
No name hero. You're a guy that's not afraid to speak your mind. You make Telkines look like Mahatma Gandhi. How many times have people challenged you to a fight online?
Billions.
And how many have actually shown up for those fisticuffs?
Zero.
There you go.
Now, mind you, right? Now, mind you, I gave out addies. I gave out addies. I'm saying, to people who really, really wanted it. You know what I'm saying? I told them to come through. And I told them, if you just let me know when you're downstairs, I'm gonna take care of you. And that's it. And nobody shows up.
Oh, there you go. All I'll say is this: don't ever pick a fight with me, because I will show up. I'm not threatening you or anything. I'm just letting you know what.
If you ever show up, I'm gonna goon all over your face, bro. Straight up.
Listen.
Wait a minute.
I will show up and drown this motherfucker. That's a group.
I'm gonna drown you in goon.
You know what? That's interesting. Usually, that's a different type of trash talking. Usually, I hear people say, "I'm gonna beat you up. I'm gonna destroy you." I never heard someone say, "I'm gonna drown." That's very specific. I'm gonna take you. Are you gonna drown him in the river? Just a shallow pool of water? Like,
we're going to. He's going to the bottom of the Pacific Ocean, bro.
Oh,
you're gonna pee in your ear, bro. Straight up.
So
you're light work, man. You're light work. You're shark food, bro.
I'm gonna pee in your ear. It's gonna come out of your nose, bro, and I'm gonna make you drink it still.
What the fuck?
Yeah. I'm gonna rearrange your fucking face. I'm gonna disfigure your face, bro. Easy work. I'm gonna make you look like Quasimodo from Hunchback of Notre Dame. Fucking fat.
Well, if I run into any of you guys, I'll probably end up fucking going to dinner with you and hanging out.
That's right.
Jimmy, I'll invite you to any antipasto you want, brother. Let's go get some dinner.
Thank you, my friend.
I'll take you to Sizzlers. By the way, Telkines, did I hear Spanish in the background? What are you listening to there in the background? I think I heard some Spanish.
Yeah, there's a little bit of Spanish. There's a little bit of other things going on as well.
There you go. He's got the satellite dish. He's going. He's just watching. He speaks.
No, I'm trying to listen. I'm trying to listen in onto the El Jefe's radio call, bro.
El Jefe's radio. What the fuck?
Yeah, what is that?
You remember El Jefe? Remember El Jefe? That retard.
Yeah,
like years ago.
Like the Cortaluñas, you know what I mean?
Oh, okay. I got you. All right. Well, listen. Telkines, he does it all. He sings. He does martial arts. He's a literary figure, a poet. Yeah, he does it all. So, shout out to Telkines. I wish I could have that many multiple interests like you.
Yeah, it's pretty impressive, and all with autism too.
Ah, come on. Hey, wait a minute! Didn't you?
Yeah, I'm definitely not autistic. I've had some.
It's a Down syndrome. Sorry, I got the wrong one.
And all that stuff, but nothing like autism or Down syndrome, like you're fucking saying. You're just a fucking moron.
Why do you speak so slow, bro?
Wait. I know why.
I'm
I know why.
speaking
I know why.
slow so you can comprehend what I'm saying. Okay.
Speed up, brother.
Because you sound mentally impaired.
And you sound like Napoleon Dynamite.
He does.
You know what? It's interesting.
Give me some tater tots.
I'm going to take a page out of Telkine's book and talk slower and with better enunciation because I tend to talk too fast, and I blame guys on the panel for making me talk fast because everybody wants to talk, and so I feel like I got to talk fast, a million miles an hour before I get interrupted. So no, yes, as always, it's never Mr. BDA's fault. It's everyone else's fault. How about that?
No, just turn their mic off, BDA. Just turn their mic off.
No. That's
nah. You gotta know how to. You know what I'm saying?
Mr. BDA, you do it with the fucking diamond vocabulary too.
There you go. I'm very euphonious. People have told me that before.
God damn the words you know, motherfucker. You're impressive.
All right, Jimmy, you gotta stay making fun. You just got back here. You don't wanna kicked off the panel, Jimmy.
No, I missed that about you. I used to learn so many words from you, and I'd check them after the show too. I'd go look it up. I'm like, God damn, that's a good one.
Jimmy, you're embarrassing me. But I like how every time somebody's fighting or whatever, and somebody pulls out a good one, and then you hear it's like,
yeah.
He's really enjoying it.
Part of the swag, BDA. Part of the swag. My swag is on Wi-Fi.
I got you.
Yeah, facts.
There you go. Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
No, I was gonna ask, what else do we got to talk about? What other fights? I think we covered them all.
I just got here, so you could interview me.
I mean, Dubois to knock out Usyk tomorrow. I hope he stops that bum Usyk like Andre.
Come on,
You know what I mean? Dubois is gonna get rid of Usyk tomorrow, and we can all rejoice after the fight tomorrow. And I'm gonna be here for coping services for all these Usyk fanboys. Just know, Usyk fans, I'm here for you when your boy gets smashed.
Did you pick Fury to beat him?
I did pick Fury to beat Usyk, but I believe that the Ukraine war is a good reason enough to get in the way of a fair fight in this instance, and that's why I have Dubois by controversial stoppage tomorrow.
Now let me ask. So you're saying that what Fury felt bad for him because he was Ukrainian and he let him beat him?
Well, I think that the judges are to blame on that.
Dude, that second fight was indisputable. I mean, that's not even discussion. That was, he imposed his will on Fury.
Yeah, Usyk's getting knocked out tomorrow. His hype train is coming to an end. And like I said, I'm going to be here for you guys when you're crying, when your god has got destroyed.
Why do you believe he's a hype train, though? I want to know why. Like, why do you believe he's a hype train?
I believe he's a hype train because he's bounced around a couple weight classes and people seem to be.
But he dominated those weight classes.
I got it, Jimmy. I got it.
Okay.
Let him talk. Go ahead. Tell me.
All right.
Yeah, I said that people are naturally intrigued by him because he's a two division champ, man. So yeah.
Okay, bounce around he's not bouncing around. Yeah, he has fought in multiple weight divisions, but he's dominated and he beat the very best guys in both divisions, right? And become undisputed in both divisions. It's not hype.
Yeah, those very best guys
Yeah,
way
this
past
is absolute hype. The Wall's trying to get rid of this hype tomorrow.
Fury got beat by an MMA fighter.
Here come Mirage. Hold on, Mirage.
AJ's been garbage for years. He just got
No, he
destroyed.
hasn't. He's two-time unified. What are you talking about? Two-time.
So he didn't get destroyed by Dubois?
I think Jake Paul has a good chance.
It happens when you fight people.
He was never. Say he was over. AJ was overrated. He wasn't an amazing fighter. He was overrated.
It happens when you fight top fighters.
I believe there was some overrating in Joshua. I will admit that. I was saying that all along. Because I thought he was kind of I mean, what did he do other than beat up a 41 Klitschko? If you look at all those other fights to knock him, they were all very boring fights. That doesn't mean I didn't think he didn't look pretty decent against Usyk, but I think those 3 fights took it out of him. Mentally, everything. Yeah. I think losing to Usyk ruined him.
Well, can I say, Jimmy? Like,
yes, fire away. Absolutely.
Yeah, but before the Usyk fights, right? Joshua was, so he beat top 5. Those like 1 through 5 the contenders, and he had a setback with Ruiz, but he fought everybody in the division before he lost to Usyk and won.
I agree with you. I agree
Yeah.
with. Listen, he was a legit champion. Absolutely. Yeah. I'm just saying. I just believe there was. I think we all wanted, including myself. Everybody wanted what we saw that night against Klitschko. Remember, he come off the canvas. It was an exciting fight, and then. Yeah. It was like the next 3 fights in a row, he won, but they were like just boring. We're like, what the fuck's going on? And we were kind of waiting for that fucking night against Klitschko, and I think it was always kind of a letdown. Not to say he hasn't had a wonderful career or whatever, and God knows he's made himself enough money that he would. Yeah. I mean, he'd have to really fuck up to never live high on the hog the rest of his life.
Yeah. He's definitely even right now. He's definitely the face of UK boxing. He's he
was selling out. He was putting 110,000 people in the stands. I mean, what other boxer can say that? Like, I mean, UK is a small island. You know what I mean? A country, and I mean, when he fought, that whole country turned in. I mean, 110,000 people for that Tanaka fight. 109,000, I think the crowd was. It's 6 figures, man. That's an insane crowd. Yeah. And no doubt about it, man. He made himself a lot of money. He signed a $55 million signing bonus when he re-signed with Matchroom.
And he was definitely legit, right? I do believe.
But he was never the same after the Ruiz fight.
I was about to say that. Yeah, after that Ruiz
but
fight.
He was. I did rate him earlier, but then he lost a lot of.
But he was the man of the division because both Wilder and Fury both ducked him. They used him to build each other to have a fight with each other. They both ducked the guy. He was an A side. He over a big listen,
Wilder and Fury's whole reputation was built off beating Fury. Everybody sadly catapulted him to the greatest heavyweight who ever lived for beating fucking Deontay Wilder, who's he absolutely has the worst resume, championship and otherwise, of any heavyweight in the modern era, in any WBC heavyweight. No, that's a fact. Haymanites did a whole thread once on it, and he broke it down. And since the beginning of the 1963 WBC started, and you look at their heavyweight champions who had a reign of 3 years or more, or 2 years or more, excuse me. Was it 3? I can't remember. Maybe 2 or 3. It doesn't matter. His resume was horrific. The highest ranked fighter he ever fought before beating that blot ass to get his title was 62. The 62nd ranked fighter on the worlds, and that was a way past his prime cruiserweight. They dragged up to heavyweight. Other than that, his average, if you average out the fighters he fought, 9 of them weren't ranked. So you have the top 500 in boxing in heavyweights. So 9 of them in his first 30 professional fights weren't even ranked in the top 500. It averaged out to 262 ranked. So his resume on average, he fought on average fighters who were ranked 262 second in the world. I mean, that's his hard. And then you look at his championship resume, it's clownish. There's no chance that guy gets in the Hall of Fame. If he does, then this sport really does deserve to be buried.
He's got my vote because of the because listen. Boxing is not just everyone's always worried about the wins and the accomplishments and the belts. That's not what it is. That's not all there is. It's about the
entertaining. He was entertaining.
No, not just that. Virtues. Deontay Wilder was a virtuous man. How many people did he? A whole community of people looked up to him. He gave them hope. No. He gave him the chance to dream, and that's worth more than anything.
I agree. And nobody loved him. Nobody loved him more than his younger brother, right? Wallace, I believe, was in whatever.
Come on,
Looked up to him and loved him more than him.
He did him.
And Deontay made sure that he fucked his girlfriend for a year behind his back. That's the type of fucking virtuous brother he is.
Allegedly.
I mean, they don't even speak anymore because of it. So I guess it's got to be founded in something. Yeah, Deontay Wilder is an absolute idiot.
Or maybe Deontay Wilder's brother wanted him to fuck his wife, and Deontay Wilder's so virtuous, he said, no, that's against the biblical rules.
That shit is insane. But
I will say this, though. Okay, go ahead. No, go ahead.
No, I will say that Deontay Wilder is the greatest hype job of this generation. He is definitely the biggest. He is.
I would agree. I would agree with that take.
We all seen what happened every time.
Yeah, he was a super tier can crusher, bro.
All right, calm down. Every single time he stepped up to a world level fighter, he gets beat easily. But I will say this about Deontay Wilder: he was must see TV because he sucked so bad, right? He has great knockouts. He either gonna get a great knockout or he's gonna get beat. That's how bad he was. So he was must see TV. Like, he was entertaining. He used to say like a lot of dumb shit in interviews and on the mic. He was very entertaining. Like, I'm a fan of Deontay Wilder, but he was never a real heavyweight. You know, say like a true, you know, say like a top heavyweight. He was a hype job.
Listen. Obviously, I'm trying to be a little facetious here, trying to play devil's advocate. But I will say, no, in all seriousness, Deontay Wilder, he did work a lot with the community. He had his faults, his flaws, like any other man. But he still, that doesn't mean he didn't work with the community and that he tried to better people and improve. No, I'm being serious. No, hold on. I'm being serious. No. I got people. Listen, people send me stuff. There was a girl. I've heard it from somebody that I trust. There was a girl over there in Alabama. She was quite shy, and you know, Wilder has a soft spot for sort of people who are on the down because one of his daughters was handicapped. He worked very hard. Yeah, well, I don't know about Down syndrome, but he worked very hard to keep her safe and all that. And so there was this girl who was getting bullied at school. She had a dance coming up, and she didn't know how to dance. And Deontay Wilder, she knew Deontay Wilder to some family friends or something. So Deontay Wilder heard about her plight, and he showed her how to twerk. He showed her, I said, speak it, believe it, achieve it. And wouldn't you know it, she turned into the best twerker at school. She became very popular. So all of you guys making fun of Wilder, overrated this, overrated that. He's not overrated.
He also financed her OnlyFans page. So let's not leave out all the accolades.
Were you guys insulting the Kang? The Kang.
There you go. Bucho's here to back me up on that one. Shout out to Bucho.
I don't know what's going on. I just joined. Well, yeah,
there was a
never buy a Negroni. Never buy a Negroni.
A Negroni?
I remember Don Madrazo's here. Don Madrazo's. I remember Don Madrazo told me, buy a Negroni. I'm like, okay, I'm gonna buy a Negroni. It's a shit fucking drink. The worst drink you can buy.
I thought for a moment that you were. Yeah, I thought, you know, didn't what's his name? The guy who suicided himself. The chef. The chef, Bourdain, didn't he always say that? Have a Negroni, have two.
Yeah, that's the thing. He's gonna make you suicidal, I think.
Deontay Wilder actually compared himself, said he was a combination of both Mayweather and Muhammad Ali. He had Muhammad Ali's power and Mayweather's slickness.
All right.
Oh my God! He said he will knock out Mike Tyson.
So. Can I tell you? That's about Deontay Wilder. If Deontay Wilder came around like in the 80s and 90s, you know where he'll be at? You will never see him. You'll never see him. You know, you'll never see him on television.
He never would have made TV. Oh God, no.
No. You never.
Jimmy, what's the state of the heavyweight division in the United States?
Right now, life support.
Basically,
no, it's dead.
We need I said it before. We need an American heavyweight.
They have Deontay Pettigrew and Torres, and that's about it, to be honest.
Well, we need an American heavyweight. That helps the heavyweight division, an American heavyweight, but we just can't find one. I mean, Jared Anderson just fucked it up.
The heavyweight division drives boxing in the United States.
Exactly.
At the height of boxing, if you look back at every time, there was always a big name heavyweight driving the sport. You know what I mean? Joe Louis, Muhammad Ali, Mike Tyson. It was always some big name, like larger than life, transcended the sport type individual.
But are we gonna get a heavyweight at some point, like American? Like it's not possible, or it's like nah.
The sport has become so globalized now that I don't know.
Not only that, Jimmy, but also like in the United States, man, like the big guys are playing either on football or guys built like while they're playing basketball.
Yeah.
It's too much money without getting hurt. They're gonna do that. Now guys who are like linemen, like big guys, they could be a lineman in football and make $100 million. They could get $100 million contract. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is.
But what if the Sheik starts like pumping money into boxing again, which he's doing?
He's the greatest thing that ever happened to boxing right now. He's the greatest thing that ever happened to boxing.
Is it possible that he can attract Americans?
Is the biggest embarrassment in boxing right now.
I think there's going to be a reset. I think there's going to be a reset in boxing. I think there's going to be a reset financially, because once they get rid of the pay-per-views, and the Sheik's going to, I think at the end, especially when Bob passes, I think he's going to completely drive the market, and he's going to set the market on what these guys are being paid.
If you want real money, you got to go see him. You see what's happening.
Yep.
He's cornering the market. So if you he told recently on the Boxing Voice, he told Boots, so I'm not, this ain't no charity. I'm not paying you to have no tune-up fights. If you want big fights, you go I want to pay you. I want to pay you the money you want. I want to pay you, but you're gonna fight somebody. Same way.
Is it possible that, hey Jimmy, is it possible that Top Rank sells everything to like somebody else, like the whole Top Rank promotional company?
It all comes down to how much his son-in-law really wants to put up with it. I mean, look at the headaches you deal with these fighters nowadays. Look at them. I mean, Haney, Teofimo Lopez. These are guys talking themselves out of fights. Like rather sit back and do nothing than fight. It's crazy.
Yeah, Teo's a fucking idiot. Like, talk about fucking about bag. Teo talked about fucking bag. Like he's a good fighter, but retarded.
It's just that their sense of self-worth is so distorted. They think because people know who they are on boxing Twitter, that somehow should move into dollars and cents, and it's not the case. It's not the way. It's like the reason why boxing has died out is first the pay-per-view model destroyed it, but secondly, it's when you have the same promoters over the last, in pretty much my lifetime, there's only been a handful of promoters. The reason why the desert, like Larry Merchant said, the desert is covered by the bleached bones of promoters who try to get into the sport. Because what happens if you don't already have a lot of money? Like Bob Arum was an estate's attorney. He worked for the Attorney General's office. Bob Money had some bank behind him, and he got other Jewish investors back when the sport was still lucrative to put up big money with him.
Like he's all.
And he had a lot of backers. So if you don't have large money going into it, because you got to understand when you sign these kids, you don't start making money on them for a while, and you're paying their rent, their car payments, their fucking insurance. You're feeding their families, and if you can only lose out so many times before you just wrap it in and you file Chapter 11. And
also Bob is very stingy with the pay-per-views, man. Like he's not gonna just put anybody on pay-per-view, only like special fights, So he truly knows what the box is worth in most cases. You know what I'm saying? I mean, only thing I thought was Terrence Crawford. He overpaid Terrence Crawford so much money. You know,
he made that. Yeah.
But I think
he said I could have bought a house in Los Angeles, in Beverly Hills, for the money I lost on Crawford. He said that.
But Jimmy, I think he paid it with ESPN's. It's mostly ESPN's money.
He was the highest. No. It's all nope. It was all his money. Top rank. Wow. ESPN signed a deal with him. You know what I mean?
Jimmy, top rank without ESPN, how much power do they have? How much influence? Like they don't have a network. Like,
well, if they don't sign with DAZN, which means they're going to get in bed with the Sheik, which means the Sheik would drive it, and I can't see Bob doing that. The only thing I could see is would they be willing to invest in their own streaming platform?
Yeah,
I don't know. That would be you would have to do a collective like get together with the Sheik, sit down with them, say, listen, we got to start our own streaming service. We can't depend on the zone.
What about Dana White? Do you think it's a good thing? He's getting more involved now. He's working with the Sheik. Do you think that can change or
I
not?
I do because anytime you get somebody who's love him or hate him, Dana White is the driving force that brought the UFC to the point where, it was regulated in one state. You could only have fights in New York State, and he took it. They bought that fucking franchise for $500,000. Like I could scrape that together. Give me a long weekend. I could get the money to buy the UFC if that went off today at $500,000. And that's what he bought it for. I would hope so. At my age, I should be able to do that, right? But anyways, my point being, he took it and then turned around and sold it. 16 years later, for $1.3 billion. And the Zephyr brothers who were behind him had nothing to do with it. They put up the original money. But that was all Dana White. Dana White single-handedly took the UFC from an outfit that basically $500,000 is nothing to buy a fucking something like that. All the rings, all the fucking, all the signs, all that shit. And now they own UFC gyms all over the country, UFC training gyms. They own some crazy real estate in Las Vegas under the UFC, the way they built that, Fighter Dome place there. And he did. Put it this way. If you bought a company for 1.3 or was it 1.3 or 1.6 billion dollars, and then you pay the CEO, who was white, $30 million a year to stay on as to run this show. Think about that. Not only did they buy the gig for 1.6 billion, but then they gave him a salary of $30 million a year to run it. That's how much faith, because they know that he's the one who drove that to where it was. Think about Dana White, that's one of the greatest fucking money makers ever.
Dana White didn't get to where he is by being stupid. He is definitely legit. Probably
and not overpaying fighters. The biggest knock they have against him. He doesn't pay his fighters. It's because the fighters are nothing without the UFC. No, and you come down to this. But what are those fighters without the UFC? Everybody says, "Oh, those fighters they make the very few fighters in the UFC." You'd say, the Irish kid there, Connor. He was one of them. Connor,
Ronda Rousey.
There's a few guys.
Chuck Liddell made money. He paid him.
He was loyal to a fault. I would have to even say he. You know what I mean? To Dana, he just loved Dana.
He takes care of him, though. I think
he does. He's one of the few fighters. He's one of the few fighters. Dana said that Chuck Liddell will never want for nothing. Like he'll never be like some fighters end up homeless, end up all that other shit. Like crazy rich fighters, you would never.
He was the guy. He was the guy. Like he was the guy. What in the early 2000s or like late 90s? I forget because it's been so long. But Chuck Liddell was the light heavyweight guy back then. He was the guy. You know what I'm saying?
If you're a fighters fan, if you're a fan of the fighters, you're gonna complain about Dana White. He doesn't pay these guys. Look what fighters get. They always talk about what boxers get. And like Dana White says, but look at the health of boxing. The sport is not in a good place. It hasn't been in a good place in a long time. It loses money. Most of these fights lose money. The UFC is profitable. They might not put on the same size pay-per-views and blah blah blah. But at the end of the day, their pay-per-views are profitable. And that's the bottom line. And these fighters will say, fuck, you know how much this pay-per-view pulled in, fucking, they start doing the math in the head of, they're the accountant. And they'll say, I put on the best performance, I'm the biggest name on the card. And they think that they're the UFC. And they realize, like, dude, when you can let St. Louis, the French-Canadian kid, who's the welterweight, one of the greatest UFC fighters, I think, of all time, he walked away.
GSP.
Like, these guys...
GSP.
Like a lot of these guys think they can hold Dana's feet to the fire, and he's proved time and time again. Listen, you want the UFC. The UFC stands on its own. Like, fighters come and go, and I'm not going to put a fucking losing bottom line. I'm not going to lose my investors' money to overpay fighters. Fuck off. You're going to come back. They all do.
But he underpays them. You don't think Dana White underpays people? He underpays them.
But that's how you make.
Gives them 300-400 grand for main events who've been around forever.
And I'm talking pragmatically, though, brother. Underpays them by what standard?
Because I'm pretty sure
other athletes, other combat fucking athletes.
But other combat where?
Well, even professional sports, these veterans,
you're right.
veterans,
Listen,
world champions are
compared
getting
to like
400,000 or 500,000 guaranteed for a main event in
compared to
2025.
like you would say
That's shit.
one, right?
Any
Remember that
sport, let alone combat.
All right. Well, first off, the NFL makes billions of dollars in advertising.
Billions, almost like
dude, just insane money. If what they pay the players is a spittins nothing compared to what they pull in. Believe me, those fucking owners make so much money.
The percentage of revenue that the UFC pays, compared, is really low. It's really low.
All right, but just in the NFL, for instance, right? Kraft, the owner of the Patriots, said during Tom Brady's prime, right? He said, my biggest moneymaker, the concessions. On average, on a Sunday at Foxborough Stadium, about 60 miles from where I'm sitting right now, he would make between $40 and $60 million in concession.
I believe you.
Just insane money, dude. I mean, you're paying $10 for a beer, $7 for a hot dog that cost them fucking 30 cents. You know what I mean? Just imagine the money they're making just in the concession alone. Yeah. Season tickets for 2 seats on the 50-yard line, dude. It was like fucking, it was crazy.
According to internal reports, UFC fighters only get 18% of total revenue, which is far lower than the NBA, NHL, which receive about 47 to 50%
You know,
so they're getting paid far less of the pie.
Listen, this is just, I'm having just a conversation here. I'm not trying
I'm
to.
I'm talking facts. I just gave you actual
data. No,
I
know. Listen,
there's a huge pie. They're getting a microscopic amount.
Raj, break it down, bro. I'm just about to make a point. They have collective unions. They have CPAs, so they go and they meet and they have unions, and they have, like, the NHL, for instance, has a salary cap. Each team can only spend X amount. I think it's $106 million a year in salary. So they have to they work under a salary cap. So yes, because of the CPA, they have to. Those union leaders fight for that. But there was many years. But one of the greatest hockey players of all time, Gordie Howe. You know what his signing bonus was? A fucking Detroit Red Wings jersey, sweater. That was the signing bonus. So for years, NHL players, but by the time the sport builds up over decades, remember the Stanley Cup, that trophy's been around for 107 years. You know what I mean? The oldest trophy in sports. It's different in the UFC because there's no competitor. All the other competitors, right? When 2001, when UFC started, there's a Japanese outfit that was paying their fighters crazy money. There's been 2 of them. None of them last. They all fold within 10, 15 years. Tops. Because they're not profitable. They start losing money. And once you start losing money...
Been around forever, man. It's still around.
They were amazing shows. They were amazing shows.
Is it really doing all right?
Yeah, but are you arguing the UFC can't afford to pay them more? Are you arguing the UFC can't afford to pay the fighters more?
No. What I'm arguing is, why should he?
Why do you care?
Oh, exactly.
Why do you care,
Why
Mirage?
should they? Because they're being underpaid. They're getting ripped off.
Yeah,
they settled a lawsuit. They got sued. They had to pay out $400 million for this.
But Mirage, you know what he can do? Like Dana says, go somewhere else.
Dana White's a piece of shit, man. I don't know why he's like Dana White. Because he's a Trumper?
Who cares about Dana White? I don't care.
I never liked Dana White. I've been on record many times.
Even his mom thinks he's a piece of shit, man. Fuck Dana White.
Because his mom loved his wife, his first wife, was very close to her. And he did something really shit. Listen, I'm on record. I've talked about this shit. Listen, Dana White got one of my friends really sick, selling him fake steroids. They weren't fake. What they would do, he would buy a bottle of 50 cc of testosterone suspension, which is just water's original steroid, and he would just make it into 3 bottles. What do you mean? But he was doing it in the living room where it's not a clean room. In those actual clean rooms, and they make injectable medication, you can't even have like dust floating in the air, because if it lands in there, you shoot that dust into your muscle, you end up with an abscess like my friend Ross got. And he got that from Dana. That was the real reason Dana White left Boston. He didn't leave because he likes to say how Whitey Bulger chased him out trying to shake him down for boxing. That sounds good now that, that story came out after fucking White was dead. But that's not what, excuse me. Yeah, the fucking mobster died. No, that's not what happened. He got chased out of Boston because people wanted to beat the fuck out of him because he was selling. And he was also notorious for banging people's wives at the gym. He managed South Boston goals.
Jimmy, I never understood.
Hey, what's up, brother?
Fight fans who have problems with promoters that don't pay their fighters what the fighters believe that they're worth, right? And maybe they are some fighters that are worth more. It's like, dude, do you want to see the fucking fights or what? Like Don King was notorious for, like, everybody said, yeah, this guy fucked us over. Although there are certain fighters that loved working with him. Trinidad is one of them. Julio Cesar Chavez said they loved working with him, right? Like these people say, I have no regrets ever working with Don King. Don King put on great fucking fights. They were great fights.
Great cards.
Why do I care? Why do I care? Some individual boxers that have a problem with a promoter, and I don't know, they didn't get the best deal that they wanted. What does that concern me? Mirage, what does that concern you?
There you go. The silence is it all. It's interesting though, because I was saying earlier how Dana White apparently is pivoting away from MMA. That's what some people have been putting those videos on YouTube, from YouTube, putting those videos on Discord, talking about, all these YouTubers speculating about whether Dana White is moving away from MMA.
Yeah,
boxing. Well, I don't know. Isn't there a good fight happening tomorrow? Is there a trilogy or something?
I don't know.
Usyk what? Usyk and Dubois?
No, I'm talking about MMA.
MMA. Yeah.
Oh, MMA.
So
watch MMA.
The Hawaiian kid, right? Isn't the Hawaiian kid fighting? The Hawaiian kid's fighting the kid from New York, isn't he?
They're all
That's
Hawaiian.
the point, Jimmy. That's the point, Jimmy. You don't know, so that's the point. That's why he's moving away from MMA. Those guys suck over there. They try to make
I actually know the names. I can't remember off the top of my head. It would come to me. He's the kid.
But they're not good either. Like the names over there, they're not good either. They're not good. You can't compare to the guys in the early 2000s. Like, you know what I'm saying?
It was more bloody back then too. You know what I mean? That was part of the reason why, like, they used to let elbows on the floor. It was crazy when it first started. Man, it was just
I loved it
crazy.
when it first came on. I loved it when it first came on. No weight classes. I loved it when it first came on. But I'm just saying when it became, legit, I guess organized, quote unquote. The fighters back then were way better. They were better guys. You could build, you could make stars out of them. They were, man, like Liddell, GSP, Silva, Matt Hughes. Those guys out there were great, man.
And you know what's funny though? My thing is this: all these guys get to the UFC, right, and they're just fawning over Dana White before they get there. They're begging to get in, just begging to get into the UFC, right? And they get those $50,000 fight bonuses. Next thing you know, they literally talked about how they would literally living off their father's couch, driving around in a piece of shit car. Next thing you know, they're driving a fucking Ferrari. Right? They got fucking money for the first time in their life, and suddenly they get a little fame and name recognition, and they want to renegotiate. Remember, they signed fight deals. Everyone, and nobody gets, and everybody at the UFC, nobody's fight to fight. Very few guys. They're usually fight blocks. He signs you for 5 fights. This is what I'm going to fucking. Yeah, this is what I'm going to pay you. And if you continue to do well, he does up the fucking thing to where you're making over $1 million a fight. But he's not going to fucking lose money. And they might be making 18% of the fucking wages might go to the fighters, but we don't know the overhead. You know how many 18-wheelers show up to do a UFC fight? Fucking 4 18-wheelers. You know how many guys, laborers, have to fucking build that stage and do all that shit? You have to pay for the announcers. Joe Rogan ain't free. He ain't doing those fights for free. All that shit, like, the TV cameras, like, he pays for all that, and he does take a big chunk of the money for himself too. But without Dana White, there wouldn't have been a UFC. Without the UFC, these guys would be scratching out a living in these fucking backyard fucking MMA promotions, making nothing, having to work full time at another job. So yes, on the surface, you'd sit back and say, yeah, wow, he's only paying him 18%, but 8%, but opposed to what? What's the alternative? They don't have one.
I'll take it even one step further. I don't even think boxers should be getting paid. How about that? I think enjoying the glory and the adulation of people should be enough. But in all seriousness, I just saw what you were talking about earlier, Jimmy, hours ago, when you said that the Haney's are demanding more testing from Norman. So for people that missed it, apparently the Sheik is paying for VADA testing, I think, starting in August, because the fight's in November. Starting August, VADA's going to start testing, which is, it's ridiculous because, Victor Conte said it before that you can start cycling something beforehand and then stop weeks before the fight. But once you get on fight night, the result, the benefit is still there. Which, by the way, that's the other thing. I don't even know. I'm going to get to that. So now the Haney's are saying, hey, Norman, we'll pay for testing starting today, and if not, the fight's off. So Norman's standing his ground. He's sticking to his guns, and he's saying, fuck you. That's not what the contract said. Now the Haney's are trying to play their classic PR games, smokes and mirrors, saying, hey, there's something suspect here. There's something suspicious. I agree. There's something suspicious. There's something suspicious with Snack. There's something suspicious with Victor Conte still working with fighters. I gotta tell you, these people say, well, Victor Conte was I mean, he did his time. Yeah, but think about it. If there's a guy that molests children, you're not gonna let him work anywhere near children again. And this guy, that's what this guy did. He worked with athletes, and now he's back to working with athletes. How are we supposed to trust him that he's not giving them something that's undetectable? And he says,
Wait,
hold on.
The guy who was actually behind him, though, who made the actual steroid, the thing. Remember, he made money. All his money drove from he paid a chemist kid. The brains behind it, Belko. It wasn't even Conte. He likes to take the fucking accolades like it was him. He was the brains. No, he wasn't. He had a chemist kid who designed this thing that Barry Bonds and all these other players were paying him huge money. That dude now has nothing to do with Conte. So unless Conte has to, get other people to make something, and listen, I wouldn't be surprised. Would I say, Jimmy, would you vouch him like this was the mob? You know what I mean? You're going to fucking vouch for him, meaning if this kid's fucking dirty, you're dead too? No, not in a million years. I don't trust him as far as I can throw him. But my thing is this. I never fucking say somebody's dirty until they're dirty. Like if he gets caught again, then he can never be near another fucking yeah. But
that's the thing, though. He's already been dirty. You say, well, if he ever's dirty, he's already been dirty, and that's the thing. This dude, it's a complete thing. It's not just one thing that makes me go probably on something fishy. Because again, I don't know. I can't prove it. But here's the thing: he's a guy that dwells and is obsessed, it seems, with Duper's delight. He kept saying it over and over in that Netflix documentary. I wanted to be part of something great. He wanted to be part of something great. What was great about cheating? You know what was great about it? That's what the thing you got to read between the lines. He got off on the fact that they were cheating and nobody knew about it. That he was getting away with it. That's Duper's delight. That's what he gets into. Second of all, none of his athletes ever tested positive. Let that sink in. None of his. So if he's got another chemist, is it so difficult to get another chemist? You get a chemist.
Oh, no.
That's what I'm saying. So he's an expert.
It's very hard to die,
the expert is a chemist at just tweaking a couple of molecules. Boom, you got yourself a different PED. The people who do the testing have gone on record saying that they're always one step behind from the cheaters. The cheaters are always innovating. It's the testers that got to catch up. Then this fucking Conte gets in bed with VADA, and VADA, he says, well, I only had a phone call and a meeting with VADA. But then there's another article where he's saying that
he helped start VADA.
Well, I was going to say there's an article out there where he's talking about how he helped set up protocols for VADA. So he knows about the protocols. So let's say, in theory, and I'm sorry to think this way, but let's say he's got a chemist on the payroll. He knows the protocol. So now that you know the protocol and you got a chemist who can bypass the protocols, it takes two to tango, right? 2 + 2 = 4. Do you don't think he might be still doing it? What I'm saying is this. I don't know if he's doing it. What I'm saying, that's the thing. I'm not going as far as accusing him of that, but what I'm saying is he shouldn't be allowed to be working in the sport. Dana White, who you guys were talking about earlier, he said it in the documentary. He goes, why would any sport still work with this dude? Why would you give him a second chance? A second chance means, you get out, you're free to go. We're not going to execute you. But he shouldn't be allowed to be working in sports. That's the thing.
But BDA, Jimmy, wait, hold on. Like it's not hard to understand, right? The biggest cheat in all sports, the Michael Jordan of cheating, Victor Conte, right, is now associating himself with the most corrupt sport in the world, which is boxing. You know what I'm saying? Like all of his fighters, like all the snack fighters, like what Haney, Crawford, whoever the fuck, right? Like, say those guys are all like, say like, they're never gonna pop, right? And now I agree with Norman Jr., Norman Sr. I'm not gonna have you pay for my testing, like my opponent. Like, I don't trust you. You know what I'm saying? Like, if I have Turk oversee, I have Turk pay for oversee, whatever. Like, it already looks bad because it's on VADA, so it looks crazy.
You know what's funny, man? Sorry to cut you off, but you know what's funny, since you mentioned that, and that's a great point, that that's kind of odd that they offer themselves to pay for for their opponents' testing. It makes me go back and think that it might be what happened with the Ryan Garcia whole debacle shit. Yep. Like, it was like so, like, so convenient. Yeah. It was like so convenient. Like, oh my God, look, this guy has like a tenth of a percentage of these SARN. It wasn't even like in steroids. It was SARN, which there's a huge difference between those two.
Now, mind you, right?
Let me just say something. No, let me say something. Dude, I stopped last time. Let me say something. My thing, the reason why I would think if Conte was involved, first off, you're not going to ever get his name. Like, it would be somebody who works the snack if something was happening. The reason being, my thing is his fear, his cowardice. Here's the thing. When he got popped, why did he start singing? All it took was a few weeks in the federal lockup, and he was openly admitted, absolutely petrified, never left this. He's a coward. He's not a fighter. He's not a tough person. But what he is comfortable now. He's worth millions of dollars, has a big, beautiful home. And unless you've been incarcerated, it's a fucking scary proposition. And the judge told him he's on a lifetime, probation. That's at least as far as I remember I read, where if he ever gets caught messing with professional sports and doping again, the next time he goes in front of a federal judge, boom, he's gonna die in federal prison. And that fear alone, someone of his character, I can't see that would be enough for him. Like, the fear of the thought of going back to prison, it shook him to such a fucking degree that he started giving up names. It was him. He's the one who told on Barry Bonds. He's the one who he snitched, dude, because he was so afraid of prison. Like he said, he would have said anything to get out. And he was so, like, begging the judge to let him fucking knock a prison sentence. He was so afraid. Now that he's really, Snack, whether take the boxing out of it, it's on GNC shelves. He's making money through that shit. He's living a comfortable life. The fear of having it all ripped away and going and sent to prison, someone of his character, someone being so weak, I don't know, man. I think he's too weak of an individual. If he is doing it, it's his underlings. Nothing could be traced to him out of his absolute fear of imprisonment. That's the reason why I'd be shocked if he would still be himself involved in it. That's all I got to say.
I think, Jimmy, that's a great point. And I think he already got caught, and it was for some dumb shit. And I don't really think that if he's doing something, wink, wink, I think he will, delete the paper trail. And also, I just want to mention that I'm on the snack, and I feel great, by the way. So he knows what he's doing.
I want to say about what's his name, Conte.
And it's not even a joke. I actually got the whole thing.
In the Netflix documentary, Conte said that prison that he was sent to, that was a minimum security prison, basically a country club. Oh, he said it himself. He wasn't intimidated. At first he was, and then once he was there, he's like, hey, he didn't want to say it outright.
It's high profile prison,
it was the lockup. What scared him was the lockup, right? Before you actually get sentenced to prison, before you go to federal prison, like say in Massachusetts, say if you get arrested dealing, say the DEA comes in here and gets you, boom, you're arrested in Massachusetts, and you're facing federal time. Where they hold you is the same county lockup as they hold you. It's in Middleton, Massachusetts. All federal prisoners in Massachusetts been arrested by the feds, go to fucking in Lawrence, Mass. I mean, well, it's Essex County, and it's a fucking horrible, bologna sandwich type jails where it's freezing in the winter, boiling in the summer, and fucking all gang members. It's in there, one section of the fucking county jail there that's for feds. You'll see a lot of Hells Angels. You'll see anybody who's arrested, any mafia guys. While they're being held, before they get sentenced, they spend their time there. So just him being like wherever he was arrested, just those couple of nights in county, whew, that's what you like. If you're in New York, you go to Rikers, and we got somebody on this panel right now. If I don't know if he's still there, he can tell you about Rikers. That's a fucking hellhole. Somebody like Conte would probably open his wrist up in a place like that.
Well, I mean that's a good point, but he knows he's not going to spend the rest of his sentence there, so that would be sort of able to mitigate the risk a little bit. Second of all, Victor Conte, that somebody mentioned it earlier about how he got caught. That's because he was careless. He didn't think anybody was looking into him, and he left all this paper trail, literally a paper trail, in his dumpster. This is a smart dude. He's a shrewd man. He knows now. When it all came out in Discovery during the trial, he saw, this is how they caught me. So now all he has to do is, and by the way, the guy who was going after him, Nowinski, or whatever his name was, that was a guy from the IRS who was just looking to make a name for himself. Right now, it seems like nobody's bothering Conte. In fact, he seems to have the full backing of boxing. People, Vada, they all seem to think that he's on the up and up now. So what I'm saying is, look, again, I don't know if he is on the take, but what I'm saying is, why risk it? What's the cost benefit here? What's the cost benefit of having a guy who might be able to do it still, as opposed to just prevent? I mean, I'm not saying, hey, listen, you want to sell snack to people like Severino and all that who really need it. Yeah, go sell it to them. But he should not be associated with athletes. That's what I'm saying, because now it's dangerous. If I'm buying snack and whatever, okay, yeah, I'm not competing.
That's an excellent point.
I know it's an excellent point, but what I'm saying is, what I'm saying is, look, listen, Conte, I wouldn't put it past him to take the risk, because again, he knows the protocol now. He knows how they caught him. He knows how to make changes. And what better way to hide than in plain sight?
The money's amazing.
And plus, he wouldn't have any, like, they wouldn't like to get the paper trail to him. He'd have underlings do it.
I was going to say that.
After
he's got a way.
Trust.
Yeah. He's got a way to, like, if something happens with Vada, is a way that it won't connect to him. Like,
a lot of his defenders will say, I have seen say on like Twitter, like, what's the benefit? How does he benefit from taking a risk? What money does he get? He signs these fighters, and to be the counter, that was if he gets fighters who do well, who are signed to snack, that helps push his, you know what I mean? So there is a cost benefit to getting these guys to win through any means necessary, and then claim it's your product, not snack, that's doing it.
And that's the other thing. He said it in the documentary. I would encourage people to go see that Netflix documentary, Untold Hall of Shame. Everything he's telling people in that documentary is how he was getting off on the fact that they were cheating and getting away with it. He was seeing his athletes breaking records, and he, in a way, felt like he was the one breaking the record. So I just would not trust anybody like that, because and then during his trial, he goes over to 2020 and starts essentially boasting about how he beat the Olympic testing. And he's like, well, my fighters were tested across a couple of years, 250 something times a year, and none of them tested positive. So, like I said, taking candy from a baby. It's like, what the fuck? You're in the middle of trial. Right. You're in the middle of trial. And imagine a drug dealer in the middle of trial. And he's boasting about how, I used to run these type of scams and blah, blah, blah. And, it's like taking candy from a baby. It's like, why would you do that? Because his ego is out of control. And let me tell you something. In my experience, people who have egos that big, they don't decrease with age.
No,
he's still in it. He's still talking. He's still in front of the cameras. He knows he's in high demand. All these boxing YouTubers, I go, Victor, what do you think about this? What the fuck was that?
Yeah. Oh.
So BDA. So while he's saying all this, like, taking a candy from a baby and all that, like you almost can see like his tiny eyes, and he always like smirking every time he's talking.
Yes.
Like you can see that smirk.
And mustache with that fake black ink on his mustache and shit look crazy.
Yeah, he looks like Vincent. He looks like Vincent Price, and you're thinking, what? He's like you said. He's
Don't do that. I love Vincent Price. Don't do that to him. Oh,
well, he looks like Vincent Price a little bit. The mustache, the Hitler mustache, and then every time he talks, he's moving his head around, like he's moving his head, and
he's a bobblehead.
You know what's fucked up though? Everybody knew. Like those, like Sammy Sosa. You look at Sammy Sosa, Chicago Cubs, when he first broke into the league. You don't change. Your body doesn't physically change like that Like, it was crazy, man. You look at his thighs.
Fire.
By the time
Mark
he retired,
McGuire.
his forearms of Mark McGuire were crazy. They were hitting the ball on the regular 400 feet.
So,
you know what I mean? They were so sauced out of their mind, it was obvious. But what happened was, the reason why everybody was turning and looking the other way is baseball was on a major decline in the early 90s. And all of a sudden, listen, they don't, and which pisses me off, they don't want to allow Sammy Sosa and Barry Bonds and those guys in the Hall of Fame. It's like, fuck you, man. They brought baseball back. That year when they were all chasing that 70 home runs, and dude, everybody was talking about baseball. Listen, they put baseball back. They single-handedly put baseball back on the fucking map. But after they ride that, and then they throw them all under the bus.
So Jimmy, this is something because I'm kind of like kind of connected with Sammy Sosa because I went to school with his nephews and one of his daughters, and he used to say like, yo, I remember they used to give us like these because the thing is the whole team was on it. The thing is like you were one of the fortunate ones, and you know one of those guys, you know those chemical mixtures, you know, actually do the effects. So like, could be like 100+ athletes on that shit, but only like, you know, one of a kind can be like beneficial for that, and also those guys that work hard. But anyway, he used to tell us like he grew from a medium-sized t-shirt to a large, and like those because he had to like
triple extra large.
No, because the thing is, it wasn't even because of his personal clothing. It's because of his uniform. So he has to like tell these guys every single time, and then he grew so bad that he was so ashamed to ask for for an extra large because of his fucking neck that he started ripping the I don't know if you remember, he started ripping the sleeves off.
Yep, he starts ripping the sleeves off his jersey. Yeah, he was so big. They were all so jacked.
Nah, he used to tell us like trust me. No, trust me, Jimmy. He used to tell us like us being kids, and he used to tell this shit like like nothing. He used to tell like, man, my t-shirts used to be so tight on the neck, man. I couldn't stand them. Like I remember I was like,
if everybody's doing steroids, then they're all in the same playing field. I'm talking about baseball. Not to let those guys in the Hall of Fame is a shame. They look at. They wait for
here's the thing, though. This is what I'm with you, Jimmy. Hold on. This is what I'm with you, Jimmy. Because, for example, Barry Bonds. Okay. He has almost all the records. But here's the thing: he took steroids not because he wanted to take an advantage necessarily. It's because his fucking shoulder was done. If you remember, he had like a bad. God damn.
He was already great. That's why. Like, he was already great.
No, dude, trust me. I also play baseball, and that's my other sport. Like, I still watch baseball to this day. Yeah, hell yeah. Baseball. And here's the thing. Just a quick note. If you're trying to if you're a trainer or something like that, it will be very. You want to notice that it's very, very easier to teach people that they already play baseball to a certain level because. The thing is about baseball is like they teach you how to use your kinetic chain. Baseball is completely all about small explosion. If you pay attention, when you throw the ball, when you bat, when you pick up the ball, you have to do everything in like a second.
Hottest thing in pro sports. Hottest thing in pro sports is I played a lot of sports at a pretty decent clip. Hockey, boxing, baseball. The hottest thing, and everybody will say that, is hitting a round ball with a round bat. And those guys are 100 miles an hour. Those are bees. They look like golf balls and normal people's
Jimmy,
hands.
when I was playing,
those pitches are 6'7", throwing 100 miles an hour. That's insane.
Listen, Jimmy, when I was playing, I used to. One time we went to Panama, right? And I played these kids, no lying, 14, 15 years old, pitching 85, 87 miles per hour. I'm telling you, like,
absolutely.
Yeah, no, because the thing is, you also play with a camera crop. Like. Whoever is against you on the MLB or like baseball overall tournaments, you are with hilarious athletes. Like when you take these guys like to play, when you play basketball or whatever, they play fluently. When you translate to any other sport, they play fluently as well.
The best baseball players I ever saw in my life were teams from Puerto Rico. 4 teams came up. There was a AAU tournament, 16 and 18-year-olds. And it was the best in the country. It was held in New Hampshire, and I was I was a great umpire. I'll admit it. Ball strikes at home plate. Like it was like nobody ever complained about me. I called the clean game, and my strike zone was very consistent. But I've never every player on those Puerto Rican teams. Like at the end of the tournament, there was 3 Puerto Rican teams from Team Puerto Rico. From Puerto Rico, and it was 1 American team left. And the Puerto Ricans were the best ball players I ever seen in my life.
No,
personally.
No, I got you. No, but just to give you a point, the way we play in the Caribbean is like when you're around the age of 15, you're supposed to play like a pro. You know what I mean? Like the training that we get. Like for example, this is something like really kind of unorthodox. I don't know if they do any place else, but we do it in the
You're right. Cause I was a
hold on.
Yeah. Don't tell me to hold up. Don't do that. All right. Don't say hold up to me.
Hold up, dude. Hold up, dude.
Nigga,
what the hell are you gonna do? Throw yourself to the window?
You sound like Manolo from Scarface. That's what you sound like.
Whatever. Anyway, okay. Let me finish the story, dude. Whatever, man.
Yeah,
okay,
watch your fucking mouth. Just watch
put
your
the beer
mouth.
down, man.
Stop.
Okay, man. Hold up, man. Hold up. You're a grown ass man screaming to a microphone, man. Like what the hell?
Goddamn dirt, nigga.
Exactly. You're a grown ass man screaming to a microphone.
I told you you're a midget. Okay, watch your mouth.
This midget can knock you the fuck out, dog. Relax.
No, you can't, nerd. Stop talking like that. I'm 220, nigga. I'll push you to the goddamn wall. Shut up, right?
Shut your mouth.
All right.
Shut your damn
Watch your mouth, nigga.
Shut your damn mouth, nigga. Shut up.
You on coke?
Goddamn mouth, nigga. What's up,
Dude, are you okay, man? Dude, are you okay?
I ain't talking to you. I'm talking to Frank.
Dude, I was finishing a point until you cut me off, though.
I ain't talking to you.
You're turning everybody off, man. Shut up.
Dude, okay, relax. Let me just finish my point, and we're just gonna keep the conversation, okay?
We ignore you.
Okay, but I was the one who was talking.
Shut the fuck up.
Okay. Shut the fuck up, man.
Okay. You can't make me shut the fuck up. You can't. Never in your life. So don't say that.
Jim.
Don't say it.
Dude, I can tell you're broke ass dude.
Now you can talk. I'm broke. What the fuck?
Come on.
Hell yeah.
Come on. Now, what were you saying, bro?
Yo, the house paid for. What the fuck in the burbs, nigga?
Dude, I just picked up a Range Rover, dog, to sell it. You want me to sell it to you?
House needs more than cars, bitch ass nigga.
Dude, I just closed my 3rd house or what, dog? Like, get the fuck up, man.
You paid in full? You paid in full?
Hell yeah.
Okay, then. You got a mortgage, right? Okay, shut the fuck up. Okay.
You don't know where I bought it. I could have bought it in Baltimore.
You got a mortgage.
So stupid. You don't know where to live, man.
Baltimore.
Yeah, like, you don't know where to live.
You're renting.
So stupid.
Yo, you so fucking stupid, nigga. You renting.
Oh, man, you're meth, man. You're meth, man.
You got a mortgage. You renting, nigga. You got a mortgage.
Man, I'm not rented, man. Hit the fuck up.
You're from Jersey originally, right?
You got a mortgage,
Yeah,
right?
I do.
Yeah, I know it. Yeah.
No, anyhow.
Just side note with the Puerto Rican team, when I saw them warming up, and at the end when right before they get the batter, the last pitch, the pitcher throws a warm up, the catcher throws the second base, and they throw around the diamond. This fucking 16-year-old didn't even get off his knees, threw to second, threw BBs to second base on a without getting off his knees. I was like,
from the catcher position, right?
Home plate. He was on his knees when he took the last pitch, and he threw a fucking BB to second base. It was incredible.
And I believe you, man. Back when I was, playing baseball back in the early to mid 2000s, dude, Puerto Rico has like this special training about catchers, man, because every country has like their own thing. Like for example, Cubans, they have the nastiest pitchers you can ever find. Like they naturally have like long arms for whatever reason, and like you always think like they're gonna hit you with the ball when they release it. Anyhow, but Puerto Rican catchers, they're all famous like to be nasty
famous
and
catchers.
fast.
Yep.
Hell yeah, like Ivan Rodriguez.
Sold. Yep. The catchers. That's the position. Like the best player on the team is a catcher.
Hell yeah, dude. And here's the thing: there's a lot of. Well, when you talk to people, originally it's like this. When people say like they don't know shit about boxing, well, most people don't know shit about baseball. Because the thing is, and that's something people don't understand completely. You know how like people been saying like I don't just this and this, so like do bad in this and bad in that. Yeah, but baseball is a pitching game. That's why the Yankees have never won shit because they never have a good pitching game.
Been saying that, man. Like, why you wasting money on hitting?
Baseball is a pitching game, dog.
Yeah, did you start? Did you start?
What?
Did you start when you played baseball? Did you start?
Oh yeah, I was our first batter and played shortstop.
Shortstop, really?
Yeah.
It takes a lot of skill to play shortstop. So why you're not like in the majors or something? Because shortstop is as you know, it's a skill position.
I mean, it gave me some credit in college. It gave my family also. It gave me my family a lot of name renown. That between that and boxing, you know.
What'd you use for what was your glove? A2000. Wilson. What was your glove? An A2000. Shortstop. You see a lot of the A2000s back in the nice gloves.
I mean, those gloves. I don't think they ever like changed the design. To be honest. I think they just like changed the colors and like, you know, because I remember they tried ones, but everybody was getting hurt like in the palm area, and they stopped doing that. And also, you should feel like the ball right in your fingers when you're not supposed to. You're supposed to like catch the ball right in the net.
I'll be honest with you, dude. Straight up, I know a lot of people watch ESPN like the highlights, and they'll say back for the long home run. Now we get my juices flowing. It's seeing a fucking major league double play done at perfection. Like it is so, it's like poetry, man. Over the second, and before they even get it in their hands, they're winding up to throw it before they even catch it. The way they turn a double play in the major leagues, it's just to me like you grow up around baseball and to see the elite of the game, unbelievable.
And Jimmy, here's the kicker: one angle that you throw your ball on the wrong angle, or you caught it with the wrong finger, dude. That's your teammate's head or mouth.
Yep.
Or their cats.
It's incredible.
I used to hate when dude never finished the cut, because when you're like on center field, you're supposed to cut it to the second to the second base and then to home.
Yep.
And then you caught it to home, right?
Did you see the play a couple of weeks ago? The guy fell down in the outfield, literally running back.
Yeah.
Down,
Dude,
fell down and stuck his glove out. Fell down, rolled, stuck his glove out from behind him and caught it. It was
yeah, dude. I love those plays.
Shit like that, yeah, man. I'd rather see a good defensive play in baseball. I like a shortstop diving, completely sprawled out into the hole, taking it in the outfield grass, getting up and throwing a BB to first base. And the fucking first baseman stretched out and fucking boom. To me, that's just. And it's poetry.
Jimmy, you're the host. Jimmy, you're the host. Talk boxing, bro. No offense, but it's a boxing.
We've been talking boxing for over 4 hours. The show's been going for 4 hours. It's like,
we're live, bro. That's all I'm saying. We live. That's why it's a boxing channel, bro. That's all I'm saying. The BDA ain't saying.
But we talk about like different things. No, I got you. But sometimes we can talk about steroids or different things too.
Break it up. I know we're talking about steroids.
The thing is, at the end, the thing is, no, because the thing is, we started the conversation.
Victor Conti, Victor Conti, dumbass.
Yeah, and then how like some sports translate into each other. Because the thing is, again, Victor Conti understands that just like baseball, these guys they know how to use the whole connect chain, their body. So he knows how to connect to all those things too. How to these particular black pepper powder combines with these vitamin B, and all that. Now let me tell you, man, the exact, because I'm on the snack program, like I bought like the whole thing. And
you're dirty, huh? You're dirty, huh? Get the snack. You on a snack? You dirty?
I mean, I'm not in the Olympics on all that. I'm just doing it like just to try it, and some of the products is really good. I just can't take like the whole thing, man. It's so fucking many pills.
You feel strong? You feel strong? You feel strong?
No, yeah. But here's the thing: if you are like in any other like type of like supplements, you're gonna feel the difference after like a month or something. But I don't want to lie. Like
a week, bro. A week is
hold on.
Good. Yeah, it's a week.
No, why a week? You crazy?
Yeah, a week. I mean, you want to work, don't you? The fuck? You don't want to work.
No,
the best supplements you can take is a little testosterone, a little fucking Deca, some Pronabol 5, and just a tiny bit of fucking
Get fuel.
Tiny little shot of insulin before you work out, and obviously growth hormone.
Damn, you sound like Megatron.
Yeah, I already have a high testosterone, like high T levels. So I'm scared. I'm scared to take. Shut your mouth, nerd. I can't. I can't. I'm afraid to take like high T levels.
Bro, how about you shut your mouth?
I have a high T level.
Yo, he sounds like a nerd. He's calling me a nerd.
Yeah, no, this guy's the same guy that was talking about video games for like an hour last time we were streaming. He came home.
He sounds like he's.
Well, if you have high testosterone, you could just take the growth hormone, and if you took just the growth hormone,
testosterone is like right after your 40s, man. Like if you're young, like you shouldn't take that.
Again.
Yo, Jimmy, how would you rate snack supplements? They're pretty good, aren't they? I looked through the list.
Yeah, from what I see, I mean, it's just program stuff like, I mean,
I ain't taking that shit.
The best, like, it's always comes down to the nutrition too. You know what I mean? Like, it's all about what you put in your body when you're into that shit too. But yeah, it's just, I mean, creatine. It's all the same based products. It's just in different delivery systems.
Yeah, creatine is trash, man.
I mean, that's the big.
It puts too much water weight.
Man, it depends which creatine you're taking.
No, all that shit, like it makes you bigger, right? But it packs on a lot of water weight, man. A lot of extra. It's not.
But here's the thing, though. I understand what you're saying, but you have to know how to shed that water too, because if you use like lifting and taking like hella creatine, like most dudes do, yeah, you're gonna have a lot of fucking issues, like like peeing. Like trust me, like it's been times like back in the days when I was a novice, I used to take it like before the gym, right? And I have to like stop like on my drives on my way home, like on the middle of the road just to like take a mean piss, man.
Yo,
like, sometimes you can't even hold it. Huh?
Wait, hold on. You actually stopped and got out your car, took a.
Dude, I'm telling you, man. Man, when you take creatine, sometimes you can't even hold it because so much water. So I just stopped, like it was like 20 minutes from my house, man. I couldn't hold it.
No, you're right. All right. I feel if you're on the highway, ain't no. Okay, I got you there. Okay, I'll give you a.
I didn't stop like in the building.
Highway,
it was like
all right, I got you. All right, cool.
Yeah.
People come up to me all the time and they go. People come up to me all the time.
Man, you get a pass.
People come up to me all the time.
No, man. It's not a pass, man. You gotta do what you gotta do. I mean,
listen, when I'm on the streets, when I'm in the streets, just walking down the street, people always come out to me like, "Hey, PDA, what do you take? What's your stack of what?" Then I go, "Oh, they're talking about PD. I don't do PDs. It's just I just." But by the way, there's another thing too that as it pertains to PDs, and I hear you guys talking about it. And listen, my philosophy has always been my point of view has always been. Yeah, if you're a regular guy, yeah, take it. Why not? Athletes, of course, that's a different thing, especially combat sports, because then that can complicate things. It's got to be also expensive to get all that gear, as we call it in the industry. But I'll say this:
that's true.
I don't know, man. I know. I've been looking at the reason why people. I think the reason why people come up to me and they go, "Hey, BDA, what are you on?" The only thing I'm on. And I wouldn't recommend this to other people, but primate diets. It's these biscuits that they give the gorillas in the zoo. You take this shit. I'm not saying that's all you eat. It's got soybean. It's got some fructose and corn. So that shouldn't be good. But then also it's got a whole bunch of other things that they give to gorillas. Now you take a look at a gorilla. Look at the size of the thing. That's what they're eating. They're eating biscuit, this type of biscuit. So if you combine that with other food, let me tell you something. You might just start looking like Mr. BDA.
Listen, BDA.
In the zoo, BDA, you talking about in the zoo? Like for the
yeah.
No, but that's why, because they're lowering their strength because they're insane out in the wild. So they give them the soy biscuits.
And what do you think I am? And what do you think I am? You think I'm domestic? I know I sound like it. I know, like I said earlier, I got this euphonious voice.
Yeah, you sound
You're a domesticated animal, BDA.
You sound small, BDA. You do sound
It's
small.
got a, listen, crude protein, no less than 20%. It's about $27 for 25 pounds. It's got 5 pounds of protein. I mean, come on, you do the math. I know you can do it.
Like with creatine, man, like it gets me too big because of the water. Like I had to cut it down. I had to cut it down.
I'm talking about Gorilla Biscuits here. You're talking to me about creatine. I'm talking about something real here, something that you can actually work with.
Not real. It's bad. Yeah, the gorillas like it, but it's lowering their strength. To make them more controlled in their environment in the zoo.
It's all about how you work it. Ask Jimmy. It's all about how you work it.
Hey, tell this Puerto Rican bitch to shut his fucking mouth.
I'm pretty
Tell
big.
this Puerto Rican bitch to shut his mouth.
What?
The Puerto Rican.
Who recognized him?
Legendary.
What's up?
You know you're Puerto Rican.
I am Puerto Rican. I never said I wasn't. I told you I was Puerto Rican.
Shut your fucking mouth, man. Shut your fucking
mouth. You look crazy too. You look crazy.
Yeah, I'm crazy. Look.
If you see me, listen.
I'll give you a hand. Yeah.
Bucho, I love you. I love you. I love you, Bucho. But if you see me in person, you want to say that to me in person.
I will tell you, you're a fucking piece of shit, motherfucker.
You saying it backwards.
Fucking piece of shit.
You're gonna be saying it backwards when you saying that shit about the world, pussy ass nigga. Facts. Oh damn, yo, legendary fucking biggest.
What are you guys talking about?
I was talking about Gorilla Biscuits. I was talking about Gorilla Biscuits.
Yeah.
And people know it. I listen. I would, like I said, I wouldn't recommend it. So don't take it. So I don't want to cast a. I don't want anybody to think come in. Yeah, you told me to say this. Well, listen. Hey, by the way, I forgot super chats here. Shout out to Frankie Science for his this from a while back. Shout out to Frankie Science for his contribution with the super chat. He says still waiting for Boxing Chief versus Jerry. Oh yeah, that would be a good one.
No, he won't come in. Yo, BDA. He won't come in because I'm here. Because I already body bagged that. He's trying to be friends with me, man. Like he trying to be friends with me. He's talking about Roy Jones, hipster cocksucker.
I was listening to the show. I was listening to the show while I was in the gym, and I couldn't stop to hear Dirk was around. So does he here or he got tired to be cooked?
Oh come on, wait a minute.
Dirk? You talking about Dirk?
Yeah. Rare Breed.
Yeah. He's not here today. No, he come through. He comes through regularly. He still comes through.
No, I think he was here earlier. I wasn't.
And shout out to Al Cuerpo Boxing too for his contribution with the super chat. He says Turkey wants Benavides at cruiserweight. Mirage learn contracts.
Looking for a client, Bucho. Looking for a client, Bucho. Looking for a client, Bucho. You're like a prostitute over there, man.
I'm looking for a client, man. Like I gotta sell.
You're gonna approach a car with a rolling window and shit. Hey, señor.
Hey, yo, BDA,
make some money.
Yeah, I don't think they're gonna want you with those caps, man.
Yo, BDA, get recognized back in here, man, because he ran, because he be coming in here trying to say some slick shit, then run. Like, get his ass back up in here and break dinner with me. Cause like,
I gotta tell you, no name. I gotta tell you, no name. That whole thing with Chief, it's still unresolved, man. As far as I'm concerned.
Tell him to come in. I'm here. We could do a classic right now. Why? We do a classic right now.
Hey, legendary. You gotta do a one-on-one, man, on the Kumite. You know what the Kumite is? The Kumite is one-on-one fucking debate, man. I can hear you.
No, for real. I can hear you, but like you sound muffled for some reason. You know what I'm saying? Like I can hear you, but I can't understand everything you're saying. I'm sorry.
He can speak loud in front of the clients, you know.
Oh. No, but listen, BDA, get recognized and get Boxing Chief in here. I'll put on a classic for all y'all.
But what was it? I know Chief, but what was going on? Recognize? What's the deal with him?
Well, the community wants me recognized. I mean, I already talked to recognize behind the scenes, like in Discord lobbies. I already body bagged them, right? Behind the scenes, but like he wants some more. He wants some more. And then certain community members want to see the rematch. So I'm saying, let's do it live. Come through.
I'm asking
what was the subject?
Yeah, exactly.
I forgot, man. Shit.
I don't know. It sounds like you're making
No, it wasn't about no boxing. We were just talking shit. It was like personal shit.
I don't know, man. I need more witnesses, man. I need more witnesses.
Yeah, we don't care what you think, nigga. Shut your mouth. Listen.
No, I don't know, man. We need more witnesses, man. Don't get that nervous.
Manolo.
Don't get that nervous. If you can, I'm not saying you didn't cook him, man. I'm not saying you didn't cook him, but you know.
I did. I mean, listen. It was me and him. It was nobody there. It was me and him. We went in a Discord, in the BDA channel. We went.
Y no te acuerdas, ¿verdad? How convenient.
No, talk English, okay? Talk English, okay? Come.
I thought you were Puerto Rican. You no sabes, yo. Come on.
I am no sabe. I am no sabe. What you gonna do?
I don't want to do nothing. I just point it out. You no sabe, yo.
Hold on. Cause guess what? I got so many fights with fucking pure, Mexicans, Puerto Ricans, because I didn't speak. They wanted to fight me, so I knocked them the fuck out. So you got something to say?
You never beat a Mexican. Shut the fuck up, bitch.
Who said that? Say it again.
I said it, you motherfucker. You never beat a Mexican. You motherfucker. Stop talking shit, you fucking bitch.
No.
You don't know the difference between a left hook or a fish hook, man.
All right, well, come see me then. I'll give you a guarantee. I'll give you both, nigga.
Pay me my Uber then. You want to see me?
I pay for you, nigga. You broke, nigga.
I do, but you're the one talking saucy, man. You're the one talking this. I'm gonna do that.
Come drive to me, nigga.
No, man, you're the one talking shit.
I guarantee. I want to give you everything you need. I'm gonna give you everything.
Man, I can tell you're an employee, man. You know, you just really willing to waste time and shit.
I know. You're an employee. You work at.
Man, you're foaming at the mouth, man. You're foaming at the mouth. Relax.
You work at 7-Eleven.
You're foaming at the mouth right now, man.
No, dude. You got a job.
I got my own company, dog.
I seen you on other channels. See, I don't go to channels all the time. When I appear, it's rare.
If you see me on other channels, how you not go to other channels all the time?
Wait. When you see me, it's rare. When you see me live, it's rare. I see you on Ring IQ. I see you here.
That's my boy. Yeah.
Every day.
It's not every day.
Every day he goes on, but most of the time, yeah, you are.
Nah, I go there sometimes, man.
So you're an employee. So where you work at?
I don't work there, nigga. Crazy.
Where do you work at? Answer my answer.
I got my own company, man. I do 3D printing.
Where?
In my house, man.
Yo, come
in my house. I got my own warehouse.
Live stream, man. You ain't recognized, like, stop fucking around, motherfucker. 1-1. You recognize Puerto Rican. This is.
Yo, Bucho sounds drunk as hell, yo.
Go back to work, Bucho. Fuck out of here. You at work anyway.
Yo, legendary. He sounds drunk, right? Like,
I'm not drunk.
No, I'm talking about Bucho.
Yeah, he do sound.
Well, I mean, no name kind of sounds a little bit. It sounds like he's on the natural high.
Yeah, he's on that cocaine, right?
I'm in troll mode. Yeah, you understand? Catch up, BDA. I'm in troll mode. So like, I give you everything everybody needs. What's up?
Well, listen, I'll say this, man. No Name Hero wants all the smoke, as I like to say in the streets now.
All of it.
And this is a free smoke platform, so we're
gonna call him No Name Bud.
Puerto Rican is el mero Puerto Rican. ¿Quién es el mero pendejo? I want to see this motherfucker against the Recognizer Matrix.
Get off your phone. Thank you. Get off your phone. Thank you.
Well, listen. I mean, we've got No Name versus Severino. They've been going at it for a little while here. This is all very interesting.
All of it.
Hey, well, hold on, people. Let's take a little pause here. Because Uncle Charles jumped in, and I don't know if he. I think I saw him jump on earlier, but I don't know if he spoke because I wasn't here thereafter. So, Uncle Charles, the floor is yours, man.
I like Uncle Charles. Go ahead.
What's up, BDA? What's up, y'all?
What's up, Uncle Charles?
What's poppin'?
Listen here, man. I call y'all for one reason, because I need some help. I can only get this from the experts themselves. Let me say that. Roy Jones needs to be stopped, and he need to be stopped right now before he gets his damn head knocked off. Roy Jones up there want to fight. He want to fight Mayweather. Let me explain something to you. Roy Jones, you don't need to fight nobody, because you in your damn 50s. You don't need to be fighting no goddamn body. You need to be making an appointment. That's what the hell you need to be doing. You is not gonna fight no Mayweather. Leave Mayweather alone. You can cuss. I concur that you concussed. The last knockout Roy Jones had, he fell face first, and the rest of his body was twitching like a damn fish in water. This is what I'm talking about. Roy, he's down some. Let me tell you something. You walking with a limp. You walking with a limp. You overweight. You probably got shortness of breath, and he hit you top of your head like that Russian. Any two times you get knocked out by a guy, you can't spell his name or pronounce it, you need to leave his ass alone. That's what the hell you do. They're acting like children. Why would Mayweather do that? Why would Mayweather do that?
Uncle Charles.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Keep going. Keep going, Uncle Charles. Don't let
No.
Come on.
Why would he do that? Why would he do that? Because of what Roy said. He would not be able to beat Sugar Ray Leonard. And he's right. I believe Mayweather would have fought Sugar Ray Leonard in the 80s. Sugar Ray would have ran through his ass like diarrhea. He would have beat his ass. It's that Sugar Ray Leonard, Marvin Hagler, Thomas Hearn, Aaron the Hawk Pryor, all of them would have beat Mayweather. Would have beat him. But this whole thing ain't even about that. It's about Mayweather. They was cracking on his daddy because Sugar Ray Leonard had whooped his daddy's ass. They tried to hide it, but I saw the fight. This is what it is. I saw his dad get his ass whooped. I saw it. See, we too old for this. We're too old for this. I ran into a door yesterday. It damn near knocked me out. Now what the hell you think somebody, a human, gonna do? I don't do no damn fight. Let me tell you that right now. The only thing I'm finna fight right now is these 3 hot dogs and these chips. That's what I'm finna fight, and I can guarantee I will go undefeated. I guarantee you that shit. That's all I got said.
All right, Uncle Charles. Shout out to Uncle Charles, man.
Yeah, shout out to Uncle Charles, man.
Listen, we need to see that rematch between Uncle Charles and the Door. That can go unpunished, man. The Door. I mean, I know Doors. Some people say inanimate objects. I disagree. I think they got a life of their and a mind of their own, and I don't like them assaulting Uncle Charles. Let me tell you.
Oh shit!
Está tu anónimo objects.
Yeah, but that Roy Jones, man, that shit is so crazy because like when Floyd was Pretty Boy and all that shit, man, he wasn't even thought of when Roy Jones was fighting in his prime, man. Like come on, man, it was him, Purnell, like Oscar, man. He wasn't even thought of. If Floyd was good at that time, he was, but. Like Roy Jones was like, come on, man! Like you gotta stop hating on that.
No,
dude.
but you know how Mayweather is, man. He's gonna get in an argument with everybody. You know, he used to get in argument with the fucking announcers, man. I mean, come on.
but you want to know what happened on Severino? It's his own fault, right? Because his career, he picked and choose his own opponents. When you know what I'm saying, grift and you scam. Yeah, because you're the A side, you can pick and choose who you fought. Yeah, he got names on his resume. But when did he fight him? But hold on.
I mean, you're not wrong. No, I'm not saying.
Because after he beat Oscar, right? He retired for what, 2 years, right? He came back, fought Juan Marquez, right? You know what I'm saying? Made his own weight and blew his own weight, like with Canelo. Wait, hold on, please. Give me a second, please. Give me a second. When he fought Canelo, at the time when I saw that fight happen, at the time I thought that was his best win. But then when I find out, man, it was a rehydration clause, along with the catch weight, the dude to sit on the goddamn chair, he can't even fucking stand up. I'm like, bro, come on, man. Like, and you dancing and laughing at him, man. Like, that's not a real fight. Like, come on, man, you're not a great fighter. That's why nowadays Manny Pacquiao is greater than you. Yeah, you're a better fighter than Manny Pacquiao, but Manny is greater than you. Because he fought the fight, and you're TBE all this dumb shit, but it's a grift, man. It's like, come on, man. He's a great fighter. He pick and chose. Sorry, go ahead.
No, yeah, but the thing is, you know, I get it, but that his resume, his career is not the point in this particular argument, you know, that he had with Roy. The thing is, at the end of the day, you know. The two competitors, you know, they're gonna argue. They're gonna bring the point of fighting at one point, you know, or another. Because at the end of the day, they both guys that you know, they earn their life doing boxing, and they're not scholars per se. You know, even though Roy is far way more articulate than Floyd Mayweather, far way more intelligent when it comes to, like, you know,
a way better fighter in his prime. He's a way better fighter in his prime.
Do you know what my favorite Floyd fight was? When he schooled Canelo. I might watch that again today just to reminisce, actually.
Yeah,
What a
yeah,
masterclass.
that fight don't count no more. That fight don't. What I saw what happened, man, with him on the
One of his
chair. I'm like,
easiest
bro,
fights.
nah.
When he took
Yo,
him
man.
to school.
That's not a real fight. That's not a real fight, bro. That was a
Yo,
scam.
no name. Yo, no name. So, like, how in the hell Canelo got into this conversation with Roy and Mayweather? How
He
in
went,
the
he
hell?
went for a quick drive. He was in drive. He went to McDonald's drive-through.
I mentioned
Went
it.
for a drive. He went for a drive after he beat up Canelo. He was cruising.
Oh, man. Dude, that shit was like 10 years ago, man.
Yeah,
Let it
man.
go.
He was a B-side. I mean, come on.
I mean, listen, man, I get it. Like, trust me, I like that fight because I even enjoyed the way how like Canelo looked like in the press conference. He was like confused as fuck. He even I thought he was about to like hang out the gloves, but
You look crazy. I said, oh my god, I didn't even know because back then I didn't see that. Like I just saw the fight.
yeah, but but listen,
know?
here's the thing, guys. It was like 12 years ago, as a matter of fact. I mean, come on. Do you still talking about like that ex that you had in high school? I mean, come on, man.
Hey, Mirage,
What do you mean? We're talking about fights 50 years ago. What are you talking about?
Mirage. Ask me a question.
When Canelo gets his ass beat, there's an expiry date, ladies and gentlemen.
Dude,
we don't talk about it after
yeah,
a
but
while.
why you don't mention the Bebo
Forget
one?
about it.
Why you don't mention the Bebo one?
Yo, Mirage,
the
can
Floyd
I
one
ask you a
was
question?
more entertaining. It was more.
It was not more entertaining. It was not more entertaining.
Canelo lost. Nobody cared. Canelo lost again.
Well, Canelo's not a light heavyweight.
Mayweather refused to engage. Hold on. Mayweather refused to engage from the 9th round and on, if you remember that fight. So it was not fucking
Canelo was
entertaining.
not a light heavyweight. So
He was a
Floyd
light
would have
heavyweight.
been a better version at 154 than a bloated, slow Canelo at 175.
And Canelo wasn't a 152 pounder. He wasn't a welterweight. Okay?
Hey, Mirage, can I ask you a question real quick?
What was he?
Let it go, Mirage. Let it go. 12 years
Yes, he
ago.
was. He fought at 150. He fought at 154 for years.
Yeah.
Mirage,
like 5 years
can I ask you a
prior.
question just as a side note?
Well, he
Because I
was
need to know
drained
somebody from
1.5 pounds. You're going to run that
12 years
narrative.
ago, Mirage.
Drained 1.5 pounds. Oh, shit.
Mirage, you still talking about your ex from high school, man? Grow up.
No, we talk about, we appreciate the classics. That was a
What was the
classic.
guy? Wait, Severino,
I appreciate it too, man.
Severino, what was Mirage? The Mirage X. What was the guy's name? You think something with a J?
It's probably Benavides.
So I'm talking boxing, and they get personal when they get cooked. You notice that, folks? You notice how that works?
It was a metaphor. It was a metaphor.
Listen, I make a little joke. I make a little joke about Mirage.
You always make it personal. You dumb.
I make a little joke.
Look how triggered they are. All I said was Canelo, Floyd, and they're triggered.
All I wanted to say was, all I wanted to say, because people are talking over each other. All I wanted to say is nobody make fun of Mirage anymore. Take it, right? Nobody make fun of Mirage.
Dude, I make fun of him.
I just tried to ask him a question.
Guys, I'm still talking. Nobody make fun of Mirage. Is that understood? Please, nobody make fun of Mirage. He can't handle it. Right?
Promises I can't keep.
No, we'll be very gentle.
Hey, you're a subscriber to our channel, by the way.
One at a time, guys. One at a time.
We respect everybody. Oh man, can I just talk, please? Respect everybody on this channel. If they can run beat the big dogs, they should stay on the porch. But if they don't want to stay on the porch, then at least I'll make a couple of concessions.
We have to respect them, even though they're
you're a subscriber.
Mirage is that annoying kid in class that no one respects. Let's be honest here.
BDA.
Come on. I wouldn't say. I wouldn't go that far. I wouldn't go that far. But by the way, Don Madrazos, hold on a second. Don Madrazos.
I will.
Now that you're here, the Don Madrazos list.
I will not release the list. The list is very top secret. People are always asking about the list.
I see. The last time you got
the list, people are not going to get it. It's going to be a very long time.
The last time you got away with it with the impression, which it's a good impersonation.
Excuse me, Mr. PDA, but if you were here, I would have you deported in a minute.
No, wait a minute.
Deported right away.
Probably would.
I would have a nice day at his house.
I will bring the best agents, just the best agents.
I have the best ICE agents. I have all the agents. They're the good agents. They're great.
They have the best show. They have the
best. You know what I got to say?
Listen, the Don Madrazos. Jeez, Luis. Everybody was talking at the same time. Don Madrazos. That's a good impersonation. It's a very good impersonation. Now, last time I let you get away with it, but I got to press you on this. People want to know. Who told you that Berlanga was gonna beat Shiraz?
I think all the well, you do have some hardcore Canelo homos, and they were the ones that were saying like, no, Berlanga's gonna win.
Yeah, like
and like as if he couldn't lose. I'm like, this guy's gonna. I just wanted to see his ass get knocked out. I was really hoping that Shiraz, and my dreams came true. Shiraz will knock that motherfucker out. That guy really fucking sucks.
It's unfortunate Canelo couldn't do it, so at least Shiraz did the job. At least Shiraz did what Canelo couldn't do.
See what I mean about that annoying kid in the back of the class that annoys the fuck out of everybody? That's Mirage.
You can't take the heat. You're getting emotional.
Shut the fuck up. Jesus. God, I haven't heard you on a show in a long time, and it's been fucking nice. Pendejo. Anyway, so it was.
Don't make fun of Mirage, but he can.
I don't know. And the worst part about it was, it's like Shiraz isn't even that great either. So I'm like picking in tears. Like, which one is the best of the worst? Like, Shiraz isn't that great. He's decent, but he's not that great. Do you think he's going to beat Berlanga? I'm hoping he was, and I thought he was going to beat him. I thought he was going to beat him by decision, but I was just kind of hoping for a miracle that he would just knock him out. And lo and behold, there you go. Like it just proves that Berlanga is just subpar, not even subpar, but lower than subpar.
Yeah, what does it prove about Canelo that he went 12 rounds with Berlanga? What does that prove?
When you're saying subpar,
what does that prove? Answer.
When you say subpar, it sounds like you're saying subspecies. It sounded like you were about to say subspecies.
Subspecies. Exactly.
Nah, see, I knew where you were going with this. I can see it.
I agree. Mirage is subhuman.
Ah, come on. See, what did I tell you? He can make fun of people, but you can make fun. He can make fun of people, but you can't make fun of him. That's the rule. That's the rule.
Worth responding to. He's a low tier troll.
No, so Madrasos, hold up. Just to your point. Here's the thing, though. At the end, Berlanga got knocked out a couple of times and knocked the fuck out at the end.
Yeah,
but it's not like he dominated, like he smashed Berlanga to the ground and he kicked him at the end.
No, but you know what?
Like, he did.
It was the fact that
he did, man.
The first round looked competitive, and it looked like Berlanga was gonna actually fight. And then but Berlanga's mistake was that he stayed in the pocket with him. And he didn't realize that this motherfucker could also fight on the inside. He thought he was going to bring it to him on the inside, thinking, well, I'm going to take away his game. And Shiraz's game is boxing from the outside because he's a tall guy. Lo and behold, the fucking guy realized that this guy could actually fight on the inside too, and he fucking dismantled him, completely destroyed him. It was great.
After he went the distance with Canelo, he had this newfound confidence. He thought, no problem, I can fight on the inside. But he realized, then he failed to realize this guy's actually better than Canelo, more dangerous than Canelo. That's why he knocked him out.
Someone else talk, please?
Canelo.
You've been talking non-stop since you joined. Didn't you notice?
No, but here's the thing, though. I get it, man. But that's what, people say when size matters. That's what he means. Like, Shiraz is a bigger guy. Right, Shiraz was like a damn dinosaur in that ring, man. He may look Berlanga
like 200 pounds or something that night.
Dude, he may look Berlanga like a damn welterweight in the ring. Like,
yeah, I mean, he was way
here's
bigger.
the thing, and just to the point I was trying to make before, I got cut off by Raj. No, I think Berlanga was doing well for the first, 3 rounds.
Yeah, he was. He was for the first.
He was bobbing and weaving, and he showed that he had a whole bunch of good raw tools, because there were points on the fight that what's his name, Shiraz, he didn't know what to do. But the thing is,
I think he changed he adjusted. He made good adjustments, and the best thing about it was
if you remember,
how do you figure he didn't make adjustments? Like, he was trying to keep it on the outside.
I got you.
Gotcha.
Here's the thing. This is like what I was the point I was trying to make. Berlanga, as much naturals, good tools that he has, he's kind of fast, he's strong. He's kind of big.
He's one-dimensional.
No, but hear me out. But the thing is, he doesn't have good instincts. for example, when what happened was, if you remember, he was bopping and weaving well, holding his guard with his hands up, right? When he bop and weave, when he got caught, what happened? He has his hands down. He got cocky, and he got hit right in the eardrum. Trust me, man, I was there. I wasn't right there, but ringside, but I was near.
At the fight?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, okay.
I sent a video to what's his name? Never Sober's Discord.
Yeah,
I even sent the video when he got knocked out.
He doesn't have the best defense because he was also getting hit.
No, but he doesn't. But here's the thing.
Hold on. The reason I say he doesn't have good defense is because he has leaky defense because he was getting hit a lot by C-level guys.
No, I got you, but here's the thing.
If you have elite anything, if you have elite power, elite defense, elite footwork, you're not going to let some C-level motherfucker walk all over you at all. I mean, if he does, you're going to make adjustments. And this guy has had been struggling in this last maybe few fights, even before Canelo. So you get a guy like Shiraz that's kind of like on his level or a little above his level and bigger. The bigger guy that has slightly better skill is going to beat you.
The thing that he has to do is drop the Fat Joe on the terror squad and focus on boxing. I'm not saying he's gonna be all of a sudden, like a massive boxer or nothing like that. But I can see that, with the right trainer and the right attitude and a couple of ass whoopings and
I don't know, dude.
Listen.
I don't know. The guy hasn't evolved.
I gotta interject, man. Sorry, I gotta interject so we gotta end the show. But I said it earlier. Just make Shiraz Berlanga too. Who doesn't want to see that again? Let's watch the exact same thing.
I'll ask you guys this. If they fought 10 times, how many fights would Shiraz beat him?
He'd probably lynch him all the time.
Nah, come on.
I would say he beat him. I would say he beat him 9 times. 9 times out of 10, Shiraz would.
Yeah, Severin. Berlanga's 28 years old. 25 fights. He's not going to change.
He's not going to evolve anymore.
He's not going to. That's it. He's going to get worse.
It's it. He's not going to grow. It's not like he's going to evolve. He's an evolving fighter. He's not an evolving fighter.
Actually, hold on. Actually, before we go,
this dude is over for this. This guy can cash it in and open a bodega
fuck
or
Berlanga. Fuck Berlanga. Before I go, I forgot to ask. I was going to ask Mirage this the last time. This is